Welcome to Alt Swift X. Today we're going to talk about Song of Ice and Fire theories with a very special guest. Please welcome Glidus to
Hi,
the
it's me.
show. It's
Hello.
Glidus. We're going to talk about a bunch of these theories and we're going to decide which ones are objectively the best and which ones of them people should be embarrassed for even having come up with. We've got this innovative ranking system here that we're going to use to decide, is Loras fine? Is that an S tier theory or is that an F tier theory? You can put your own theories into the live chat, and we will criticize them really horribly.
We'll roast the fuck out of them.
If you, we will be really mean if you put any theories in the live chat. So you better not do that. Do you want to talk about a theory, Glidus?
I want to talk about a video first,
Yeah.
and that video, a video produced by our mutual associate last week, Alt Shift X, where he professed to name the top 10 fighters in Westeros. And oh geez, did that create ripples of controversy throughout the community with a like to dislike ratio of only 99.4%. He's really got to be feeling the heat from that one.
I sure hope so. I personally was outraged. I think I'm personally responsible for those 0.6 dislikes. The number of bots. I spent a lot of money. You know those warehouses of bots that you can hire? Created like 10,000 Google accounts to express my displeasure at the misrepresentation, the rank misrepresentation of such heroes as Oberyn Martell, Corin Halfhand, Syrio Forel, who didn't even get like honorable mentions, most of them.
Never before have any warriors of this caliber been done dirtier.
It's an outrage. Is there definitely audio in the live chat? There's people saying audio. People can hear us. Yell at us if you can't hear us, but I think we're good. Yeah, I know. I
If you
think
can't hear us, let us know.
Oberyn Martell is a great fighter and did not even merit a top 10 ranking in that Alt Shift X video. Which is ridiculous given that we've seen Oberyn Martell beat the mountain, right?
Like we beat the mountain!
We saw Oberyn like outplay the mountain at every turn, and the only reason Oberyn was killed by the mountain was because he decided to get too close out of his his pride, his emotions, wanting
a narrative purpose.
Get a confession, as though there was some kind of invisible author manipulating events from afar. Were it not for the intervention of George R.R. Martin, Martis is his brother.
You've been drinking tonight, buddy.
A little bit. Were it not for the intervention of George R. R. Martin, Oberyn would have defeated the mountain. And Oberyn has so much of a reputation, right? He started his own mercenary company.
Mm.
Do we know which mercenary company that was?
No, it is theorized by some that it's the Brave Companions.
Oh, I haven't heard that. I like that theory. Is it possible that it isn't Timian? Isn't there a guy called Timian in the Brave Companions?
Timian the Dornish, yeah.
Who is Dornish? Theory confirmed.
That's it.
Maybe Timian and Oberyn know each other.
But maybe Timian is the real Oberyn.
Oh, and the Oberyn who was killed by the mountain was the real Timian.
That's an S tier theory right there.
And that explains why Oberyn lost, because if it was the real Oberyn, he never would have been killed by the mountain.
Yeah.
This is part of Doran Martell's grand Dornish
master
conspiracy,
plan. Yeah,
right?
that's
his
it.
master plan. What about Syrio Forel? Do you think that Syrio Forel is up there with the highest ranked fighters in Westeros? Should he be in the top 10 or in the honorable mentions even?
I'm just thinking about who he put in the top 10. Who was number 10? It was, I know Brienne
in Old
was
Shift X's
down.
video.
Yeah.
It was Arthur Dayne, Barristan Selmy, Robert
That all checks
Baratheon,
out.
um,
Jaime Lannister.
Jaime Lannister, Sandor Clegane, Gregor Clegane, Garland Tyrell, Brienne, Loras Tyrell, Victarion, something like that.
Yeah, no, I think all of them beat Syrio Forel.
Yeah, I mean, how do you become the first sword of Bravos? Like, what exactly are the duties of the first sword of Bravos?
There's a bit in the Game of Thrones where he tells Arya how he became the first sword of Bravos, and it had nothing to do with sword fighting. It was about perception, because it was like an Emperor has no clothes kind of story, where everyone was talking about how cool the Sea Lord's cat. What am I getting this wrong? I haven't read that book in so long. And he saw something that no one else did, and then the Sea Lord hired him. It had nothing to do with him being a swanky swordsman.
But I'm assuming that Syrio didn't become the first sword of Bravos based purely on his feline detection skills. I mean,
that's all he teaches Arya about is looking at cats.
I mean, come to think of it, like all of Sirio's lessons that he teaches Arya, like it's all like quick as a snake and like stampy as an elk and like hissy as a cat, or like whatever those lines are. Like he has all these like animal analogies of like the qualities he wants to teach Arya, which sounds like he was very influenced by this whole notion of the menagerie of the Sea Lord, right? Because that's where the Sea Lord's cat story comes from. He was in like a Bravosi zoo, and as far as we can tell, every lesson that Syrio taught Arya henceforth was inspired by some creature that he saw in this menagerie.
You gotta sting like a butterfly and run like a velociraptor.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta bite like a lizard lion and jump like a grumpkin.
That's just a crocodile, isn't it?
But there are crocodiles mentioned.
Oh, true.
In A Song of Ice and Fire. There are lizard lions and there are crocodiles. It's a what?
It's a caiman then, or an alligator of some sort.
What's a caiman?
It's another crocodilian.
Is this
They're
a
like
new
smaller,
kind of
they live in, like,
crocodile that just
Mesoamerica.
came out and no one told me?
Yeah. Oh, dude. It's
New
like
crocodile just dropped.
New crocodile just dropped.
Yeah. Do they come from the Cayman Islands? Were they?
I bet it's related.
I bet it is related. What if the Cayman Islands are just one giant crocodile? Getting back on topic though. Alligators. I think lizard lions are alligators. Is the idea? Because there aren't alligators mentioned in A Song of Ice and Fire, are there?
I don't believe so.
We can check. Yeah, no alligators mentioned, but there are crocodiles. So lizard lions are alligators, confirmed. Do you want to put that theory on our tier list?
I think we'll let it speak for itself.
Okay. All right. Other fighters? Are there other fighters that you think should be ranked highly in the top 10 best fighters?
Oh, I had like 40 off the top of my head, and I just had a sip of rum, and it's just gone.
Oh no.
Who was I thinking of?
Lynn Corbray comes up sometimes.
Yeah, I was thinking of Lynn Corbray.
Because
he killed Lewin Martell.
He killed Lewin Martell after Lewin was already wounded, right?
And an old man.
Which when that is your greatest combat accomplishment, is, putting an elderly man into that's not very impressive to me personally. Is that Lynn's best accomplishment?
He's regarded as very dangerous, but I think that is like his greatest feat.
Yeah. And we are invited to question people's reputations, right? Like, Euron is also said to be quote-unquote dangerous, but people doubt whether he's actually accomplished the things that he claims to have accomplished, like going to Valyria or whatever. And I think that, like, the whole, like, this person is dangerous thing, there's a pattern that happens in a bunch of places where they say, "Ooh, Darkstar is the most dangerous man in Dawn, and Lyn
then he
Corbray is the most dangerous man in the Vale, and Corin Halfhand is the most dangerous man on the Night's Watch." And I think there's other examples too. Like there are just these people who are just, they're known as the most scary person in their hometown. Like they've got a reputation as
like how Carl Tanner is the legend of Gin Alley.
He's the legend of Gin Alley. And it's hard
he should have been at the top of the list.
He really should have. Carl Tanner he isn't in the books, is he? Tragedy.
I really like him in the show.
He is one of the most fun, charismatic show only characters.
Yeah.
I feel like they made a lot of similar attempts at those sort of charismatic extras, minor characters in the later seasons of the show that just didn't work. Like
Kinvara.
Kinvara worked for me. It's just we only saw her for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, that could have gone somewhere really interesting.
Yeah. I mean, Kinvara should have turned up in season 8, episode 3. With a bunch of other red priests from Volantis to kick some ass. I don't know why that didn't happen. They could have. They had the budget. I think the reason why they didn't bring all those red priests in that episode was that they were determined to make season 8, episode 3 the darkest episode in television broadcast history. And that would have been ruined if they had red priests. It really does show. Yeah. So Oberyn best fighter? I mean, I broadly agree with the idea that Oberyn is a really good fighter. I'm feeling like a B tier. I'm not convinced because he did die in the only
he's
fight
not the best. Like you put him up against Arthur Dayne, even maybe Jaime and Barristan. No, he's not the best.
He's not the best. What about Oberyn as a top 10 fighter in Westeros?
Oh, very strong argument for it.
Yeah.
It's difficult in a list like this where you have such very different fighters. You have nimble little twinks like Loras Tyrell running around, and then you have literal Hercules, Goliath more like in Gregor Clegane, and Robert Baratheon as well.
Yeah.
But Oberyn did kill Gregor. He did win the fight, and then he lost it for narrative reasons.
Yeah. I feel like Victarion would probably get his ass kicked by Oberyn because Victarion seems to me just a less scary mountain.
Yeah, not as big, not as He's very intimidating, but he doesn't have the presence of the mountain, of the elevated section of the Earth's crust.
The other hard thing is that we only see Oberyn fight with a spear, which I presume he doesn't always do. What's Oberyn like with a sword? He might be amazing with a sword. We just never really hear about that.
Why did he choose a spear then?
Well, specifically because he was up against the mountain, and the mountain has this long reach, so,
true. The spear might be better at getting through his armor.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to try and get in range of the mountain.
True.
Yeah. All right.
We're missing the elephant in the room here is that Arya Stark is the greatest fighter in Westeros because she did defeat Brienne of Tarth, having had no training in the art of swordsmanship.
I think Sir Maisie Williams is an S tier fighter, no doubt.
Yeah,
and that's why they put her in that new battle game, one of those electronic video games.
You mean Fortnite?
Did they put Arya Stark in Fortnite?
Yeah, she's in Fortnite.
Oh, that's amazing. I want to do a live stream playing Fortnite as Arya Stark.
Do you know anything about Fortnite?
It's no.
Alt Swift X, ladies and gentlemen.
I tried to think of a funny Fortnite joke based on my knowledge of Fortnite, but that didn't work out.
You could actually put that on your resume. Knows nothing about Fortnite. People would see that as an asset.
I'd get hired for a real job. All right, well, let's put Maisie Williams at the top and Oberyn on B tier. How do you feel about that?
Yep, all good.
All right. Next theory. What looks good to you? What do we want to move on to?
Val is Jon's queen. Let's go top lefties.
Love it. Yeah. Do you want to tell us about Val?
So Val, she's such a cutie, isn't she? She's the wildling princess, or at least that's how Stannis sees it. The sister of Mance's wife, Dalla, and Stannis is like he says to Jon, "Hey, if you become my Lord of Winterfell, I'll let you marry Val. You can have the castle, and you'll be my dude, and we'll conquer the world, and it'll be great." And Jon looks at his dog and he's like, "Nah, I'm gonna stay here and get executed by Janos Slynt." And
I don't want it.
And it's really interesting because Jon, Val is like the prize for Jon. When he thinks about marrying Val, he's like, "Fuck yes, that's exactly what I want. She's great." And Val is great. She's a really fun character. Very loyal, interesting, passionate, active.
She's
being
got like
Lord of Winterfell is his boyhood dream, and then he rejects Stannis' offer. And some people are like, no, Jon and Val are still going to end up together. And my take is, no, George isn't going to just give Jon an opportunity and then have him reject it. And then when he's a zombie go, actually, yes.
Yeah, because there's a very specific character purpose in offering Val to Jon. And he's really tempted by Val, and he's really tempted. Like, he talks about, what if I could have a son? I could be Jon Stark. I could have a family. And, Val was his path to that through Stannis' offer. And he chose not to because he chose duty instead. So, it would be weird if he suddenly, did a...
That'd be so weird.
Did a Xbox 180 and then just did it anyway.
At the end of Feast, Brienne said sword. We'll get to Stoneheart later, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
But then, what if the next book starts and she's just like, actually, no.
actually, Noose, just hang me.
Yeah, just kill me.
Yeah, you don't want to go back on those important character moments. Although I say all that as a preamble to changing my mind and disagreeing with you, actually.
Oh no.
I actually think that it makes a lot of sense. I feel like this is a pattern when we talk about Song of Ice and Fire. You say something completely reasonable, and then I go into a magical rabbit hole. Because I think that, Jon is undergoing some changes. He got stabbed to death.
Hair in funny places.
Yeah, he's got holes where you're not meant to have holes. He has a higher than standard issue number of orifices currently, with the stabbing, and so he's gonna come back changed because there's all the stuff about how resurrection makes you into a different damaged person like Beric Dondarrion, and there's all sorts of speculation with how Jon's soul might exist in Ghost for a while before it goes back into his human body, and then maybe it's possible that he is angrier, more violent. Maybe he wants to do maybe he's got some White Walkery blood in stuff, more magical. The Winds of Winter, Dream of Spring, it's going to be a more apocalyptic, magical, violent time, and I think the new resurrected Jon will represent that. And interestingly, Val has a connection to Ghost, Jon's direwolf. They sort of hang out, and Jon notices that Val's getting along with Ghost really well, which is always a good scheme, which is always a good sign with someone you want to date, is whether they get along with your pets. So I think that's another thing that makes Val attractive to Jon.
In fact, this is a big argument of how Jon and Daenerys' relationship in the show works, is that Drogon's like, oh yeah,
that's true him. Yeah, that's a great point. That's
a really baffling scene.
Yeah, the Drogon-Jon relationship was sort of played for laughs in the show, wasn't it?
It's so fucking weird.
Yeah, it's Lizards are just not that sociable in my experience.
There's this trend in fiction to replace any animal with like connections to humans. I just make them a dog. Like the horse in Tangled is a dog.
Yeah.
And other examples. Let the audience. I'll leave that for an exercise for the listener. I really like Jon and Val together. I know you probably weren't done with your rambling because, I mean, are you ever?
I'll take that as a compliment.
But I really do like them together. I just don't see Val as Jon's queen, because the whole offer of, you'll become the Lord of Winter, you'll become Lord of the North, and Val will be your lady, but come on, queen. Like, analogous things going on here. I think that's the point that I can't abide by. I think, like, having a sordid love affair as, like, a stand-in, a successor to Ygritte, that works. Maybe a Night's King, Night's Queen kind of parallel thing they have going on there as well. That works, but I don't know about them being married and like king and queen. That's a bit clean, I think.
Well, I don't expect Jon and Val to be king and queen of Westeros, and it is definitely like an important part of Val's character that the Southerners keep saying that she's the wildling princess because she's the sister of Dalla, who was Mansa's wife, and like she rejects these like Southern assumptions, and she says that no, I'm not a delicate princess. I don't even have any like inherent political power. I'm just a wildling woman, and I'm a warrior woman, and she's like competent. Yeah. She gets stuff done. She finds Tormund, and like she fights back against captivity, and so if she becomes like an important political figure as a wife to Jon or as a wife to anyone, I think it'll be about making peace between the wildlings and the North, and it'll represent like a new kind of political situation in the North. Because like one of the weirdest things in Game of Thrones season 8 was at the end when everyone's just kind of like, yeah, the wildlings are fine now, I guess, and the wildlings just like go home back through the wall, and it's like this is fine now, and it's like, well, hang on, like haven't these two people been at war for thousands of years because like there's not enough resources and food north of the wall, but the wildlings are just
fine
going,
now.
Like what? It's yeah. So I think Val is going to be
the tree dude said it was fine.
Exactly. It's the last episode, guys. Like we have to leave.
We don't have time for this.
It's like that with the Unsullied and the Dothraki. Like they just leave, and it's like, well, hang on, what? Like, don't they have any like lingering desires or yeah, whatever? But to ramble just a little more, like the direction I was going is in like a Night's King, Night's Queen sort of a direction. Because
yeah, okay.
I do think that Jon's future may involve being a slightly White Walker-y person, maybe, if not making an agreement with the White Walkers, some kind of sacrifice to the White Walkers, giving up a baby to the White Walkers. There's all this stuff about, like, ancient Stark connections to the White Walkers. And Val has all this imagery of being like a White Walker. She wears this all-white outfit, and she has blue eyes. Blue eyes on white, just like a White Walker. And as a woman, as like a Night's Queen, like the legend of the Night's Queen, and that was like a union that was super magically significant, and her connection to Ghost, and Val wears a weirwood pin. She wears a pin on her cloak in the shape of a weirwood face, and she says things about magic, like she repeats Dalla's words, and so there's a lot of sort of like mysticism and symbolism around Val that I think, she wears a crown. There's a scene where she wears a crown with Stannis as part of a ceremony, and she looks regal, and Jon thinks, wow, she sure would make a great wife for any lord, and she looks regal and impressive, and so I think, like, at least in terms of the optics, I think it makes a lot of sense for Val to be kind of a Night's Queen symbol, or just some kind of a ruler in whatever new world is created after the Long Night. Whatever it is.
See her taking a place of political importance at the end, like at the end status of whatever we end up with here, the new peace that we all kind of expect.
Yeah, I think she's a real like Dream of Spring type character. You know,
Yeah.
like she will have an important place at the end of things as a representative of the wildlings and as like an intermediary between the wildlings and other people and other forces. I think makes a heap of sense.
Maybe the story will be, in addition to a lot of other things. So the offer to Jon from Stannis was like, here's all these things that you wanted, and I'll just give them to you. And maybe what's going to happen is that Jon will end up with those things, but he'll earn them himself. Maybe that's what's going to happen.
I think that. And
maybe that's how I can reconcile this narratively and thematically with the problems I have with Stannis' offer being gone back on.
I think that, and he'll get what he wants, but he'll hate it, and it'll be in like a different form, because I think that he will have lost a lot. I think he will have lost a lot of his humanity. I think he'll have like more responsibilities. Like I don't think he will ever get the happy life that he dreams of when Stannis offers him Val, and he's like, I want sons, I want to be Jon Stark, I want to live in Winterfell. I think it'll be something more fucked up. Like he'll have to live at Castle Black or the Night Fort, and like he'll have some sort of...
Or even worse, King's Landing.
Ooh! Gin Alley. He'll be on Skagos. He'll be the king of Skagos with Val, king of the cannibals.
Decent gig.
Yeah, well, the pay's crap, but the perks are
no,
there.
I disagree. I don't think that being dead will alter his personality at all. Why would it? I don't see how that would.
Well, we did see on the HBO Dragon show that being dead altered Jon so profoundly that he
and he proceeded to
kill Ollie. He was gonna do that anyway, if I'm being honest.
He was gonna do that anyway.
Someone would have. Where do you want to rank this Val as Jon's queen thing?
Well, see, it's funny that you said that you agreed with the reasonable things I was talking about and then went on to ramble about how you completely disagreed, because now I've come around to your way of thinking.
Well, maybe you convinced me and I convinced you, so now we still disagree with each other. We've just flipped it. Because you are right that like rejecting Val is an important character moment, which is potentially undermined if he changes his mind, so...
Yeah, but now that I've thought about it as Jon working to accomplish that for himself, I actually do really like the idea. So,
how do you feel about A tier?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure we'll redefine things as we go.
No doubt.
In the 38 hours we'll be streaming today.
Sweet. Let's answer some super chats. Should we do that?
Oh, we already have super chats.
Thanks for the super chat from James Simon. Thanks for the super chat from Asuma, who says, I love House Tyrell. Thanks for the donation from Mr. Wolf, who says, please discuss a comet causing the long night. All right. Do you want to talk about that, Glidus?
We did that last time.
Did we?
I mean, we kind of failed at talking about it. I remember David Lightbringer left comments on that stream, educating me.
Posting like an essay in the chat to correct.
That was like 6 months ago, though, so I don't quite remember exactly
what.
Right.
If we have time, we might get to the comet thing.
Yeah.
Thanks for the super chat from Ace, who says Sir Pounce should have been ranked number 1, and thanks for the super chat from Ryan, who says thoughts on Jon's duty versus love, and the House Tully words, family, duty, honor. Yeah, all right. Do you have thoughts on that?
None whatsoever. I've never thought about anything.
I think there is a moment where a character is like, oh, you know, the Tully words, family, duty, honor. Family comes first before duty and honor, and therefore I'm going to prioritize family.
That's Bran in his Game of Thrones.
Yeah, there you go. Which seems sort of weird to me, that you think that just because family is listed first, that means it's what you should prioritize.
Yeah, fire comes first.
Yeah, exactly.
What are we doing here, Bran?
Yeah. So I don't know.
I think it is definitely on the author's mind that love is the death of duty, right? So of course this is a relevant thing, especially to Jon, to whom that line is said.
And here's the thing, like you can like family can be compatible with duty in the sense that you have duties to your family. Like the Tully words aren't love duty honor. It's family duty honor. You
Yeah,
know?
love
So
isn't
like
relevant at all.
exactly. So like it could be more about principles and obligations than feelings. You know?
Yeah, and like the way you personally weigh things against each other.
Yeah. So, because like I think that when you're talking about the house words of a great house, these words are something that they project outwardly as a political expression. Where like none of the house words are about love. The house words are all about ideas about honor and power and like the political image that you project to your enemies and allies. Love is something private and personal that doesn't belong so much in the house words. Is that making sense?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of something that would argue against that, and I can't. So there you go.
I mean, I remember that like House Piper has a naked woman as their heraldry, which always seemed kind of funny to me. I don't know why.
They don't
Like-
have words, do they? I don't think we know that.
Yeah, I don't think we know the House Piper words.
Oh, we
But
do. It's brave and beautiful.
Oh, really? Is that...
Oh,
Canon,
no, that's
or is that-
semi-canon. That'll be an app thing.
Yeah, there you go. It's just
Right.
funny that you've got all these people running around with like dragons and giants and lions on their banners, and then you got like a naked girl. It's like, what?
The sigil of my house is Pamela Anderson.
She embodies all of the values that we embody in our house. Thanks for the super chat from MCPW, who says, "Do you think there is any real chance for A Dream of Spring to come out?" Damn, bit of a downer question.
Yeah, that's a mood killer right there.
It really is. I think there'll be like there'll be a publication called A Dream of Spring that comes out, and it'll have
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, there will be some text. What theory do you want to do next?
Oh boy. What did we just talk about? Val. Oh, we touched on Skagos a little bit. Do you have that on there?
Yeah. Oh, do I? Yeah, I do. Skagos' reputation is fake. What is Skagos' reputation?
Well, that it's crawling with cannibals and it's very, very dangerous and treacherous place, and you better not go there. And ooh, you can't control us.
It's definitely the sort of place that you speak in these hushed sailor man tones.
We dare
isn't
not
it?
speak of that place.
Oh no, the cannibals will hear us.
But also, there are unicorns there.
Which is fun, isn't it? Like,
That is
I
so
don't-
fun.
Cannibals and unicorns are not two tropes that you normally see in the same place at the same time. And it's are they deliberately called? Are they directly called unicorns? Because like I know that like the idea of the Skagos unicorns is that they're like these shaggy, hairy horses that happen to have like horns on their heads, right?
Yeah.
They're not like
I'll just have a quick look to see if it actually does use the word unicorn.
They're not like the fantasy ideal of like a prancing glitter pony with, that farts rainbows and dances on the clouds. And that's part of, A Song of Ice and Fire's whole shtick, which is about like taking these fantasy tropes and these romantic ideals and then making them uglier and more complicated. And that is true even of the unicorns. And it may also be true of the cannibals. Like maybe the Skagosi cannibals aren't just these violent, horrible murderers. Maybe
Let's hear them out.
Let's hear what the cannibals have to say. Maybe they're really enlightened, moral, intellectual cannibals who, talk about Voltaire while they eat your legs. It's gone.
Most of the references to unicorns in the story are Guess Who, Flemont Brax, who should have been on the top 10 list, by the way, just because he has a horn helmet.
Oh yeah, I mean he's got multiple points of attack. He's got his sword in one hand, his shield in the other, and he's got his unicorn point on his helmet.
I mean,
so
you don't get to live that long looking that stupid unless you're a really good fighter. So
the sheer confidence to look that dumb in battle. He must have something to back it up.
There are so many characters that have such like. We talked about it last time. Campy, outrageous, flamboyant costumes in George's story, and people hook onto them so strongly. And it's like there's this whole fandom around Flemont Brax's unicorn helmet and Titos Blackwood's raven feather cloak.
Yeah,
like such like nothing details. It's like throwaway lines about how these characters look, and people are like, "Fuck yeah, he's the coolest dude I've ever heard of."
Yeah, I mean, yeah. George Martin has commented that on that, hasn't he? With Jonas Blackwood, where he's like, I wrote like 200 words about this guy with a cool raven feathered cloak, and I get fan mail about him to this day, and I don't understand why. Like, he's just this guy, and it's like, oh my god. I
so
saw
cool.
I saw that the YouTuber Joe Magician, who you should all check out, did like 6 hours of live streams talking about House Blackwood recently, about that family, and it's like, I guess there is some historical stuff about the Blackwoods that makes that make sense, but my god. Sorry, what are we talking about? Skagos' reputation being fake. I mean, that's like the pattern of the wildlings, right? Like when Bran thinks about the wildlings in book 1, he's like, ooh, old Nan told me that the wildlings are all murderers and cannibals and they hooked up with White Walkers and they're all horrible. But then, Jon goes north and he meets Ygritte and he meets Mance and he's like, well, yeah, like some of the wildlings are violent and horrible, but some of them are really smart and brave and some of them are really self-sacrificing and some of them are really cute like Ygritte. So it's like, maybe it'll be similar on Skagos, do you think?
George has pulled this twist a number of times where it's like the built-up, hyper evil, spooky villains are just dudes.
Yeah. And that's kind of the thesis. Go on.
Do you think at some point he won't do that? At some point they just will be spooky villains like the others, right? Will he do that?
I think Euron is kind of that.
Yeah, he's not just a dude.
His terrible reputation reflects a truly terrible person. I think if anything, he is worse than his reputation. But I mean, I guess like, Varys would tell us that, power is a shadow on the wall. Like the reputation and the illusion in and of itself is kind of the point,
Yeah, well, that's kind of what Tywin wanted to create for himself.
Yeah. Yeah. And politics. Like that's kind of Varys's point, is that the whole idea of politics is about projecting images of power that don't necessarily have anything to do with reality. So is that what this theory is? Is it that the Skargosi are like political propaganda masterminds?
I think it could just be, I don't know if it requires being a mastermind, because has this kind of thing occurred in real life? I'm sure it must have.
People deliberately creating a scary reputation for themselves?
Thinking that, well, they actually did eat James Cook, didn't they? So maybe it is just like, maybe they are just cannibals.
That's what they want you to think, Glidus. James Cook is actually Rhaegar.
I thought you were going to say he's still alive.
He's Harold Holt.
Oh my god.
He joined the Squishers. We just need to start doing just like real world. We need to just start mentioning real historical figures as though they are Song of Ice and Fire characters, just to see if anyone notices.
You mean like how the Baelor Sept was an inside job?
Yeah, because you can't melt steel bricks.
Dragonfire can't melt leather whips.
Yeah.
Quentin is still alive.
Quentin's alive. Confirmed. Do you think that, like, House Brax, like, where is House Brax from? Are they the Stormlands or the Reach?
Westerlands.
The Westerlands. That's right. Like, who in House Brax saw a unicorn and decided to make that heraldry? And where did they see a unicorn? Like...
Well, here's the thing. The, like, emblem of England is 3 lions. Right?
So, were there ever lions in England?
I'm pretty sure no. I know there were lions in Europe at some point, but like not the British Isles. So I think the story is that there was a king who went on a crusade and saw lions, or like saw lion imagery somewhere and brought it back to England and made it his personal emblem. I don't fucking know, but
So
maybe
what?
some shit like that, where like the Braxes ended up crusading on Skagos.
So what did all the peasants think in England when they saw the king ride by with his lion banner, and they'd never seen a lion before, and they're like, "What is that big hairy cat? Like, what does that mean?"
Well, they probably thought what the Brax peasantry thought, and it's like, oh, it's the horse with a weird pointy thing sticking out of its head.
A carrot on its head. I mean, I like the whole thing about how House Lannister hunted the lions to extinction in the Westerlands. Do you think maybe there were unicorns in the Westerlands, and they were just hunted to extinction?
And the Braxes hunted the brave warriors of House Brax.
Flemont Brax personally hunted down every unicorn in the Westerlands in his insatiable hunger for more horns to put on his helmets.
Oh my god! Oh, it's like taping that World of Warcraft sword to your head to be even more ferocious in battle.
Yeah. Do you think every like Brax footman has an actual unicorn horn on their helmet? Because like we've only seen
100%.
Flemont Brax, but maybe they all are similarly equipped. I mean, like I liked seeing in the Siege of Meereen, there's all these ridiculous battalions of slave soldiers, like the Herons who are on stilts, and like the Clankers who are like chained together, and like all these other outlandish military units. I would like to see more of that nonsense in Westeros.
This is why an animated adaptation of this text would be so cool. Like actually being able to implement all of this imagery.
Yeah, because I can understand in the show that they're like, the logistical nightmare of putting a bunch of extras on stilts with swords. OH&S won't let us do that. We can't get insurance and do the Herons.
In season 7, they set like 25 people on fire at once.
Yeah, but that looked badass. D&D didn't want to do anything that didn't look cool. They only like
right, yeah.
Like that's what shits me is that D&D were like embarrassed that they were making fantasy. So they like tried to like minimize the fantasy elements.
Yeah,
at
everyone
every time.
wears grey and black and nothing else.
Yeah, there was nothing more depressing than like the Kingsmoot scene. Like the place where everyone is meant to flaunt and show off their political allegiances, their wealth, their arms, their allies. And in the show, it's just a field of just like dudes in mottled grey smocks. And it's like, where is the pageantry? Where is the heraldry? Where's the bling?
Where's the fantasy?
Where's the fantasy? Yeah.
It looks like a board meeting. Everyone's wearing the school uniform. It's the school assembly, and you
gotta like
good
sing
morning,
the
Mr.
national
Euron.
anthem.
Good morning, everyone.
It's like the vote for like the student representative council. It's like the vote for school captain.
Exactly what it is.
Where everyone gives a speech and they're like, "Oh, if you vote for me, I'll have a pizza party on Friday.
I'll put Coke in the drinking fountains.
The principal.
I'll cancel homework."
That was basically the platform of Euron Greyjoy, yeah. And they went along with it.
And it worked. Everyone loved that scene.
Worked. I only get more furious at the Game of Thrones show in hindsight.
It is funny though.
I mean,
it's
bits
really
of it
funny.
are hilarious. Bits of it are hilarious. So is
Skagos' reputation.
Skagos, is it Skagos or is it Skagos?
You keep saying, Wingardium Leviosa.
Leviosa. Does it rhyme with haggis? Is it Skagos?
Skagos.
Skagos.
I like that.
All right, we'll call it Skagos from now on.
That we settled that.
All right, riddle me this. What if Skagos is inhabited by unicorns and children of the forest?
Okay.
Because like the children of the the children of the forest might be a people who want secrecy and want isolation, and isn't one of the houses on Skagos called Stone Tree, or have a stone tree for a sigil? Am I wrong, or am I making that up? Is there a house on Skagos with a stone tree for a sigil?
I can't find one.
Because there are houses on Skagos, aren't there?
Yeah, well, there are clans.
Crowl, Magnar, and Stain. Oh.
Magnar is an interesting one because that's Old Tongue.
Well, that's like Magnar of Then, right?
Yeah, it's Old Tongue for Lord.
So
whole.
Are they wildlings as much as they are northerners?
In theory, they're northerners, but don't they say that they practice really old ways back out on Skagos?
Yeah, rumored to still perform human sacrifice to the weirwoods. So these are like old gods, dudes. Which, you know, children of the forest into the old gods. Like they must have weirwoods on Skagos, despite all the mountainousness.
I'm pretty sure that there are definitely people there, though.
Oh well, yeah, I think there's humans there.
Human people.
But like, I guess I'm just imagining that maybe part of the reason why they are isolated and why they have a reputation of fierceness is to hide, you know, the thriving children of the forest, weirwood, the green men. Maybe, you know, like maybe it's one of the last southernmost refuges of all these places, kind of like the Isle of Faces, you know.
Yeah, no, I could see that, and that's also why they do human sacrifices, like to please the children of the forest or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, and I mean, like, do you think? Because like, there's
don't
this
eat
whole
the haggis from Skagos.
Don't eat the Skagos haggis.
It's got people in it.
It's Jojen Skagos. Do you think that the so there's this idea that the weirwoods exist to channel the magic of the old gods. Like there's this idea that the old gods are the souls of the dead green seers, the dead children of the forest, the dead humans who worship the old gods perhaps. And it's like a psychic network, which is an idea that George Martin has played with in his other writings. And the idea is that the weirwoods exist as like a physical antenna to allow the signal to get out, because like Bran sees through the weirwoods with his psychic powers. Like the weirwoods and the weirwoods have eyes so that they can like be a place of sight for the old gods and for the green seers. So like, do you think that like if the weirwoods,
except in the Dragon show by HBO,
sorry
to interrupt,
yes,
he's at the Tower of Joy in Dawn, except
for Dan and Dave's video studies project. I mean, to be fair, like Bloodraven tells Bran that you will see beyond just the trees eventually.
Yeah, when you're a giga brain Chad Greenseer.
Yeah, and in the show they just fast forwarded Bran's training montage, a la Rocky, and he just sort of instantly became.
But we didn't even get a banging tune out of it.
That's the other thing that the Game of Thrones show was missing, was banging tunes.
No 80s hair metal slappers.
There should have been some of those. I would have forgiven a lot about the ridiculousness of late Game of Thrones if the soundtrack was better.
If when Arya's diving at the Night King, there's a shredding Van Halen face melting solo happening. Yeah, no, I'm completely fine with that.
I want like the dankest trap music to be playing when like Renly Baratheon rides in with like all his attendants and all these people, and like there's a lot you could have done there. I wasn't insane, by the way. There is a tree as the sigil of one of the houses on Skagos.
Yeah, stone tree. The driftwood ones. The Stain of Driftwood Hall. There you go.
Yeah, Stone Tree. That's a different thing, isn't it? Yeah, there is a House Stone Tree which is on Harlaw, which is okay. So that's a different thing. I might have got that mixed up. But yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of Skagos potentially maybe being like a sort of a refuge of the old gods and the children of the forest. But the question I was heading towards was like with this idea of the weirwood network, like the physical weirwoods represent some kind of a network. Like people imagine that the roots of the weirwoods might run deep and like interconnect physically to be like a psychic neural network, which I think is fun if ridiculous. Very similar to Raised by Wolves, by the way, having a tree as like a locus of psychic whatever. My question is, like, do you think that the weirwoods on Skagos can even connect to the weirwood network that's on Westeros? Like, with the distance and the ocean and the sea, like, is it connected or is it a separate network?
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Like Chinese Facebook.
Yeah, there's a great wall. It's like this Taiwanese, like, outpost that's, like, separate from the mainland politically and, like, culturally and psychically. It's like its own social network. It's like Weibo or
Does
whatever.
that mean you reckon that we won't see the Isle of Faces through Bran's visions because that also would be disconnected?
Ooh. I like that a lot.
And that someone actually has to go there for us to see what the fuck's going on there.
I like that so much because, like, if the Isle of Faces is a place where there's all these weirwoods, there's all these green men, like these living, active people who, you know, are doing something, I presume, with the psychic power of the old gods and stuff, like, why hasn't anyone in the story heard or seen or dreamed of any kind of psychic connection to the green men? Because so many of the characters, like you'd be misled by the TV show, but in the books, the majority of the POV characters, not even the psychic ones, have dreams that Jaime has a dream on a weirwood stump, and
they lose time and they have weird visions sent to them in these dreams.
Yeah, there's all sorts of visions and stuff going on.
I've got a hole to poke because Aemon gets dreams that seem like it could be from Bloodraven while he's on a ship.
Ooh. Okay, so you're saying that people are not immune to dreams on... I mean, we know that people aren't immune to dreams on ships because Daenerys... I mean, Daenerys has the vision of Quaithe when she's on a ship, but I mean, that's a glass
candles
candle.
and weirwoods are different.
True.
And also, everyone thinks that Euron had dreams from either Bloodraven or the Three-Eyed Crow or the same thing or whatever, but he was on the Iron Islands the whole time, and that's disconnected as well.
That's a great point.
So... it's an awesome idea, but I think that the psychic bounds aren't limited by physical barriers.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right.
That's a shame.
It is a shame because like you
that
know,
was
like,
so cool.
You know, like the folklore of like, you know, undead can't pass running water. That's one of the things that I liked in the old Kingdom. Is that what it's called? Is that Garth Nix with the bells? Lyriel, Sabriel, Lebhorsen, whatever. There is folklore about like the power of water and running water to like insulate you from psychic influence. But yeah, I guess that being the case, it just makes me even more confused as to why has no one gotten a dream from the Green Men on the Isle of Faces? Why has Bran not seen through the weirwoods on the Isle of Faces? Like, even just culturally and politically, like, what does no one ever visit the Green Men? Like, we hear that Howland Reed visited the Green Men before the tourney of Harrenhal, but like
here's
what?
The thing: Harrenhal's a huge castle, and it's been there for 300 years, and like no one's just gone to the Isle of. It's right fucking there. Just go there.
Yeah, like there must have been like some interaction between like whoever rules Harrenhal.
Targaryen princesses flying off to Valyria trying to explore Sothraeus, and it's like no one's gone to the Isle of Faces.
Yes, we know more about the distant fucking jungles of Sothorios and Yeen than we do about the Isle of Faces, which is in the center of Westeros. Why? Did you just do like the dinosaur guy gif? I just heard you go, Yeen, and I immediately saw that. Someone needs to make that as a gif. Um,
I'm on it.
to me, like the Isle of Faces is a super obvious example of George R. R. Martin playing funny buggers and just hiding things that he doesn't want the reader to know yet. Because it's impossible that the Isle of Faces is as unknown as it seems in the text. It just must have mysteries relating to Bran's future kingship, or like Howland Reed, or like the old gods, or like... I think the idea that there's some kind of like weirwood throne that'll be on the Isle of Faces that allows Bran to connect and,
Oh, yeah, he can plug in like Professor X.
Yeah, it'll be like some kind of God Emperor of Dune.
If you want to talk about weirwood thrones, I know someone who already has one.
Who's got...
Two people, actually. Sweet Robin has a weirwood throne, and so does Beric.
That's true. And Bloodraven does, of course.
Yeah, of course.
That is one of the underappreciated...
No one brings up that Beric Dondarrion is a one-eyed dead man who has a weirwood throne.
Yeah, I could not agree
feel
more.
like we should focus on this a little more as a community.
I completely agree. It's a weird moment that a lot of people have forgotten, that Beric is in like this hollow hill, and when Arya comes and meets him, and it's like a throne of weirwoods, or I don't know if it's a throne as such, but it's like weirwood roots. Is it described as a throne? I don't think it's described as a throne, but it's like it's like under a hill, weirwood roots, and like Beric is like sitting among them when Arya meets him, right? Is that the situation?
Yeah.
And yeah, he has the one eye, like the symbolism of like Odin and Bloodraven and like psychic sight and stuff. And he is obviously very magical. But what is so interesting is that he like wields fire, and he and Thoros worship R'hllor, the Lord of Light. So it's like, why does this guy worship a fire god and believe that he's resurrected by the power of the fire god, but he's surrounded by the imagery of the old gods? What the fuck's that about?
Maybe it's all the same shit.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good argument for, like, the gods are not what people think they are,
Yeah, there's no distinct separation between these ideas.
Yeah. Despite what, like Melisandre thinks that, that Bloodraven and Bran are, like, they are the great other, and, like, the drowned god is a demon, like, all the religions sort of demonize each other, but... It might just be that they are, like, forces. They are sort of just elemental magical forces that exist in the world. Like, I think George Martin has sort of said as much in interviews and stuff.
Well, most real-world religions, like, attempt to explain the same phenomenon, the same shit.
Yeah, we're all in the same universe.
Yeah, and so are all these, in, like, fictional religions that George is writing about. They're all... observing the same data. They're all trying to make sense of the same phenomena. So of course you're gonna bump into, it's just different explanations for the same forces is what we're bumping into.
Yeah, if you want to get all like comparative religion about it, like it's all just looking at the same thing but through a different cultural, political lens, which like creates different names and interpretations and rituals and rules, but like similar underlying ideas, I guess. And that's sort of what's happening on Westeros. Yeah?
I don't think Skagos' reputation is fake.
I mean, look, I think it is, as we've been discussing this whole time, I think that it would definitely be like in the pattern of A Song of Ice and Fire for the simplistic reputation to be wrong, and things are actually more complicated, more diverse. Like there are good people, there are bad people, there's all sorts of different people within any cultural group. Like that's one of the points that George Martin makes with the wildlings and with other people. So like but like in terms of like fake as like a deliberately calculated smokescreen, like they're pretending to be cannibals when they're actually all vegetarians, like I don't think that's true.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Rickon Stark is allegedly still alive there. He's a 5-year-old boy. It can't be that dangerous.
Well, you wouldn't eat a 5-year-old, would you, Glidus? Because you want them to...
Well,
that's a very small meal. You want to
we
like...
eat lamb.
Well, that's... Well, yeah, no, that is a good point, isn't it? We do eat juvenile.
We eat
Yeah.
veal.
Okay, baby animals are some of the most delicious. That is true. So
It's a tragic fact, isn't it?
therefore, Rickon would likely have been eaten by now. Rickon has been like traveling. Rickon is not like a well-fed lordling. Rickon is not a plump, delicious,
Yeah,
juicy
no,
lordling.
He's gaunt.
He's gone. So maybe the Skagos would want to fatten him up a bit. So like when Davos arrives, he will find Rickon like trussed to a spit with a bunch of carrots and apples, um, because like they are only now like ready to eat him after fattening him up.
I just hang on. There's strong connections between cannibalism and awakening psychic powers, at least in George's work and across, it's just an existing idea in the cultural mythos of the world. So maybe this whole cannibal thing, it ties into this whole Children of the Forest, Old Gods, Weird Woods on Skagos thing. Because why else would Bloodraven feed Jojen to Bran?
Yeah. I guess there is like a real thing in a lot of cultures about like eating a person or an animal to gain its power. And so maybe that's part of what's going on in Skagos. There's also just the coming winter. People get hungry. People need to eat each other. Like we see that starting to happen in Stannis' camp. Rat cook. And like if you're on an isolated rocky island, when the winter comes, like what the fuck are the Skargosi gonna eat? Like for real? Like maybe they're fishing or something? Like ugh. So maybe that's why
you're eating little Timmy.
Yeah, well you'd want to eat the larger Timmy, preferably.
You're eating little Walder before big Walder.
Yeah, you eat the Walders in order of size or tenderness.
In the order of succession. Whoever's closer to inheriting the twins, you eat them first.
I mean, that's what they're doing. The Freys are murdering each other pretty much in the order of succession. I mean, Wyman's
they're not eating each other as far as we know. Although Frey pies, oh my god.
The Freys are eating each other unknowingly.
Holy shit.
Thanks to the intercession of Walder. So, wow. I think we've cracked the case.
Wyman fed Rhaegar Frey to who ate it? Was it Merritt?
I think a bunch of people were eating them, weren't they?
Yeah, he did that to awaken their psychic powers.
Yeah, see, here's Walder. Here's Wyman Manderly's master plan. He's not trying to kill the Freys and help the Northmen. He's trying to awaken the latent psychic abilities in the Freys by feeding them their own people. Because like over the generations, by feeding the most psychic Freys to the next youngest generation over enough thousands of years, you will eventually build up the. Sorry, I've been reading Dune, so this is sort of. So over
Is now time to address the all Walders are the same time traveling Walder theory.
I think it might be because there's definitely some potential in the Walders, isn't there? Let's put Skagos.
Yeah.
Skagos' reputation. What do you think?
I don't think it's fake. I think it's, built up through lore and mythos, as any reputation of any secluded people is going to be. I don't think it's rooted in nothing.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it at D because of that, caveat to the theory.
Yeah. I think that's very reasonable. The word fake means that it's got to be kind of low. Shall we talk about the Omni-Walder?
So, this is not a real theory.
I believe
Spoilers for my latest video.
Yeah, I believe Glidus made this up as a joke. Glidus did a game show video talking to a bunch of YouTubers, including myself and Preston Jacobs and Red Team Review and the artist by the name of
Voldir.
And we went through a gauntlet of insane theories, some from the real fan community and some devised by Glidus in order to torment us. And it was a nightmare, and you should go check it out on Glidus's channel.
It's such a fun video.
It is a very fun video. Yeah, you should all go and watch it. But one of the many insane theories that was made up for that video was the idea that every Walder Frey in the history of House Frey is actually the same time-traveling Walder Frey. Which I suppose is a parody of like the theory that every Brandon Stark is actually the same time-traveling right. Brandon Stark. Now, I think that, some would argue that Freys don't have time travel powers, but I think like through our cannibalism,
we literally just figured that out.
Yeah, our cannibalism observations prove that, over enough generations of infighting and in-eating, eventually the Freys must accumulate some... That's a word. Must accumulate some level of psychic power. What if... Here we go. House Blackwood came from the north, right? And House Blackwood is in the Riverlands, and House Blackwood worships the old gods. In all these years, I bet you that the Blackwoods intermarried with the Freys at least once.
Makes sense to me. In fact, there is a current branch of the Frey family that is married to the Blackwoods, I think.
There you go. So, that supports the idea that Freys could time travel, because they've intermarried with old gods people who have green sight.
Yeah, one of Walder's wives was Alyssa Blackwood.
One of the current late Walder Frey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That means that the heir to the twins could be a warg, for all we know.
I think it's entirely likely.
What animal, like if the Freys are skin changers, what animal would they skin change into? And why is it the weasel?
Aren't they constantly... Freys are compared to a bunch of different animals, kind of like depending on which branch of the family they're from. But Walder, like the late lord himself, is often referred to as a weasel or a mustelid of some kind. A stoat.
A stoat, yeah.
But yeah, you get Crake-hole Freys constantly being called boar-like,
Do you think
And then there's the fox-like big Walder Frey.
So definitely like a small to large mammal, like a furry mammal is what we're thinking.
Absolutely, yeah.
Could they bring these creatures into combat, do you think? Like a war weasel being ridden into battle by Walder Frey?
I think that would be epic. Because he's a 90-year-old man.
Yeah, I mean
on top of a giant weasel.
Yeah, he's going to need to be strapped on securely. Since Tyrion designed that saddle for Bran after he was crippled, we know that Tyrion has expertise in creating custom saddles. Maybe he could make a weasel saddle for Walder.
I see no reason to scrutinize this theory. It speaks for itself. You brought up the image. Yes, this all seems to be in order.
This all seems cromulent to me. What do you think the end game of the meta Walder is? Like, this is a Walder
maybe it's just a commentary on family dynamics, because there's all this squabbling about who's going to inherit what from the Frey holdings, but it's all irrelevant because half of them are the same person anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it is a commentary on like the fundamental futility of like dynastic, familial fighting, because all you're gonna do is end up with it's like the small folk who say, "Oh, who's this fucking Joffrey Baratheon? I liked the old king, the true king." Who? Robert Baratheon? No, Aerys Targaryen. He was a great king, wasn't he? Oh, I don't really fucking care.
I can't remember who. Someone told me he was great.
Yeah, it's all interchangeable.
The Targaryens were the dynasty of great economic management.
Famously. And so it's like, And it's like Jorah's line. Yeah, the small folk don't care who's on the Iron Throne. They don't care who plays the Game of Thrones. They don't care
They
which
pray for equal
Walder
harvest.
is ruling the twins. Like, which
It's all
common
the same
person
Walder to
cares
them.
which Walder? They're all Walders. Is it Walder 1, Walder 2, Walder 3? Don't care. It's all the same. And so, like, through this time-traveling Walder, George Martin is cleverly showing us the futility of feudalism.
So where are you going to put the Omni-Walder?
You mean apart from S tier?
I was going to ask if there was room to make another tier of S.
I don't an S plus. We could have a Walder tier. Why don't we just put it on its own little Walder tier?
Just leave it off screen.
We can put it up here just to indicate that it's beyond questioning. It's up there. Perfect. All right. What theory next?
I picked the last couple.
All right. How about Loras is fine?
I like that.
I like the phrasing of that. He's
fine. Don't worry about it.
I feel like this is Loras talking about himself in the third person. How is Loras? Loras is fine.
Thanks for asking.
Because he is like a petulant, like grumpy teenager. Because he's like what, like 17 or 18 years old in A Dance with Dragons.
The kind that like would respond to a question from his mum with "ugh."
Yeah. Like the servant comes to Loras and says, "Lady Allery is inquiring, how is your stubbed toe?" And Loras says, "Lady, you can tell the Lady Allery that I said that I'm fine. My stubbed toe is fine." So Loras was sent to assault Dragonstone. That's the last time we saw Loras, right? In A Dance with Dragons, because Dragonstone is held by the Stannises, by the Baratheonites.
Yeah.
And Loras wants to quickly capture Dragonstone as quickly as possible so that he can like free up the Tyrell forces to go retake the shields from the Ironborn. I believe that's it.
That's it. And he's very angry about it. He's like very hop to it. Let's go.
He's got some real stick-to-itiveness, this kid.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll go far, as long as nothing terrible happens to him.
As long as he doesn't die from his injuries.
Yeah, so what we hear in Book 5 is that Loras led this crazy assault and he was successful in taking Dragonstone, but he got very badly wounded and very badly cooked. He got covered in boiling oil and is expected to die. So is that the sudden ignominious end of Loras Tyrell? What is the point of this character if he just dies off screen?
Yeah, that's the main objection. Is like, well, hang on, we've been following this character since the first book. He can't just like die sadly of. I mean, he could. But the last time that a character died, like a character of that importance died off screen, was probably Balon Greyjoy, and he like wasn't someone that the readers would have been that invested in on a personal level. Whereas like a lot of people love Loras Tyrell. He's so cool to follow around. Like we want to see what this guy's up to. So there's this idea that the story we're fed, I think it's Orain Waters who tells Cersei that Loras is dying of his injuries on Dragonstone, that he's full of shit, then that's not actually happening.
Yeah, because Orain is full of shit, because Orain then proceeds to run off with Cersei's very expensive...
But he seems so trustworthy.
I know this is new to you,
He was
Glidus.
a Stannis defector. He's a bastard of Valyrian stock.
No.
He's the most trustworthy person. He runs off to become a pirate king.
Look at that face. With that face, no. Glidus has a video about Orain Waters. You have a video about Orain, don't you? About
That's
him
right.
being the new pirate king who turns up in the Narrow Sea and so on.
Yeah, and where he might be going in the future. It's from years ago now.
Yeah.
4 years, maybe.
Well, everyone go and check out that Aurane video on Glidus's channel. But
Not right now though. You're busy right now.
I mean, honestly, if they go and watch it, then come back. I mean, we can wait.
They won't have missed much.
All right, so Aurane is not to be trusted. I agree. But here's the thing, like if we're suggesting that Loras's very conspicuous wounding in this battle on Dragonstone, witnessed presumably by hundreds, if not thousands, of people, if Aurane is just lying about that, that is an incredibly easily disproven lie. Like, anyone who was at the battle, any of the other lords or commanders could just tell Cersei, hey, Loras is fine, what are you talking about? Like, like the lie would be found out so quickly. And Marjorie would find out the lie quickly, because Marjorie is very distressed that her brother is injured, and
Yeah.
like, she would ask how he is and send letters. And so, like the lie would not
So the
last.
thing is that Aurane tells Cersei, right? And no one is around for this conversation. Aurane just tells Cersei. And then Cersei tells Marjorie. So if it's ever exposed as a lie, then Cersei is the source, and Cersei lied about it.
I mean, she can just tell the truth that Aurane told her that.
Yeah, but who's going to believe Cersei?
And where's Aurane, Cersei?
Yeah.
Oh, how convenient.
Very convenient to pin it on the guy who just left with your fleet.
I like the idea of people thinking that Cersei is smarter than she is. Like, they're like, ooh, Cersei, where have you hidden the fleet? Like, ooh, you've sent your man Aurane to go and use the fleet for something.
Oh, that's good. That's
like,
good.
I don't think anyone actually does. I mean, how about that as a theory? New theory. Cersei told Aurane to take the ships.
To steal her fleet and become a pirate king in the Stepstones.
Yes, Cersei wanted Aurane to take the Stepstones as part of the Cersei subconscious master plan, so advanced that not even she is aware of her plan.
Holding the Stepstones is pretty useful as a defensive play against a land-based invasion from Essos, which is what you would be expecting. But she had already been like, the Targaryens, don't worry about it.
That's just what she wants the reader to think. What if Cersei wrote...
she's trying to fool the reader.
Oh yeah, Cersei's like looking right at us. She's looking dead into the camera through the fourth wall, and she's playing us like a fiddle. Didn't you know that Cersei wrote A Song of Ice and Fire?
So the theory that Sam is writing the story really gets my goats. It really corrals my pets into a big bundle, because Sam doesn't know Jaime Lannister's thoughts.
He might imagine them.
I hate that.
I think the reason why we know that A Song of Ice and Fire isn't written by Sam Tarly is that if Sam wrote A Song of Ice and Fire, it means that Sam described his own penis as a fat pink mast. And I don't know any man who would describe... You
do. You know George R.R. Martin, who Sam is an insert for. So that's George writing about his own dick.
Yeah, I it's with infinite regret that I have to agree with you there. George Martin is definitely writing about his own genitalia when he writes those Sam sex scenes. Well, all right. Well, this is only just further evidence that it's Cersei who wrote A Song of Ice and Fire.
True, because Sam wouldn't. Yeah.
So is Loras fine?
I would like it if he was, but the logistics of it being a lie, as you said, there would have been thousands of people there, so many commanders who would have just told Cersei. But information and the way information is transferred over time is a big component of the story, right?
That's true, yeah.
It's possible, and I'd like it if he were fine, because I want to see more action from Loras.
Totally. I think that Aurane may have exaggerated in order to please Cersei, because like he really gives her the grisly details about like, oh, he's got a wound from a mace and an arrow in the chest and like I think Aurane is playing Cersei, like trying to gratify Cersei. Like Aurane does know how to manipulate Cersei to some extent, so like, you know, like maybe he's more okay than he says. But I mean, to sort of take a different angle, like I think the other angle on this is that what if the Tyrells instructed Aurane to say that Loras is dying in order to like keep Loras safe, in order to like take Loras off the board,
Send him to the Shield Islands, maybe.
Yeah. Like they're like, oh, sorry, Cersei, like Loras can't do your bidding because he's really badly wounded, when in actual fact he's on like the fastest ship to go take the shields. Yeah. Because yeah, like if I was Olenna or if I was Allery, Loras's grandma and mother, like I would want him to be as far away from Cersei as possible, especially with Cersei having a trial by combat coming up. Like, what if Cersei says, I want Loras as my champion? Because Loras is on the Kingsguard, so could be an option there.
But that would be a play. Hang on. But then if Cersei wants Loras to die in that situation, that means she'll lose the trial.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like Cersei would want to win the trial, but like she might just use Loras.
If I lose, I might as well kill Loras Tyrell. I see.
Yeah, like that is a very Cersei move. Like it's a win-win. Either I live or Loras dies. Either of those things are good in Cersei's book, you know? So maybe the Tyrells anticipating that kind of a move might make up this lie. But it's still like it is so easy. Oh, well no, here's the other angle. What if the person who got burned on Dragonstone isn't Loras? Because in the Battle of the Blackfire, in the Battle of the Blackwater, we had someone wearing Renly's armor who wasn't really Renly. It was Garland Tyrell. So what if the Tyrells pull the same outfit swap trick and just have someone wearing Loras's armor at Dragonstone being the one who gets killed as a way to make it look like Loras is dying when he's actually not?
Yeah. No, yeah. Could happen. I'd like to fool the other commanders who would have otherwise told Cersei that Loras was fine.
Yeah, because like from a distance, who's going to know?
It's just too simple. If Loras really does just go to Dragonstone and he does get maimed and burnt to shit and he's just going to die and that's it. That doesn't sound like something that would be in A Song of Ice and Fire.
Yeah, I think if that happens, it would feel like George was like, oh fuck, I don't know what to do with Loras. I'll just throw him at Dragonstone and air fry this motherfucker. Like it would look like George. Giving him the
same treatment that Dave and Dan gave to the Blackfish and just kill him off screen.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it feels like a D&D move, not a George R. R. Martin move.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe this is exactly the sort of shit that happens as a result of the 5-year gap. Like George Martin was planning a 5-year gap between Storm and Book 4, and he had all these plans for all these characters like Edric Dane, and like the 5-year gap did force George Martin to change his plans and sort of abandon some characters to some extent. Maybe and like his plan in that for Loras
evidently was that he fucking died off screen.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe he had other plans for Loras that, like, didn't work out because of changes from the 5-year gap. So he's like, well, fuck, I don't know what to do with Loras now. I'll just cook him.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because everyone's argument is that, hey, Edric Dane would have become Darkstar, and that's why we have Darkstar. So who are you saying Loras is?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, something that Jaime emphasizes is that Loras has the potential to be great, but he's too young and he's too impetuous. Like, I could totally imagine George R. R. Martin going after the 5-year gap, hey, look, Loras has grown up, and that, like, talent has, you know, like he's grown up, he's matured, he's no longer as arrogant and impetuous. You know, maybe he was wounded at Dragonstone, but now, like, 5 years later, he's, like, learned from his mistakes and he's changed and, like, he's become more like Garland, or I don't know. Like, I think he could have done things with Loras's character to change him.
On the topic of the 5-year gap, a lot of people talk about it a lot, right? Everyone knows about it. Everyone talks about it. But tracking, I didn't do the work myself, but there are people who have tracked George's blog posts, his movements over this period of time between Storm and Feast. And it looks like he was toying with the idea of a 5-year gap for like a percentage of the time between those two books. and it wasn't like that. I don't know. It just seems like a lot of people base very big ideas on it, and maybe that's misguided.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that the fandom tends to develop its own headcanon
Oh
about
yeah.
what George Martin's intentions were, what George Martin said, that sometimes does not have a close relationship with what George Martin has said. There's like the So Spake Martin archive, which is like a library of things that George Martin has said according to the people who he said them to. Like there's interviews and stuff in there as well. But like a lot of So Spake Martin is just like something that a fan said George said at a convention in 1999. and based on those like single alleged sentences, there are like entire like fan theories that like hinge on these words, and it's like there's a pretty good chance that just isn't the case. And like, meanwhile,
putting a lot of trust in there.
Yeah. And then meanwhile, there are like hours long video interviews where George Martin says all sorts of things in great detail, which the fandom doesn't pay attention to.
Completely ignore.
Because they're just not presented to the fandom in like a pithy text form. It's not in a popular Reddit post, or it's not quoted in a popular thing, so people don't know it exists. Like if you actually like research stuff that George Martin has said, it often is quite different to what the fandom takes as gospel. As
like Jaime Lannister beating the shit out of Hermione.
That is so weird, dude. Yeah. There is this bizarrely graphic description that George R. R. Martin allegedly wrote in like the 2010s or thereabouts, where he like did these quote unquote cage matches where he wrote like fan fiction of his own fiction of like Jaime Lannister fighting a Call of Cthulhu, Jaime Lannister fighting Randall Thor from Wheel of Time, and Jaime Lannister fighting Hermione. And he said something about like, quote, "Oh man, Jaime would destroy Hermione Granger. He'd bash her face in with his shield. How's Hermione gonna cast her fancy spells with a mouthful of broken teeth?"
Fuck me, George.
It's like, oh my god.
Calm down, mate.
Exactly. It's George Martin's ridiculous, like, grim, dark violence clashing with a 12-year-old girl character from the Wizard books. It's like there's a bit of a tonal clash happening here. And I think that comment was deleted by George Martin in shame and is now only preserved in, like, weird Tumblr blogs from GeoCities pages. The whole sort of, like, historiographical archaeology of like the way that George Martin's past words are preserved and presented. I'm sure someone has written a thesis on these sorts of things with, what we think is not always what was said. I agree.
Yeah. The real 5-year gap was between 2000 and 2005.
And then the 2 more 5-year gaps that we got in between 2011 and the present.
Hooray.
Yes, hooray indeed. So is Loras fine, Glidus?
I'd put that in B. I like it a lot. I certainly think that Aurane was at least exaggerating to Cersei.
Yeah, I agree. Like, here's the thing. Like, I think a lot of bad theories answer questions that no one asked. Like, some theories are just like, what if Mance Rayder is
That
Rhaegar
feels
Targaryen?
really pointed, Alt Swift-X.
No.
It feels like you're pointing that statement somewhere.
I think there is no better pursuit than the creation of absurd, pointless theories. But I think that some of the best theories are theories that actually answer questions that like are weird hanging threads. And Loras Tyrell's apparent death is a weird hanging thread. Like, it is really unclear what it means and where it's going. So Loras is fine. I agree. It's like it's a B tier theory because it's like, it's interesting.
Good. I'm glad.
Shall we look at some super chats? Thank you for the super chat from...
Oh, this is a brilliant idea. I need to pee real bad.
Oh, go for it. I'll take my time.
So you go do this, and I'll be back in momentarily.
Absolutely. The
Best of
joys of streaming with 2 people. You can take breaks.
It's so much better.
All right, see you in a sec.
Yeah.
So while Glidus goes on his designated pee break, Abby says the children of the forest equal the Irish words in Irish folklore. Unfortunately, I don't know about Irish folklore. I have heard that like the White Walkers are inspired by certain spirits in Irish mythology. And Children of the Forest, I have heard that they resemble certain sort of like elf-like creatures in Irish folklore. So yeah, I think that's definitely a great topic to look into. I don't know anything about it off the top of my head. I mean, something that I like about the White Walkers is that they talk about the White Walkers don't like iron. And there are mythologies and folklores that say that like elves and spirits and magical creatures don't like iron, and so iron is used to ward off the White Walkers in the Winterfell crypts, is a theory that some people have. And it also supports the idea then, consequently, that the children of the forest, they created the White Walkers. Like maybe the White Walkers sort of share lineage with the children of the forest, because like if elves don't like iron and the children of the forest are elves, the White Walkers are also like the children of the forest in not liking iron, I don't know. My point is that there are folkloric influences there, so yeah, I think that's something worth looking into. Thanks for the super chat from Valdir, who was in the Glidus video that y'all should go and watch on Glidus' channel. Valdir's in the chat and says Rhaegar was a Harlequin baby, which is a real rare genetic disorder. I advise people not to Google image that one. But I think Valdir is saying that, like Miri Mazdur said, Rhaegar looked like a little baby dragon and he was full of worms and he had the wrong number of toes. And maybe Valdir is saying that, Miri Mazdur was exaggerating. Rhaegar wasn't actually a dragon. Rhaegar was actually had a real life difference or condition of some kind. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, there are other reports of Targaryens giving birth to dragon-like creatures. Like, it's not just Daenerys. Like, this seems to be a thing that happens sometimes, the Targaryens. They give birth to dragon-like creatures. So, I think it may have been a dragon-like baby. Thanks for the super chat from Alex, who says, how do you feel about the highly based theory that Flemont Brax will be Jon's queen, thereby getting him everything he truly wanted all along? Yeah, I mean, maybe Jon just wants to ride that unicorn horn. Like, who knows? I don't know. Flemont Brax does not have very considerable political standing. I don't think marrying Flemont Brax would put Jon on the throne, but I mean, Jon could be the rightful king, and if he's the rightful king, I suppose he can marry who he wants. And if the Targaryens could practice polygamy, then why can't Jon marry Flemont Brax? Confirmed. Thanks for the super chat from Taco, who says, Dane dreams. Besides Danny the Dreamer, we hear nothing about dragon dreams in Fire and Blood. But in Dunk and Egg, every Targaryen in Egg's family has dragon dreams. Maybe it's because of their Dane mother. Ooh. What do you think about that, Glidus? Because, yeah, like, there's heaps of dragon dreams in Dunk and Egg. I think that the dreams aren't mentioned in Fire and Blood because Fire and Blood is a history book. Like, we don't see the personal, private, secret visions and feelings of the Targaryens. But do you think that the Dane mother who married Maekar Targaryen... everyone knows that the Danes are descendants of the great Empire of the Dawn, who are the people of Azor Ahai. Everyone knows that. So maybe they are the true magical family and the Targaryens aren't shit.
Well, not that, because Daenerys the Dreamer.
But some people doubt whether Daenerys the Dreamer really had visions at all. Maybe the Targaryens went to Dragonstone for political reasons, and then they claimed that, our daughter had a vision, that's why we're here. Like, you really think they're gonna, move...
fucked up dreams because her great-great-great-grandmother was a Dane?
That does sound equally silly, doesn't it? I'm 1/64th Dane, therefore I'm magic.
I think I had one too many greats there, but the point still stands.
Yeah. I look. I do think that the Dane blood in the Targaryens is interesting because I think the Danes are significant. But
Oh yeah.
and I think that a stronger example of that sort of ancestry stuff is like the Blackwood blood in the Targaryens, like Egg marries a Blackwood, and the Blackwoods have old gods, skin changer blood, and like I think there's reason to believe that Rhaegar was combining the blood of the Targaryens and the Starks with the old gods. So like I think that sort of lineage stuff is something that George is playing with, like combining the genetics. But yeah, it's hard to be sure with that.
Oh yeah, this stuff is all very up in the air, speculative. We're all just making do with what we've got
until we encode the Targaryen genome. It remains a mystery. Off topic, but I heard that they just finished encoding the human genome. Like you'd
I thought
think
that happened a while back.
Exactly. Everyone thinks that happened a while back. Apparently, what happened is they announced that they finished coding the human genome years and years ago. But like the asterisk on that headline was, "Oh, we actually did most of it, but not some of like the hard bits, some of like the telomeres and shit, and we've only just finished that now." Anyway, that's not Song of Ice and Fire. Sorry, still doing super chats. Thank you from Jack Hurricane, who says, "Love the Song of Ice and Fire streams. Thanks for the content." Thank you, Jack. Thanks for the super chat from James, who says, "Didn't a Velaryon go to seek counsel from the Green Men during the Princess and the Queen?" Is that true, Glidus?
Yeah, Adam Velaryon.
What did he learn from the Green Men? I don't remember that bit.
Let's have a quick refresher.
Yeah, let's glance at our cue cards.
All right, so the singers say that he flew to the God's Eye and he landed on the Isle of Faces and took counsel with them, and that's really all that it says.
Well, that's informative, isn't it?
Yeah. What's the source on that?
It's in Fire and Blood.
Yeah.
And it says that Adam Velaryon rode his dragon Sea Smoke. And the singers say that he went to the Isle of Faces, which right away is an indication that, it might be suspect, it might be in an imagination, because it then says the scholar must confine himself to known fact. And we just know that Adam flew far and fast. So it sounds like it might be just made up. It sort of raises the question for me, though, like, if Adam Velaryon flew a dragon to the God's Eye, the Isle of Faces, like, how do you think a dragon would be received on an island of weirwoods? Like, I don't imagine that the old gods like fire, since they are tree-based gods.
Ooh. Does weirwood burn? Do we ever see a weirwood burn?
That is a great question.
That could be interesting to explore.
Well, it does, because didn't Stannis burn the weirwoods at Storm's End and Dragonstone and stuff? I think, and didn't they burn weirwoods at Castle Black when they burned Mance?
Yeah, okay. Forget me.
I might have made at least one of those up, but I'm sure
you're right.
Some of them are true. Because that certainly does seem like a very potent, like, magical symbol, doesn't it?
Yeah. I definitely feel like Sea Smoke landing on the Isle of Faces wouldn't be received very warmly.
No. But I mean, I don't know if there's a whole lot the Green Men could do about it. Because that's the thing, like, all it would take is one Targaryen at any point in the last 300 years deciding that the Green Men are annoying, and then it would just be burned to shit and there wouldn't be an Isle of Faces anymore.
Yeah, again, it's right there. You can just go there.
It's right there.
You have a dragon.
I think that, like, I think that the obvious conclusion is that the Green Men, as masters of old gods' psychic magic, are instituting some kind of a psychic field around the Isle of Faces, which causes anyone who approaches the Isle of Faces to forget that the Isle of Faces exists and just walks past it like some kind of psychic paper Cognito has a just psychic lock over the island, so that they magically
but
prevent
Howland
anyone
Reed
from
got
coming.
got to do it because he's a cranage.
He's a cranage.
An
He's a
Ogden.
big old cranage. Confirmed. Sorry. Thanks from the real Rick for the super chat, who says, any thoughts on Preston's fanfic? Yeah, I saw that Preston Jacobs is organizing a project to write The Winds of Winter because George R. R. Martin isn't doing it, which is hilarious. I haven't read it. Have you seen that project, Glidus?
I actually haven't found the time. The first chapter is out. He received a bunch of submissions and like collated them, picked and chose the bits that he thought fit best. And I've heard very good feedback mostly, but I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet.
Yeah, I could imagine you could write some really cool stuff.
It's such a good idea for a project. I'm really fascinated to see where it goes.
It is very ambitious. Like, my concern is that the further you get into the project, you will face the exact same problems that George Martin has faced, which is like making everything fit in with everything else. Because as he said, like,
True.
A Song of Ice and Fire, The Winds of Winter isn't just one novel. It's like a dozen different novels, different storylines, different characters, different worlds that all need to perfectly intertwine.
Yeah, it's a
interconnect.
matrix of story that
Yeah.
needs to align. It's a Sudoku of like 8 dimensions.
It's like the Naboo. What one does affects the other. You must understand this.
I do understand this. How fucking dare he walk into Naboo? He goes to talk to the Gungan chieftain, and he's like, "Hey, you have a symbiotic relationship with the people of Naboo. Like, who the fuck are you to tell me that?"
Those are some
I know.
That there are some gigantic balls to Naboo-splain Naboo at the rulers of Naboo. Stop Naboo-splaining, Obi-Wan.
Who do the Jedi think they are?
Wankers. I can see why they got cast down. I'm on Anakin's side.
From my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
I think that it's a cool project. I mean, it's like a lot of, it's like things like Skyblivion and Morriswind and all of those, whatever they are, where like where dedicated fans are like, you know what would be cool if we made the beloved RPG video game Oblivion in the engine of its sequel Skyrim, so it has better graphics and stuff. And so these really talented, really wonderful volunteers spend thousands of hours working, and it's been decades, hasn't it? And like, it is still a long way from finishing. And, you know, despite their valiant and respectable effort, there's no way it's going to finish in time to still be relevant. Because like
Skyrim came out 11 years ago.
Exactly. Like volunteer collaborative efforts are awesome, but like it's really hard to coordinate when you're doing lots of different people at different times, and you know, if this Winds of Winter project has multiple different writers, like I don't know how you can make all the pieces fit together when they're made by different people.
The optimistic outlook is that the intentionally loose collaborative nature of the project is going to be able to, like, there will be a way out of that. Like, that's the thing with writing, is there's always a way through it. There's always a way out. Maybe you have to go rewrite something from before, but there's always a way around it. And maybe this loose formed collaborative effort will make it easier to see that path. Although not many of these people are professional authors, especially not on the caliber of George R. R. Martin. So it probably balances out and we'll be stuck waiting for 11 years. But hey, it's new content.
Yeah, I mean, in order for anyone to write that correct answer to, like, you know, get the chapter right, they will need to read every other chapter written by every other person. And by the time they've finished reading all of those other chapters, one of those chapters will have been changed or revised by one of the other. It's like painting a bridge where you have to restart painting the bridge by the time you finish.
I was thinking of exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, it totally is true that like with enough monkeys banking on enough typewriters, you would eventually get the Winds of Winter. It just might take 5 million years.
Well, I'm not doing anything else.
while not doing anything else. There's probably some other things we monkeys could be doing. And that's what George Martin has decided. George Martin has decided that, well, I could spend the next 70 years trying to finish this book, or I could go and make The Night of the Kutas, which I am much more confident I can finish. I'm being very negative. I don't mean to be so negative.
No, we like George.
We
In
do
spite
like
of
George.
everything.
We like George, and we like all of the people who make fan projects, and we like all the people who come up with theories, even bad theories. That's why this stuff is fun to talk about, because it's all good and fun. But I'm under no illusions about our likelihood of getting the Winds of Winter from just about any source anytime soon. Let's look at another super chat. Magnus says that Cersei is convinced that Loras is dead, which suggests that he's fine because she is wrong about everything. A stopped clock is right twice a day, though. Juiced says that Garland will wear Loras's Kingsguard armor to defend Marjorie in her trial, like when he wore Renly's armor. Maybe, but like, I mean, yeah, because the problem is that Garland isn't on the Kingsguard, and Cersei insists that only a Kingsguard can represent Marjorie in the trial by combat. So you're saying that, like, if, you know, like Loras, like Garland will appear wearing Loras's armor and says, "It's me, Loras. I healed from my wounds real quickly, but you can't look at my face because it's hideously burned. So I'm gonna keep these bandages on."
And that'll kind of go along with Robert Strong, like, "Oh, you can't look at my face because I'm a fucking zombie."
Wouldn't that be awesome? Like two masked fighters going against it for the fate of Cersei Lannister?
One pretending to be just a new dude, and the other one pretending to be his dying brother.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean,
Garland's taller than Loras, though, isn't he?
That is exactly the problem, because they do very specifically tell us that Garland is too big compared to, like, Loras is too small to wear Renly's armor, but Garland is big enough, and so like, there's no way that Garland would fit in Loras's armor because Garland is significantly bigger.
I always forget that Renly's like actually a big boy in the books.
Yeah, that is like one of the other things that infuriates me to no end about the Dragon show, is turning Renly Baratheon from a like super masculine, tough, strong, handsome, cool dude into the small man who played
a sprightly twink. Let's not mince words.
He is a sprightly twink, and it's a good performance, and I have nothing but respect for the actor, but it's just, he does not look anything like Renly looks in the books, and that's important, because like Renly is meant to be Robert come again. He's meant to embody this like masculine ideal, which is all the more interesting because he's gay, so it's like a subversion of that masculine ideal.
And when I picture that Renly, I'm like, okay, I can see why he would think that people would be behind him as king over Stannis.
Yeah,
but
right?
Show Renly is like, well, who do you think you are? You're not Robert.
Yeah, that's a great point, because like Renly doesn't have a legitimate claim, but like the reason why he works as a character is because of his image. You know, it's like the Tyrell image, it's his personality, but it's also his physical appearance, and all of that adds up into someone where it's like you look at him and you're like, damn, maybe you should be king, you know? Whereas like in that scene when you meet Renly in the show, it's like, well, he's just a guy. Like he doesn't, and since they deprived Renly of his like bright green enameled armor as well, like the kings don't look like kings in the show. They just look like dudes.
Dudes, yeah.
Thanks for the super chat from Zane, who says, "Is Jon a top 15 fighter?" What do you think?
Ooh. See, the other like honorable mentions being thrown around: Oberyn, Corran, Drogo.
Lyn Corbray, Strong Belwas, Darkstar.
Okay, maybe Jon can beat Lyn. We don't know enough about Lyn Corbray. But Jon's pretty impressive.
Is he? Like, what feats has he accomplished?
Jon defeats So in I think it's Game of Thrones when Alyssa pits 7 recruits against Jon, Pip, and Gren to defend Sam, which is, by the way, a callback to the Tower of Joy. Actually, a call forward to the Tower of Joy because the dream hasn't happened yet.
Oh, that's a great point.
Where it's 7 verse 3 to defend a certain person.
Oh, good point.
And that's actually, I have another point about that, is that the 3 people on the side of 3 are Jon, Gren, and Pip. Gren is described as a bull, an oryx, which parallels to Gerald Whitetower, the white bull.
Oh my
Gerald
god.
Hightower, sorry. Pip is described as being bat-like. Oswald went.
What?
So Jon has to, he's fucking Arthur Dane in this situation.
Oh my god, how have I not heard of that?
I think it's gone by the wayside, and I haven't seen anyone else point it out.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's also, I never knew that.
So I don't like n plus a equals j. I don't like that at all. but I mean,
yeah, because that's immediately what I thought.
There.
Like, there are definitely people who would use that as evidence for Jon being a Dane. But by exactly the same logic, you would argue that Pip is a Went and Gren is a Hightower or whatever, right? So
yeah,
doesn't necessarily.
And that one of the people fighting them is Ned.
yeah. I think that's an awesome. I think that's an awesome parallel, but I don't think that it proves that Jon is a good fighter because, the whole point of that sequence was that he has the advantage of having held a sword before, whereas all of these recruits are just random peasants who have zero experience with fighting. So of course Jon could beat all their asses.
Yeah, literally the only point there is that he's highborn, and he grew up in a castle.
Yeah, and
doesn't Joffrey beat Jon, or is it Robb in the Winterfell
it's
Guard?
Robb who Jon beats, yeah. That's another one of the differences is that Joffrey in the books is tall and handsome, and while I love the actor's performance of Joffrey in the show, he doesn't Joffrey has a very punchable face in the show, whereas in the books he looks very regal and handsome and impressive.
His beautiful golden curls.
Yeah, that is what annoys me the most. I think is the hair. You know, they could have had Gleason or whatever his name is grow out his hair, couldn't they? I don't know.
Yeah.
And with Jon, Jon gets beaten by Rattleshirt, or Mance. Mance pretending to be Rattleshirt beats Jon.
But Mance is supposedly top 15 as well in a lot of people's estimations.
I mean, yes, but we don't really know shit about Mance's fighting.
He is Arthur Dane, so
he's
number 1 actually.
Well, which makes him Jon's dad, of course.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's
really interesting. People think that Mance is Rhaegar, and other people think that Mance is Arthur, and they're both Jon's dad.
Isn't it beautiful when everything comes together? There is all sorts of stuff about parallels between Rhaegar's relationship with Lyanna and Mance's relationship and Val with Jon, and there are some, I don't know, I've read some analyses about parallels, but look, I mean the other thing to keep in mind about Jon is that Jon is about 16 years old in A Dance with Dragons. He's not fully grown. He's noted as being sort of a light build, you know. He's sort of graceful and
sprightly twink.
A sprightly twink. He's never said to be particularly strong or particularly impressed. I mean, he's not dead. He's got that going for him. But to answer your question, Jon in the book is not as impressive a fighter as Jon in the show.
Yeah, no. It was really so in the Battle of the Bastards, season 6, episode 9 of the Dragon Show. Ramsay says when Jon's like, "Hey, let's settle this. Just you and me, mano a mano. Let's go for it. Let's punch on to settle this out." And Ramsay's like, "What? No, you're the most legendary fighter the North has ever seen." And I'm like, "What?"
Does he say that?
Yeah, he does. He's like, "Oh, I'm not fighting you, Jon Snow, the greatest fighter in the North ever." And I'm like, "What are you talking about, Ramsay?"
Oh my god. I mean, to be fair, in the show, Jon does kick an enormous amount of ass. Like, how many like wildlings and zombies and Night's Watch mutineers does Jon kill in this show? Like, so many. But like, none of that happens in the book. So, yeah, I feel that Jon is not a top 15 fighter. I don't think Jon is a top 30 fighter. Like, he's just not noted as a particularly impressive fighter.
Yeah, no, you'd put Belwas, Dario.
Oh yeah.
Maybe even like Ario Hotar.
I think most knights would have a really good chance of killing Jon. A really good chance.
Clement Brax.
Because that's the other thing, like, Jon doesn't wear armor. Jon doesn't have experience of wearing, like, full-plate armor.
Yeah.
So if he went up against an armored knight...
he hasn't fought knights. He's fought wildlings. He's fought wights.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, like, my other skepticism. Like, people say Qhorin Halfhand is, like, one of the best fighters. But Qhorin Halfhand is a Night's Watchman who just fights wildlings. He doesn't fight armored people. So, like, if you put him up against Barristan Selmy or Jaime Lannister or just
He's fucked.
He's fucked. He's gone, you know? So, yeah. David in the live chat just said that Jon is very competent for a 16-year-old ranger. I totally agree with that. I mean, yeah, for where Jon is, as a teenager, who's only been in the Night's Watch for a couple of years, yeah, he's really impressive. But, like, he is nowhere near, like, a top 10 best
Loras.
Swordsman in Westeros. Yeah, he's no Loras. All right. Thanks for the donation from Elsipt, who says, what do you think of the infamous Storm's End being a nuclear power plant theory?
I love this one.
I'll handball that one to you, Glidus.
Okay, well, Storm's End is very interesting with that smooth stone, like no gaps construction that is even phenomenal by today's modern real world standards.
Like the pyramids, it must have been ancient aliens that built it.
Exactly. So there's a lot of very old buildings in Ice and Fire that have inexplicably wondrous engineering behind them, right? Like the Wall, the High Tower, Storm's End, the Eyrie as well.
Winterfell forts.
Sorry? Yeah, the 5 forts. So obviously the Squishers built Storm's End as their nuclear power plant.
Well, Squishers require a lot of electricity, of course.
Yeah.
What? So the only, like, if I attempt to take this seriously, I mean, there is, like, the Hightower Foundation, which is made of what appears to be, like, fused black stone, which is made by dragons, advanced technology, but it's not made by the Valyrians, so maybe it was made by the Great Empire of the Dawn, who also made the 5 forts. So I guess Storm's End must also have been made by them back in this time of great technological accomplishment. I don't think nuclear power is a thing in the world of Ice and Fire. Like, I think some kind of magical power, probably based on blood sacrifice, might be a thing.
Well, people draw the nuclear power thing because it's like a big tower that's completely sealed off, and like we have those plumes that nuclear power plants let steam out of, and that's really it. But yeah. And they pair that with the idea that Ice and Fire is post-apocalyptic. It like the Long Night was an apocalypse. Yeah. We're living post-apocalypse. That's not contentious to say that A Song of Ice and Fire is post-apocalyptic. But the kind of apocalypse is contentious. People argue about that.
We are in a time of less technological sophistication than the past, because like there were civilizations that built places like Ashai that are like 4 times bigger than any city in the world, and like the 5 forts. Like there were vastly more advanced civilizations in the past that have apparently collapsed. And I think the reason they collapsed is obviously because there was a Chernobyl-style nuclear meltdown at the Storm's End nuclear power facility. Which, you know, poisoned nuclear waste into the water, which caused the mutation that created the Squishers. Magic is just a kind of genetic psychological delusion caused by the ingestion of irradiated water from the Storm's End smokestack.
See, you might think that you're joking, but this all sounds pretty like it's not entirely. It doesn't feel like it fits with what we've read in this story, but it does seem like the kind of thing that George could write.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at his other like sci-fi stuff, there is some similarly wacky shit.
He's a wacky fella.
He really is. I mean, if we want to get into the wacky territory, we can talk about the Euron genetically engineering a dragon-squid hybrid.
Are we done with super chats?
We'll do a lightning speed super chat speed round, and then we'll get onto the dragon-squid.
Okay.
So thank you to Lovell. Thank you to Theo, who says that Cannibal the Dragon was abandoned by Maegor and now lives on Skagos, which is an idea that I like. And yeah, we're caught up now. I think.
That was a good lightning round.
I think we're caught up. Yes, we're caught up. Okay, so would you like to talk about Euron creating a dragon squid hybrid?
I'd love to. That sounds really fascinating.
So this is a theory that I've sort of cobbled together based on some ideas that are in the community. I'll just fucking launch into it. How about that? I'll try to give the short version. But basically, like there are zillions of examples in the lore of A Song of Ice and Fire, especially in the World Book, about humans and different creatures being mated and breeded together to create weird hybrids. We're told that the wildlings mated with the White Walkers. We're told that the squishers mate with humans. We're told that people I've got a better list somewhere, but like there's all these examples of like hybridization.
Oh, like the people of Ibn?
Yeah, the Ib people like mate with walruses supposedly. Yep. And like the Targaryens keep giving birth to like babies with dragon-like features, so people think that maybe the blood of the dragon thing is actually literal, and that maybe Targaryens were and like Valyrians were created like as a people who can interface with dragons because they have the blood of the dragon, but like there are like direct lines where we're told that like, quote, the Valyrians were more than dragon lords. They practiced blood magic and other dark arts, twisting the flesh of beasts and men to fashion monstrous and unnatural chimeras. So like we are told in Fire and Blood that like this is something that the Targaryens did. In Gorgossos, in the World Book, we're told that blood sorcery of the darkest sort was practiced in the flesh pits, where beasts were mated to women to bring forth twisted half-human children. And so then we have like the brindled men and the lizard men and blind people and winged people mentioned in the World Book. There's like the idea that dragons were created from wyverns and fireworms, which are like other creatures that live in the same areas as Gorgossos and as Valyria. So like there's plenty of like strong hints of like interbreeding and hybridization and chimeras through like magic. And there's like those like dragon-like creatures with like those worms with human faces that hatch from Aeria Targaryen in Fire and Blood. And so, Glidus, tell me, if there was one person in A Song of Ice and Fire who you think would be most excited and enthusiastic about the prospect of a disgusting abomination of magic in order to create some crazy, powerful creature, which character do you think would love the idea of that?
Marwyn.
He's probably a second, actually.
Yeah, no, I see where you're going with this.
Euron loves doing crazy, evil, mad, monstrous, crazy shit. He hangs out with all these sorcerers. He captured the warlocks. There's strong theories that he was a student of Bloodraven. He hires a faceless man. He drinks Shade of the Evening. He talks about jumping from a tower. He seems to be planning a massive blood sacrifice. He's super willing to use crazy evil magic, and he's traveled all over the world. He's traveled to Ashai. He's traveled to Valyria, he claims. Like, he has been to the places where this crazy magic gene editing hybridization happened. So he is as likely as anyone someone to do these things. And here's the thing. What do we know about Euron's plan? Euron says
he wants to wed the dragon to the Kraken.
Yes, Glidus, that is what got me onto this theory, because Euron has this great line where he declares that when the dragon weds the Kraken, let all the world beware. And what we think he means by this is that he wants to marry Daenerys Targaryen, and that'll be this strong political alliance. But I think that you could interpret that as a more magical plan. So, like, Euron's plan to use the Dragonbinder horn to capture a dragon is part one. Part two is that he's doing this blood sacrifice near the Shield Islands in the Sunset Sea with the Red Wine Fleet and, like, tying Euron and the priests. He's clearly planning a blood ritual. And we have been told that blood on the ocean can draw krakens, giant squids, to the surface. Krakens literally exist in this world. So performing a giant blood sacrifice, killing a bunch of people, killing all these people on the prows of the ships, that's going to create a lot of blood. It may draw a kraken to the surface. A lot of people speculate that that is Euron's purpose. He's like summoning the drowned god from the bottom of the sea, some like squid monster. So like all of these are ideas that are already like very common in the fandom. All I'm suggesting, my small suggestion, is that Euron is planning to combine these two aspects. He will summon a squid from the Red Wine Fleet blood sacrifice. He will get a dragon from Daenerys with Dragonbinder, and through the magic power of the sacrifice and the death he will inflict, he will get the Kraken and the dragon to mate, because he can control the dragon with the dragon horn, and he will use that magical power to breed the dragon and the squid to birth a monstrous, abominable, horrifying dragon squid that he will ride, and he will use it to destroy the wall and bring the long night and rule the world and let the world beware.
Okay, so my first note is George R.R. Martin's sex scenes are bad enough until you make the participants a dragon and a kraken.
Did you ever read that fan fiction about a sex scene between the Hogwarts castle and the squid in the lake next to the Hogwarts castle?
The Whomping Willow.
Was it the Whomping Willow? Well, there's one with the squid. The Hogwarts squid has sex with the Hogwarts castle. I'm sort of imagining that. I forgot there was another part to this. Like, I think that the real reason why Euron wants Daenerys is not to, like, keep her alive, but he wants to kill her and sacrifice her, just like Azor Ahai sacrificing Nissa, just like the Bloodstone Emperor sacrificing the Amethyst Empress, just like the Mooncraken to create the dragons. And the reason for that is to generate the magical power required to create his dragon squid, which he will ride to victory.
Okay, so you laid evidence for why he thinks that would work. But if you can control a dragon, if you can summon a kraken, this is kind of like, so you know how Kyber has 3 blue eyes white dragons on the field?
Of course.
And then he fuses them into the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, which has half of the attack and half of the defense of each of them, of all of them together. It's like, why would you do that? You had 3, but you've taken 2 incredible beasts that you control in Euron, and you've made them 1. You don't have any proof that it's going to be more powerful.
I would say that about every lord and king in the story. Why not quit while you're ahead? Like if I was Renly, why the fuck would Renly want to become king? Just be content with being one of the 10 most powerful people in Westeros instead of number 1.
Renly's position was so cushy.
It was so good. How could you possibly want more power and more responsibility and more danger when you already have every luxury in the world?
Well, Renly's campaign could have been spurred on by Tyrell influence, or some people think that even
absolutely.
Littlefinger, like he was a stooge of Littlefinger to kick off the war.
Sure.
Some people think that. I don't. So maybe that's why he wasn't just going to take it in stride and live out his life cozily as the Lord of Storms and just let Stannis take over.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, I think all of that is true. But it's definitely a tendency, for better or worse, that characters in this story and people in the real world keep making stupid decisions to try and, get more when, why would anyone need a dragon squid if you've got a dragon and a squid? You could wreak more havoc with a dragon and a squid than you could with a dragon squid, I would think. But, we won't know until we try, will we?
I mean, so once you've made the dragon squid, you still have the dragon and the squid. So I guess like it's a zero loss game.
Well, it depends how the magic works, because I'm not imagining this to be
just explodes the squid in some way. We don't know how squid anatomy.
Yeah, this might not be like a survivable reproduction process. I mean, I like how George R. R. Martin takes the time to tell us that human men sometimes mated with giants, but giants mating with human women did not end well, or like something like that. He mentions in the lore.
Thanks, George.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, but like this is the world that George has given us. These are the possibilities he's presented. But yeah, so yeah, okay. I would love to see a dragon squid. I'm not imagining this being like Pokemon breeding. I'm not imagining this being a simple reproductive process. I'm imagining a lot of blood sacrifice. I'm imagining magic. I'm imagining ritual. I don't know how you make the squid stay still throughout this process. Maybe you've got to like beach the squid. I guess I didn't think this through.
Maybe the Kraken just eats the dragon and gains its power or some shit.
Yeah.
Incorporates its DNA. Because octopuses can do that. They can change their genetic makeup on the fly.
They're well known for that, yeah.
Yeah. It's one of their most incredible party tricks.
Where do you think this stuff is actually going though? Because like what do you think will happen after Euron does his attack on the Red Wine Fleet? He kills all these people. His men say that blood is power. Like, Euron has all these magical connections. He's got all these priests connected. There's all these visions of, like, dead gods and the drowned god dead. Like,
okay.
What do you imagine?
I think exactly that question is what is taking George 16 years to follow up on A Feast for Crows.
Yeah.
I think that you've asked me to answer a question that's taken a brilliant author who invented all of this shit over a decade to answer.
Yeah, I think that George's fundamental problem is that he's better at setups than he is at conclusions.
Oh, definitely. Have you read the end of any of his other stories? Like they're never.
They're very unsatisfying and sad. Yeah.
Yeah. They're not bad. It's just like they're never all-encompassing or conclusive.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that even after, if the series does, all finish the way we hope, I think there will be plenty of room to speculate even afterwards.
So there's just so much shit going on at Old Town right now, right?
Yeah. A lot
There's
of moving
too
parts.
much for me to think about. I've had a bit of rum, so you can't blame me. But all of the things you mentioned in the build-up to this theory are true.
Yeah.
However, if Euron gets a dragon, first of all, how's he going to get a dragon there to the battle in time?
Yeah, well, he might have to get the squid from the blood sacrifice, keep it on ice, and then wait for good brother Vic to come home with the dragon. He's just going to have to entertain the squid for like
if Euron
6
does
months.
Get a dragon to fuck a squid.
No, he'll ride the squid towards Slaver's Bay and meet the dragon in the narrow sea in between so that he can then attack King's Landing with the dragon squid.
Oh, there you go.
The logistics work.
And is the wall already down? I don't. People. Euron's motivations, people kind of mixed on. Everyone's think, okay, he wants to conquer Westeros. He's going to conquer King's Landing and take that. And other people are like, oh, he's going to bring the wall down and he's going to conquer the world that way, or just like bring about another apocalypse. And then other people think that the Long Night is completely unrelated to any of these ideas. And it's like, well, which is it? Where's this going? And I think the bigger picture is where Euron is headed, right? I don't think that he's... When he makes promises to the Iron Islanders at the King's Moot, he promises them the world.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that might be the only honest thing that Euron has ever said. I mean, I don't think he intends to give the world to the Ironborn. Like, he said that he doesn't give a shit about the Ironborn. But, like, I think that Euron's basic motivation is pretty clear. Like, he wants power and self-aggrandizement and magic power. And, like, I think that if people say that
at any cost.
At any cost. In fact, he's more enthusiastic the more fucked up the cost is. You know? if someone says, "Oh, you will get power, but at terrible cost," like Euron will be like, "Yeah, how terrible? Like, tell me more. Like, how terrible can we get?" Like, because he tortures, he rapes some of his brothers. He tortures his brothers. He cuts the legs off the warlocks. He burns the priests. He cuts he relishes the most evil, horrible things you can imagine.
He breaks Thalia Flower's heart. How dare he?
Yeah, he totally ghosts her.
Oh,
ties her to the prow of a ship.
I bet he's a selfish lover as well.
He would be the most selfish lover in the world. Oh, don't you hate it when that happens?
If Euron gets a dragon to fuck a squid and birth a Cthulhu-like monster that's going to help him take over the world, yes. I will eat the Winds of Winter. I will purchase a copy of the book just to stuff down my gob.
Someone please record that, write that down, because I honestly, we see the imagery.
It's a non-zero chance.
It's a non-zero chance. The chances of Glidus having to eat 3,000 pages of the 9-volume tome that will be The Winds of Winter when it comes out in 2038, Glidus is going to have to eat all of it when that dragon-squid emerges. Because I think that, to be less ridiculous, slightly less ridiculous, I think that one of the more likely outcomes of the blood sacrifice thing by the shields is that Euron will summon the drowned god from the ocean, and that the drowned god will come up and it will be a horrific Lovecraftian squid monster. And there will be a thematic purpose in that, because it's showing that the god worshipped by the Ironborn, the god that justifies all their violence and all their bullshit, the god that Aeron Greyjoy has spent his lifetime serving, he will have to face. And he will realize that, the drowned god did not create the Ironborn in his image as humans. The drowned god is not benevolent. The drowned god is a monster who cares nothing for no one. And so, and part of what's going on with the Ironborn is that they have this conflict between the old way of violence and reaving and an attempt to form a new way offered by Asher and Roderick of saying we need a future that is not based just on violence and slavery and patriarchy.
We need to integrate with the wider world.
Yeah. In order for the Iron Islands to have a future, they need to face the monstrousness of what they are and were and embrace a new future. And I think facing a Lovecraftian Cthulhu squid with Aeron on the boat looking in the eye of his monstrous demon god, that would be so cool, thematically, personally, magically, on every level. And of course Euron could use it to wreak destruction on Old Town. So
that idea of facing the monstrous god that embodies your identity, you could repeat that with the Targaryens and dragons.
Yes.
The Northmen and the Old Gods, or at least Bran and the Old Gods.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that the parallel of I think the parallel of that for the Starks will be confronting their White Walker ancestry, because there's that whole thing of was the Night's King a Stark? Did the Starks make like maybe they have the blood of White Walkers, maybe they just made a deal with the White Walkers, maybe they created the White Walkers by having sex with the Night's Queen, like whatever the fuck it is. Like I think there is some connection. The Night Fought, Winterfell, whatever. There's some connection between the Starks and the White Walkers, and I think the Starks will have to face that and realize, we're not purely noble and good. Like we have power as a result of like bad stuff that we did, And sorry, what was the other example you said? The not just the Starks and the
Targaryens and
but the Targaryens. Yeah, I think like Daenerys has to go to Valyria because Valyria is like the physical embodiment of the evil. Because the Valyrians were evil; they were a slave empire that dominated the world.
No, they're cool. They've got anime eyes,
right?
They didn't enslave entire races.
And that's like the whole thematic purpose of A Song of Ice and Fire. It's like question and subvert and undermine all of these like romantic, simplistic, goody-baddie assumptions we have about these fantasy tropes. Like it turns out
sounds like a bunch of hippie garbage.
Yeah, people forget. People forget who George Martin was, right?
Yeah, still is.
Still is. He's a hippie who got rich. Is that all we have to say about the Euron dragon-squid hybrid theory?
I think you could fill a library with thoughts on this theory, but we should move on because you keep filling up that little grid you have over there, and it's making me anxious. So we'd better move on.
No worries. All right. Well, Euron dragon squid hybrid. Look, should we chuck it in B? I personally feel like there's a lot to like, but I don't want you to have to eat the winds of winter.
Yeah.
So...
No, all of the. I'm thinking about all that ink can't be good for you.
I mean, when the Winds of Winter comes out in 2059, I think that the publication printing process probably will have moved to some wonderful biodegradable...
Something more sustainable.
It'll be like rice paper. Like, if you just, like, boiled that stuff, it'd be like 2-minute noodles. Like, I think it'd be fine.
Well, then that wouldn't get many views.
Just call it a mukbang.
Winds of Winter. This is the feast that George is describing.
When the Winds of Winter comes out, all the YouTubers, all the Game of Thrones YouTubers who will then be in their 80s and 90s will be doing their breathless analysis videos. But Glidus will be live streaming his Winds of Winter mukbang, in which he will calmly peel each
hospital
page
bed.
from the palliative care ward. Glidus will, with a pair of chopsticks, will peel each page out of the Winds of Winter. And just roll it up and smoke it one by one.
That's better. I'd smoke the Winds of Winter.
I think that might be worse for your brain than eating it.
What? But then I'll be breathing in all the knowledge.
I think isn't that what Bloodraven did?
Oh no! If I eat it, then it's like a Reader's Digest.
Yeah, digest is right. All right, look. I'll just answer some super chats. Thank you, Grant, who says, Cthulhu being the sleeping god beneath the sea evokes the drowned god. The dragon being pulled beneath the sea by the Kraken sacrifice makes the dragon return a la Patchface. Like Patchface washed up with new power, like the dragon spawn washed up with new power. Yeah, I see that. Cloudy, thanks for the super chat, says, loved your All Tomorrow's vids. Well, all credit.
Who made that? That wasn't you.
That must have been some other YouTuber.
You must be confused.
Yeah, you must be confused, Cloudy. But the creator of All Tomorrows is C.M. Kozeman, and everyone should go and check out C.M. Kozeman's work and his YouTube channel, because he's amazing. Thanks for the super chat from Star Wars Nerd, and thanks for the super chat from Said Mira, who says, thanks for your collabs, they are super entertaining. Thank you, Said Mira. Glidus, what super entertaining theory do you want to discuss next?
Oh, jeez. Let's tackle Big Brain Mace.
Yeah, boy. All right, Big Brain Mace. So Mace Tyrell is the Lord of the Reach, Lord of Highgarden, and he has many qualities. I would not say that intelligence is one for which he's renowned. Do you think he's
Well, yeah,
hiding?
he's got this reputation as a incompetent oaf, which is spurred on by his mother, obviously. But that's just a ruse. It's to like make people underestimate his political prowess. He's actually one of the greatest political masterminds in the story.
Well, that's like Littlefinger, isn't it? Because Littlefinger's whole deal is that he pretends to be harmless and friendly, and he's just like this little funny dude in a nice coat, and it's like he wouldn't hurt anyone. Look at him, he's harmless.
Yeah. Well, the difference with Mace is that they go out of their way to make him look woefully incompetent, useless. Whereas Littlefinger does still make himself invaluable to people. He's still like very competent. And it just harmless. No one suspects him. Whereas people like you couldn't even suspect Mace because I don't think he knows how to tie his shoes, right? That kind of thing.
He's the only lord in Westeros with Velcro shoes. like he's putting on his gorget and his breastplate, and it's all held on by Velcro.
Look at that helmet, though. Like who can argue with that?
Yeah. Go on.
So, I think this is a shit post, but I'm not sure. I think some people might legitimately think that Mace Tyrell is smart, and I think maybe he's not as dumb as we're being led to believe, or maybe he's even stupider than we think he is. It's all up in the air.
He's an absolute cretin who is trying to make you think that he's just regular dumb, pretending to be super smart when he's actually even dumber than he makes you think he is.
And he's actually Dario.
And he's actually Benjario.
Some people point to the Siege of Storm's End, where he like purposefully kind of commits to the Targaryen cause, but doesn't actually do anything against Robert's cause.
Yeah.
And they say, this is a political masterstroke. Because now, like, no one can blame him for not doing his part of resisting the rebellion, but when the rebellion wins, they can't say that, he committed war crimes against them.
Yeah, but sometimes, like, I find it hard to commit between either Fruit Loops or Cocoa Puffs. That doesn't make me a fucking...
A serial mastermind.
Yeah, what's a Mensa member? That's true. Yeah, like just because I fail to make a decision doesn't mean I should get a Nobel Prize.
Yeah, no. The way I think the way we're supposed to read Mace's actions at the Siege of Storm's End, he could have played a more active role in the rebellion, but I'm pretty sure he's just kind of lazy and dumb.
Yeah, I think Mace Tyrell is an example of failing upwards. And like Mace Tyrell
is the fucking hand of the king.
Right? Like that's the thing. Like you can say that Mace is dumb, but like he keeps becoming more powerful and important with every book.
And maybe this is a commentary on certain real world political figures.
Well, I mean it's a comment on all politics and all power. Like if this is the
he doesn't deserve his position.
Exactly. Like shit floats. Like if this is the kind of idiot who rises to the top of this kind of feudal power structure, then what the fuck kind of power structure is it? Like, it's not a good system if it puts idiots like this guy in charge.
If George III gets to sit the English throne for that long,
yeah, someone done gift somewhere. We need a constitution. We need a Magna Carta up in here. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, what does Mace Tyrell doesn't even do that much. Like the scheming in House Tyrell comes from like Olenna and Marjorie to some extent.
Some people think
Renly and who?
Some people think Willis.
Yeah, Willis is interesting. I mean, I sort of wanted to mention Willis when we were talking about like the Loras is fine theory because like. Willis is someone who suffered an injury in a tournament and became crippled, quote unquote. But like Oberyn talks about how, Willis is cool. Like we send letters and he's smart and he does hawking and hunting and it's like he's
they
cool.
Play poker on the weekend.
They play poker on the weekend, online poker because Oberyn's in Dawn. But like, But maybe Loras similarly, like, could suffer a horrible injury, but might live on and still
Be a cool dude, yeah.
be a cool dude, you know? Like, that could be an interesting direction for, like, Loras the swordsman to become Loras the something else. Just like Jaime loses his hand and has to redefine himself, and Bran gets crippled and has to redefine himself. Maybe Loras...
Tyrion loses his tongue.
Tyrion loses his tongue. Tormund loses his 8-foot member.
Cersei loses her beauty.
Yeah. Too much of the hypocrite. So, and you know, if Mace Tyrell lost his wondrous hat, where would he be? I mean, look at the feathers in that thing. Like, he looks so fly. All the flowers. I mean, look, here's another angle, though. He's got the drip. The other angle is that the show exaggerates Mace's oafishness. Like, the show makes Mace a comic relief character. Like, the book
explodes.
Who explodes. He's not as ridiculous in the books. Like there is some wonderful dialogue of, like, Olenna, like, absolutely ragging on Mace, but he's not as dumb in the books. I mean, the other thing I want to note is that being dumb might run in the family, at least in the male line. Because didn't Mace Tyrell's father die by riding his horse off a cliff because he was chasing a bird?
Yes.
Supposedly. You think it was an inside job?
Well, Olenna says that that's what happened, and there's no really any other information on it, so we just kind of have to take her at her word. But, you know, she's full of shit.
Yeah. Someone in the live chat says that Mace... Cetrin says that Mace, he's not an idiot, but he's not a mastermind. He just comes off as self-centered and opportunistic and makes sure he's on the winning side. I agree with that. I mean, like
completely. He's a very powerful man. He's in a great position to, like, keep himself and his family safe.
Yeah, he has been successful. I mean, one of the other things is that, like, he really wants his sons to be great famous warriors. And there's something about, like, Mace sort of pushed Willis, or Oberyn says that Mace pushed Willis into riding in tournaments too young and too early when he wasn't ready, and that's why Willis got crippled, is what Oberyn says.
Loras is now dying on Dragonstone.
And Loras is now dying on Dragonstone.
Garland's gonna get murdered by Gregor in the trial by combat, we've just decided.
Well, yeah, I think that's pretty likely. So, I mean, like, maybe, like, Mace Tyrell's folly is, like, wanting too much, being too ambitious, and, like, when all of his sons are dead or seriously injured, maybe Mace will then face, you know, his foolishness and his overambition, and, like, the foolishness and stupidity of the feudal system in general, which, like, values violence and power, which just hurts people.
My final thoughts on Mace is that he might be dumb, but look at Stannis. Where has being smart gotten him?
Yeah, because Stannis is, like, the guy who does everything right by the book. Like,
and then fucking fails miserably constantly.
But always fails miserably. Whereas Mace is the guy who, like, weasels his way into power by, like, only committing at the last minute to whoever appears to win. Like, he is like the opposite of Stannis. He's like a spineless Stannis. Like they say that Robert is the true steel, Renly is copper, Stannis is iron. That makes Mace, like, rubber. It makes Mace Play-Doh. Yeah. Mace is Play-Doh, you know? He's doughy Play-Doh who will just fit whatever shape he thinks will get him a better hat, you know?
That's the Grand Tyrell conspiracy. To identify and acquire the greatest hat.
Oh yeah, with the most feathers. Do you think
put this one in E?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think that there's a lot to be said for, you know, Mace failing upwards and sort of, you know, being opportunistic, sure, but I mean, I guess the other angle is that the reason why his hat is so big is to fit his enormous throbbing brain. I mean, like, look...
It doesn't have to be throbbing.
Look at how big that helmet is. Like, for real. Like, he looks like a cone head. Look at the curvature of that cerebrum. My God, he's got like a whole other brain in there.
Big-headed means cocksure. It means selfish. It means arrogant.
Oh, yeah, that is true. And that's exactly what Olenna accuses him of. Calls him a puff fish. He's so inflated. He's too big for his boots and for his hat. Maybe the smart people have tiny heads. Who has the tiniest head in Westeros, Glidus?
The tiniest head.
Who has the tiniest head?
Tyrek Lannister.
Maelys the Monstrous's brother.
Oh.
Confirmed. Okay. Thanks for the super chat from Peter, who says, could the rise of magic or the appearance of the others be revenge because Ned buried a female in the crypts of Winterfell? I think the short answer is no, because the White Walkers were attacking the wildlings for years. Oh, well, yeah, no, true. Yeah, I mean, Lyanna... I don't know, do you think the timeline works, Glidus? Like...
It kind of does.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Mance didn't rise to power until after the rebellion, as far as we know, right?
Do we know that?
I don't think it's specific.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess...
It could be before, it could be after.
I guess it is plausible that the recent White Walker incursions only started after Ned buried Lyanna in the Winterfell crypts. But, like, do you really think that the White Walkers are that pissed after all these thousands of years? The one thing that pissed them off was a girl in the No Girls Allowed basement.
There. What the fuck? No vaginas allowed.
Because like there have been like living girls down in the crypts, like Arya. Like, is really the act of burying the Starks? Like,
I think, nah, it doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah,
I feel like there should be a bigger reason.
Yeah,
although it is interesting, of course, that Ned buries Brandon and Lyanna in the crypts.
Yeah, it seems kind of like, do you really want to be that one guy who breaks 10,000 years of tradition because you think that you're unique in loving your family? Like, surely...
Who do you think you are?
Right? Like, I'm sure
you think other lords of Winterfell haven't wanted to... Like, no, screw you. You don't get to do that. I mean, we love Ned, but come on.
Exactly. When you start bending those rules, it's like, well, why not your other friends and common people? And before you know it, everyone's getting buried in the Winterfell crypt.
A lot of people talk about the crypts, but the weirdest thing to me is that the newest burials are at the top of the crypt.
That is weird.
It's so weird. Like, what?
Well, wait, I mean,
are you telling me that 10,000 years ago they were like, okay, we got a plan for the future. I'm digging all the way down, baby.
Well,
I'm gonna dig till I hit ET.
That is what it implies, and that supports the idea in my head that the reason why the Stark's Kings of Winter are buried in the crypts is because they have some kind of blood connection to the White Walkers through the Night's King, and like the crypt is designed to hold in the spirits of these like White Walkers, like hold in the dangerous White Walker magic, and that's why they have the iron swords, and you know that's why they're buried so deep, and like, you know, and so maybe like they were all meant to be really deep, but then like later Kings of Winter, as the reason for the crypts was forgotten, they're just like, hey, why don't we just leave Dad here?
Yeah, I'm not walking all that way.
Yeah, I don't want to carry like there was a really fat King of Winter, and so someone was, I don't want to have to carry Grandpa all this way. Like his coffin is too big to fit through like the stairway, so let's just bury him here.
And so tradition was renewed.
Yeah.
What if the crypts, like at the deepest, darkest depths of the crypts, it's a tunnel that goes past the wall?
That'd be a very long tunnel.
Yeah.
I mean, the sort of subterranean thing, like it evokes like the Weirwood Cave, Bloodraven's Cave, and like Beric's Weirwood Cave, and Like maybe the crypts connect to the Winterfell godswood.
Oh yeah.
Maybe like the Weirwood Heart Tree's roots connect to the Winterfell
To the
crypts.
statues, to the souls of the kings of winter.
To the corpses. Maybe the crypt is a way of connecting the souls of the kings of winter.
Feeding the weirwood.
Feeding the weirwood. It's like a cycle.
Dude,
like the Starks get their power and their energy and their magic and their legitimacy from the weirwoods and the old gods, and so their bodies and their souls are consigned back to the old gods when they die. It's the circle of life. And then that fucked up, so the White Walkers are angry.
That's the Elton John song you were going to go with. I was going to go with Benny and the Jets.
That was my second pick.
Okay.
Either that or the Winterfell crypts are a secret tunnel designed to
tunnel
allow access
through
to
the mountain. Secret tunnel. Sorry.
You're singing with Mariana in the live chat. Someone's singing the same song. I think it connects to Molestown.
No, you don't.
I absolutely do. The King of Winter...
it's to the brothel?
To the brothels. Which are also underground.
Tywin's tunnel in King's Landing. That's the best fucking segue that we've ever seen.
That was masterful. That's the first time we've ever done a segue.
And it was by complete accident.
We've talked together for like 8 hours live streaming, and we've never pulled off a segue of that magnitude before. I'm pretty impressed.
Someone in the live chat is amazed that I was actually doing that in tune. Knows nothing about me.
Yeah, Glidus is a goddamn musician, people. Go and check out his side channel with the songs, the original music that he's composed for his Song of Ice and Fire video essays. How many Game of Thrones YouTubers do you know who have composed their own original music for their Game of Thrones videos? Holy shit, guys.
I do pretty stupid things, don't I?
Oh, yeah, don't we all?
Can you imagine how long... Those Alt Shift X videos, that guy must spend so much time writing and researching. Like, could you imagine if you put music in them as well? If you no, just put a trap beat behind them. That'll do.
What a sucker doing all that work and research. What a
Idiot.
fool. Glad I'm not him.
He should just turn on a live stream and ramble off the top of his head like we do.
Right? That goddamn fool. Sex tunnel. Tell me about sex tunnels, Glidus.
So there's a tunnel from the Tower of the... Is it the Tower of the Hand to Shataya's brothel in King's Landing?
It's not from the Tower of the Hand. It's from a random stable that is like down the road from the Red Keep, I believe.
Yeah, which is fucking weird. And Varys tells Tyrion that a previous hand had it constructed, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's just left at that. And there's just this tunnel that goes to a brothel that a hand built. And it's like, well, let's just answer that question, I guess.
Yeah.
So we know quite a few hands of the king, but the most thematically rich one would be for Tywin to have built this. Because, of course, we learn towards the end of his life that Tywin did have a proclivity for the ladies of the evening.
Yes. He's in bed with Shay. Tywin decided that the best way to get his rocks off was to sleep with his death row son's girlfriend.
Teenage
girlfriend. Yeah. Great dad, Tywin. Which says so much about Tywin's hypocrisy, because he acts like he has no need for such and he's above such, and Tyrion's a piece of shit for sleeping with...
And it's exactly what he hated his father for.
Yeah, this lovely intergenerational shame handed down from father to son. And so the whole idea that Tywin was the one who built the tunnel, it just perfectly fits with this idea of Tywin's hypocrisy. And there are specific hints that it was Tywin who built the tunnel, because just through the tunnel there's this red and
Yeah, that's
gold
right, the
window and a red and gold light, and those are Lannister colors. And we know it was a Hand of the King. We've got these Lannister colors, so it's probably Tywin Lannister, right? It's not certain, but like it just makes so much thematic sense for Tyrion's story.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go out the gate and say this is an S tier theory.
I agree.
Furthermore, I think what's her name? Alayaya, one of the other whores at Shataya's brothel.
Yeah.
A lot of this is a commonly speculated upon thing. Is that she is Tywin's bastard by Shataya, I think it is.
Yeah. Shataya, yeah.
I thought you were about to lay down some rhymes for us.
Give me a beat. No. I think that's a really cool idea. I mean, it's interesting that, Shataya is learning to read. Is she learning to... No, Alayaya is learning to read, or she... Or like Tyrion talks about reading with her or something. Like maybe, she has that in common with Tyrion because Alayaya is Tyrion's half-sister. So good thing he didn't have sex with her.
No, it's actually because, you know how Jaime has dyslexia?
Is that the idea?
She's Jaime's half-sister.
Oh, that's awesome. Alayaya has dyslexia because of Jaime. Oh, and it also creates a new example of incest or potential incest in the story.
Yeah, thanks, George.
And literally any possible opportunity where George can add incest, he does add incest. So the fact that, Tyrion is ostensibly having sex with his half-sister Alayaya in the brothel when he's actually visiting
Gendry and Bella. It's like,
yeah.
Why did you do that, George?
Yeah, there's this whole little moment in the books that wasn't in the show where like Gendry and Arya are hanging out in the Riverlands and they go to a brothel that just happens to have Gendry's half-sister who flirts with Gendry, and they have all this sexual innuendo with each other. And it's like, why, George? Why?
You could have not.
You could have not. Did you consider not? So yeah, I agree. I think it's an S tier theory.
Yeah, good.
I might replace Maisie top 10 fighter with Tywin sex tunnel.
What?
If I'm honest, that one might have been in jest. And by in jest, I mean I ate it. And by incest I mean incest. That is much funnier than what I said. All right. Super chats. Thank you for the super chat from Peter. We talked about that one. Thanks for the super chat from Pain Causing Samurai, who says April Fool's video wasn't the Alt Shift X Preston Jacobs collab I was hoping for, but it was still amazing. Also, please add some horse-themed theories to list. We were going to do that.
Don't you worry about that.
Yeah. I mean, there are so many horse theories, we couldn't fit them all to this list. But how about we just put in X is a horse, and we'll just insert whichever character we believe is a horse
get to that.
at the time. Because I think we did come up with some pretty good ideas in your game show video, didn't we, Glidus?
Yeah, I had to cut a lot of the conversations. I am going to post them, maybe some on my second channel, maybe some on my Patreon.
Yeah, I remember going into more detail than you probably wanted about which characters I thought were horses and why.
The video had to be entertaining, and like there were so many insightful thoughts from all of the contestants that is like, well, I can't fit them all in. I just have to make it. It's all for the pace of the thing.
Yeah, well, y'all should go and check out Glidus's Patreon if you're going to post some of that stuff on Patreon. Thanks for the super chat from Star Wars Nerd, who says, the world of Ice and Fire is full of Ironborn leaders who try to integrate to mainland culture. Then the next leaders go back to the old ways. So facing the true drowned god would be cool. Yeah, I think there's some really interesting stuff going on with their like cultural shift, and I think like a physical embodiment of that would be a sweet fantasy way to do it. Thanks to Leaf. Thanks to Artomix, who says Elden Ring and A Song of Ice and Fire in the same universe theory. Have you played Elden Ring, Glidus?
Not yet, actually. I've been holding off so I can play it on stream.
Yeah. We should do co-op. I did a Elden Ring
You
stream.
played it, didn't you?
I played a little bit of it. I have not continued to play it. I would like to play it at some future point, but I haven't been lately. Thanks for the super chat from Glidus to Glidus, who says, show feet. You can look at your own feet whenever you want, Glidus. That's just wrong. Okay, let's talk about... Let's talk...
Sorry, that's just too funny to me. I don't know why I did that. I just gave you $5 for no reason.
I'm sending you that $5 back. Without a picture of my feet.
I'm streaming. I need the money. I can't put bread on the table for my kids.
Okay. How are you gonna put shoes on their feet? I'll give you the $5 or the picture of my feet. Which one? All right.
You're gonna make me choose.
I would like to talk about The Death of Schemers, which is a dramatic title that I've given to the very simple idea that the first half of A Song of Ice and Fire is a lot about political schemes and plots. Plots and schemes are the same thing. Like Varys and Littlefinger and Tyrion, and the Tyrells, and all these different, and Illyrio, and all these people who have these elaborate conspiracies and plots, and Wyman, lots of different people.
Right.
And I feel like the second half of A Song of Ice and Fire will be about those people dying in an apocalypse of fire and magic and fantasy stuff. And I think that it started... Wait, where are my notes? I had some great notes about this. I'm sure they're somewhere.
The death of Tywin, maybe?
Yes, yeah, that was, Tywin being killed by his own son. I think that's like the beginning of like the death of the plot.
Everyone's got a plan until they get shot on the privy.
Yeah, and we start to see that in the show when Varys dies and Littlefinger dies, and I think that, you know, in the book there's a lot to indicate that similar things will happen. Like there's foreshadowing of like Littlefinger being slain by Sansa with his own knife. And I think it's likely that Illyrio will be burned by Daenerys in Pentos, and, you know, one could imagine Wyman being eaten by Ramsay's dogs after he betrays the Boltons.
Yep.
You know, like we're told in the prologue of Book 4 that, you know, this is a new age. The rules are different now. This is an age for gods and heroes. It's not an age for fucking, you know, plotters and schemers and spies and...
All of the historical projects that Germ has given us have been rife with political schemers. This stuff has been going on for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
This is the end of that age. It's kind of like how Lord of the Rings is the end of the age of magic and is the dawn of the age of man. This is the end of the age of, you know, the political scheming and squabbling. This is the dawning of the new era.
Yeah. And so much of the story is about the corruption and the evil of the political system.
Yeah, how rotten treachery is as a component of the human condition, right?
Yeah, George Martin tells us scheming bad, and I think an appropriate end to A Song of Ice and Fire has to involve rejecting that kind of duplicitous, selfish, treacherous bullshit. To some extent, at least. Yeah.
As a wacky hippie, it seems that George would really value honesty and cooperation as ways of moving forward as a human species, right?
So, and hugs and good times, yeah.
Yeah. And no longer fucking those you're related to.
Well,
well, let's not go too far.
Cut that. Yeah, I think so. And I think there will be other kinds of shitfuckery, like, you know, potentially Bran being the, you know, manipulative magic god emperor, you know, the descendant of Bloodraven, ideologically, magically. But I think that a lot of these plotters and schemers, these houses of cards that they're built, are going to come tumbling down.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be with all of the Euron bullshit and the Bran bullshit and the Daenerys bullshit going on, like, and in the end, Peter won. It's like, no. I think it's likely that Peter will win a Pyrrhic victory. He'll, King of the Ashes sort of thing. He'll be reigning over an empty husk of a place, and then immediately be dismissed, killed, whatever. Yeah.
I think also
this is basically true.
I also think there's just sort of like fundamentally from a plot structure point of view, the story, to have a satisfying ending in a story, you need the plots and schemes to be resolved. And if all the plotters and schemers are still alive plotting and scheming, then the story is not resolved.
Not resolution.
The plotters and schemers are the people who generate plots. So at the end of the plot, you don't need plotters. And so I imagine it needs to be a simpler situation with less moving pieces, fewer characters, simpler characters like, King Jon, King Bran. I think Sansa will be like maybe an example of the new generation of plotters, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. So where do you want to rank this thing?
Oh, A?
Yeah. I agree. I think it's just sort of likely true, but it doesn't quite have the pizzazz required to be an S tier theory.
Yeah, it's not quite as enticing as the sex tunnel.
The reason it's not S is because it doesn't have any incest in it. The S is for incest.
That's what the S stands for.
What do you want to do next? Which theory?
I really want to talk about this insane idea that Gregor and Sandor Clegane are brothers.
Yeah, I haven't heard this one before. I don't see it. Personally,
I think this is an instant F, honestly. There's just no connection between these two characters.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, why... Like, when I think about a theory, I think, what question does this answer? Like, what does this add to the story? And I don't see... Like Gregor and Sandor, they just appear so different, Because the mountain is so big... And like mountains aren't related to dogs. Like they're not even in the same. They're not even in the same animal kingdom.
Three categories of things: mineral, animal, and vegetable, and they're different. They're in different categories.
If you were playing 20 questions, you never would arrive at the conclusion that Gregor and Sandor are brothers.
Yeah, it's this one's fucking out there.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, like sometimes they both wear a t-shirt with dogs on it, but like lots of people like dogs.
I like dogs.
Yeah, like you think you're cool and original for liking dogs, wearing dogs on your t-shirt, and like Gregor and Sandor don't even live in the same castle. Gregor
True.
Gregor is a knight.
Sandor lives in the Red Keep.
Yeah, Gregor's a knight. Sandor is not.
And Sandor's really afraid of fire, but Gregor doesn't afraid of anything.
Yeah, not afraid of a goddamn thing. So yeah, I think that there's no evidence to support the idea that Gregor Clegane and Sandor Clegane of House Clegane are related in any way.
These two, sure, their parents might be the same people, but they're not brothers.
There's no proof that they came out of the same place. We weren't like it wasn't on page, and if it didn't happen on page, then how can we as readers know that it's true? I think George Martin's pulling the wool over us.
Very good point from Victor in the chat saying that Sandor's brother burnt his face, and Gregor would never do that.
Yeah, why would someone do that? And like you're assuming that Gregor's brother is the brother of Sandor's brother. And it might be that Gregor's brother's brother and Sandor's brother are different people. Does that make sense?
Could be, yeah. Yeah.
F tier theory.
Yeah, put this one in the bin.
I'm just going to take this off the screen. Like, it's not even deserving of F. Put it down in the Z tier. uh, would you like to talk about Davos being saved from certain death by mermaids? Because this is much more plausible. Like, this is a much more plausible theory. Do you think mermaids saved Davos?
A lot more time in the limelight.
For sure. So what's the situation
jokes
here?
Aside, Davos is fucking done at the end of Clash, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's like underwater with like fire above him.
He's fucked. And then in the next book, he's just hey, it's me, Davos. I'm still alive.
Something that people don't know if they don't read the books is that George Martin pulls a bunch of absolutely flagrant bullshit cliffhangers on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Theon appears to be dead for about 6 years.
2.5 books.
Yeah. Arya appears to be dead after Sandor smashes her on the back of the head with an axe. There's a heap of examples. I can't remember off the top of my head, but there's lots of absolutely atrocious cliffhangers. And one of them
I think it's kind of like bucking the trend that Daenerys, at the end of Game of Thrones, like, there's no fake out. Like, at the end of that chapter, she's still alive and the dragons are alive. He could have easily just left it at the pyre.
It would be much more consistent with George Martin's writing if Daenerys emerged from the pyre.
Really shitty ending, though.
And the dragons came out, and it was really great. And then George Martin wrote at the end of the chapter, and then a boulder fell onto Daenerys and her dragons, and they're flat now. And then that was the end of the Game of Thrones.
And then the next book.
And then the next book, it's like, it's okay. It was just pumice.
Jorah caught the rock.
It's a really light rock. It's fine. They're fine. The rock missed. I lied in the previous book.
That's how if Quentyn was still alive, right? That's how I would feel about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, of course...
Oh, no, the dragonfire didn't kill him. Don't worry.
Well, that's the thing. Like, it would be reasonable to think... Because, like, we see Quentyn start to catch fire with a dragon burning fire on him. And then the chapter ends. And I think it is totally reasonable to think, based on that Quentyn might still be alive, because George does do these cliffhangers all the time. But here's the important difference. After the chapter where Quentyn is burning, we get a different chapter where Quentyn is dying and then dead. We see his burned corpse.
Yep, that's Quentyn, and he's dead.
Yeah, we get the graphic detail of like these eyes running down his face and his crispy pork crackling skin, and it's like, okay, George, like we get it. Like, you're not subtle. He's dead.
But maybe that, like, beating you over the head with his dead is just him setting the stage for him not being dead. Huh?
It's the old triple twist.
The old switcherity.
Yeah. So it is a absolutely classic cliffhanger that George does with Davos. So what we're saying is that because Davos was in such a terrible situation at the end of the Battle of the Blackwater, surrounded by fire and death and underwater and no hope of rescue, it must have been the mermaids that saved him.
Literally, how else?
Because there are mermaids in there are mermaids in A Song of Ice and Fire. Like, there's a lot of talk about merlings and squishes, and the Manderleys have merlings as a thing. We never see a merling. I have a feeling that the merlings are actually like the deep ones. They're like Lovecraftian monstrosities who totally built a shire, by the way.
Well, we'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
In a world where, you know, Snarks and Grumpkins, you know, the whites are real, the others are real.
Yeah.
All these spooky fuckers, it's all real. So, the squishes are real. Like, there's no
unicorns are real. I mean,
that never even crossed my mind.
Like, one of the things is that they're real, but they're not real in quite the way we think. Like, the unicorns exist, but they're not like wondrous glitter creatures. They are sort of ugly, hairy horses with horns on their heads, and, you know, The White Walkers exist, but like they're probably a bit more complicated than we think. Or, dragons exist, but turns out having a dragon is kind of a disaster. So the Merlings exist, but like they're not Ariel the mermaid. They
they're Lovecraftian monstrous beings.
Yeah, exactly. So my question is, why would the Merlings take Davos? Because like Patchface says that the Merlings like to take humans to breed with them under the sea. There's like several pointed moments where we're told that mermaids like to have sex with humans, which is another example of like interspecies breeding. So I think that given the lore, the most logical reason why the Merlings would have saved Davos is for a root.
for a one-night stand.
For a one-night stand. Probably didn't even text him back.
This reminds me of, those stories of people being abducted by aliens and then being fondled and then being put back down onto Earth.
I do love that idea that like these hyper-advanced extraterrestrials with godlike technology, they just want to touch our butts. Like I like the idea that for all of our accomplishments as a species, as humans, for everything we've achieved in our art and our culture and our science, the only part of us and our civilization that's interesting to aliens is our butts.
Inside of our butts.
Amazing.
And it's not just us, it's out of the entire planet.
They could go anywhere.
They could remark at the beauty of the Great Barrier Reef.
I feel kind of complimented because like to think that of all of the butts of all the different organisms, of every different sphincter in the animal kingdom, the one they choose is the one I have. So like that, I mean, that feels like I've won a beauty contest out of 7 trillion different organisms, and I should win $40 of Monopoly money.
Do not advance to go.
You might want to ease back on your noise gate slightly, I feel.
Oh,
just a
will
thought.
Do. Yeah, the traffic's gone mostly.
Yeah, unless any of those hoons are driving by. All right.
It
so
happens.
where do you want to rank Merlings saved Davos? I don't believe it, but I like it.
That sounds like a C to me. And that hole's been staring at us this whole time.
Yeah, yeah. That's what the Merlings said. All right, okay, all right. We're being let's be adults. Let's be grown up. All right. What theory do you want to talk about next?
Oh, jeez.
Do you want to talk about Rhaegar lost on purpose?
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm not going to be too grown up, because we need to talk about how a sword is a metaphor for a penis in this one.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Should I just explain the... I'll do the quick version of part of the idea is that, like, we know that Rhaegar was a sad boy emo. He had a sense of doom all his life, Barristan says. And there is a theory that Rhaegar's life fits the story of the forging of the sword Lightbringer by the hero Azor Ahai, because Rhaegar thought that he was Azor Ahai, and then Rhaegar thought that his son Aegon was Azor Ahai, and then he thought that he had to breed Azor Ahai with Lyanna Stark. Is
how he justified the kidnapping and rape of a teenage girl.
Yes. And those 3 attempts end in 3 failures, because Rhaegar died on the Battle of the Trident, his son Aegon died in the Sack of King's Landing, and Lyanna died in the Tower of Joy giving birth to Jon Snow. And those 3 attempts match the 3 attempts in the story of the forging of Lightbringer, because Azor Ahai tried to forge and then cool the sword in water, and it broke. And then he tried to temper the sword in the heart of a lion, and it broke. And then he tried to make the sword by thrusting his sword into the heart of his loving wife, Nissa, and she died but that produced the real sword Lightbringer to save the world. And so water, lion, and a wife. So that mirrors Rhaegar dying in the waters at the Battle of the Trident, his son Aegon dying on the orders of the lion, Tywin Lannister, in the sack of King's Landing, and Lyanna dying when she died from childbirth after Rhaegar thrusting his sword into her to conceive Jon. Now, Glidus, I heard you give a skeptical sound when I did the lion bit.
Well, so knowing the size of medieval bows, I know a little bit about this. That's such a long bow. I don't think it fits into the setting.
It's a long shot.
Yeah. The orders of the lion.
Yeah, I swear. I've had some practice at phrasing that line. Yeah, so like, you know.
So Rhaegar was killed by Robert Baratheon, the Stagman.
He died in the water. Like, it is quite specific.
Aegon was killed by Gregor Clegane, who, as we established, no relation, is the mountain, not a lion. Lyanna died. She just kind of, died. Sometimes you just die, and that's so. It's rife with symbolism, and I appreciate the connection. And this is what the story is littered with, right? It is constant allusions, ways you could connect things to prophecies that have been thrown about the story. And this is one of the ways you can connect that. And maybe it's intentional, but I don't like it.
I agree. Because, like, the specific symbols involved, water, a lion, and a sword. Show me one chapter in A Song of Ice and Fire that doesn't mention water, a lion, and a sword. Like, it's the most generic stuff. And as you point out, it's not even, like, super directly related to every situation. So yeah, I agree that the whole notion of connecting Rhaegar's life and attempts to make Azor Ahai mirroring the Lightbringer story, so it is suspect.
Is the theory here that Rhaegar intentionally died in a river? That Rhaegar intentionally left his son to be killed by the orders of a lion?
You got it in one.
What?
Yeah, that's what I love. So this is a tinfoil theory stacked precariously on top of an already precarious theory. So the like, it's obvious that Rhaegar fucked up when he thought he was Azor Ahai, then he changed his mind. Like, he thought that Aegon was Azor Ahai, then he changed his mind.
He got a letter from Aemon saying, "Yeah, no, boy, no, that ain't it."
Yeah, a letter from Aemon saying, "Hey, boy, you got to die now," in order to fit the symbolism of this ancient myth. I mean, I guess, like, we don't even need to include that triple symbolism thing. Like, I guess fundamentally, Rhaegar had access to some kind of prophecy about the future. Is something that is never directly stated in the text, but I think it's pretty strongly implied. Because, like, all the Targaryens of his era, like, like Aemon and Dunk before, and all these people had these interests in prophecy, and Rhaegar was born of prophecy at Summerhall, and he read those ancient scrolls which changed the direction of his life. And he had this sense of doom. He had this sense of melancholy. So I think it is very reasonable to think that Rhaegar knew that he would die. And that's why he had a sense of doom. Yeah.
I know that I will die. And I have kind of a doom about myself because of that.
Don't we all?
I think that being aware of the eventuality, the necessity that one day you will die, that's not very special of you, Rhaegar.
I agree, but what if you knew the day and the circumstances, and knew you could do
like in a
nothing
Jojen
to stop
kind
it?
of way?
Exactly. Yeah, that's a great comparison. Jojen seems to know the day he'll die, and that seems to make him sad. Maybe Rhaegar's the same.
And Jojen does have, like, a very strong sense of dread about him towards the end, especially once they get past the wall.
Yeah. I think the ultimate counter argument to this is that when Rhaegar left King's Landing to fight Robert, he told Jaime, "So when I'm back, I'm gonna make some changes. I got some plans. We're gonna do some stuff." Doesn't seem like something you'd say if
don't
you
don't
knew
move
you were
anything
gonna
while I'm
die.
gone.
Yeah, yeah. You ever hear that phrase? They're not buying any green bananas.
Yeah.
Rhaegar was still buying green bananas.
Yeah.
So
Well, you could think of it from Rhaegar's point of view. Hey, there's this kid. Jaime Lannister's a kid, right? And he's watching Rhaegar Targaryen, the fucking idol, the golden prince, run off to war. He's gonna tell Jaime, "Don't worry, mate. I'll be back."
yeah, just being reassuring.
Yeah. So maybe that was just him trying to help Jaime cope, but I doubt that.
And maybe it was a revelation that Rhaegar had on the battlefield. Like, while he was in the Battle of the Trident, he was like, "Oh fuck, I suddenly understand it. I actually realized that teenager I had sex with, Lyanna, her kid, is actually going to be the hero, not me. And I'm only going to get in the way. So I better eat this warhammer." Yeah, that doesn't sound likely, does it?
I'll make sure I die in the river so that the prophecy is happy with me.
See, a more reasonable thing to do would be to
Get out of the way.
duck.
Not get hit by the warhammer.
Any plan that starts with step 1, get hit in the face by a warhammer. But I think the only rational conclusion we can come to is that Rhaegar went north and became Mance Rayder.
That is true.
Because Mance Rayder also sings and also wears red and black and also has some kind of relationship with Jon.
Yeah. Oh, Ned is also Rhaegar.
Yeah, you reckon? I mean, he was at the Tower of Joy.
He knew where the Tower of Joy was.
How else could he have known?
Exactly.
That actually is like an interesting whole thing.
It's kind of weird, yeah.
How did Ned know where to find Lyanna? And I think the Danes are the answer.
Yeah, it does feel like that. If the answer is like Howland Reed Greenseer bullshit, that's kind of cheap, isn't it? No.
That's just like not how like George uses magic and visions.
No,
like it's never like, "Hey guys, we've got a problem that we're gonna solve with our magic." Like, kind of the one time that happens is when Melisandre like assassinates Renly and Courtney Penrose. But that came at massive cost. Like, like no one ever like casts Alohomora to get through a door. No one ever like, Expelliarmus is a sucker. Like, it's
Sam walks out of the Citadel and yells Avada Kedavra at Euron. He's on top of Cthulhu's shoulder.
Just pops him off his Lovecraftian monstrosity. That'd be great. I really want to see Alaras shoot Euron's squid mount in the eye with her golden heart bow. I would like to see that.
Absolutely. That's anime as fuck, yeah.
It is anime as fuck. Kind of the rule of A Song of Ice and Fire is if it has incest in it and if it has like anime vibes, then George will probably do it. I'm feeling a strong E tier with Rhaegar Lost on Purpose.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Because I think that he probably went into that battle intending to not die in it. Maybe he knew. Maybe he did know that he was going to die. That I'm okay with that. That he probably still wanted to win.
Yeah, people don't normally go to battles if they're intending to die. Unless you're John Connington.
And as we know, Rhaegar was not John Connington.
Rhaegar was everyone except John Connington.
He wanted to fuck everyone.
I agree that like a lot of the tragedy and the emotion and the symbolism of like Rhaegar's death, like the perfect prince of the bygone time, like if he just fucking like stepped in the way of a stepped in front of the equivalent of a train, which is Robert Baratheon. It just like it doesn't. I don't know. And he said Lyanna as he was dying. He had a woman's name on his lips.
That says to me that he's like he still has desire. He still like had plans.
Yeah, he wasn't like
Jon
dying.
saying ghost.
Yeah.
Rhaegar walked into Lyanna.
Oh shit. You're right. Jon Snow said ghost, walked into ghost. Robb Stark said Grey Wind, walked into Grey Wind. Rhaegar said Lyanna, walked into Lyanna, and then immediately died in childbirth. Can you imagine, like...
fuck.
dying in childbirth to a child?
I just got here.
I was just getting comfortable. Imagine your only 30 minutes in your entire experience as being a woman is childbirth. That's a real crash course, isn't it? That would be intense. My God, I feel like you're getting the worst part. But yes, that's a solid E tier. Thanks for the super chat from Lol, who says, "Hi geezers, any chance in the future we could see you on EFAP with Mauler, Rags, and Fringy when House of the Dragon comes out? You both would fit great." I don't know. I'm not huge on appearing on lots of different podcasts.
You're kind of a secluded hermit type, aren't you?
Yeah, well, you know, the internet reception's kind of poor in the cliffside shack from which I'm broadcasting this live stream. What about you, Glidus? Are you into appearing on other stuff?
Well, I actually did appear on said podcast once.
Oh yeah, you
in the
did,
past.
didn't you? Yeah.
And it went terribly because no one knew who I was, and also my cliffside shack was also in a sorry state at the time. I've upgraded to a more, you know, a better cliffside shack, but it's still a cliffside shack. But no, I've spoken to Mauler a little bit, and I think he'd be happy to have me on if they find House of the Dragon interesting enough to talk about.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. I'm open to it.
I do hope that House of the Dragon is worth talking about.
Oh, me too. It'd be just terrible for the channel if there's nothing interesting to say about it.
It'd be very upsetting for the community. Like, if House of the Dragon sucks, it'd really be sort of the nail in the coffin. Like, I think if House of the Dragon sucks, like, no one's going to be interested in the 5 other fucking spin-offs that they're doing. Because House of the Dragon has, like...
all of the hype for the show about Yeeti will just disappear.
Yeah, right? Like, how many casual viewers are on the edge of their seat for a fucking Corlys Velaryon or Princess Nymeria, you know? And House of the Dragon has, like, the best chance of succeeding because it has source material that is finished.
Yeah.
Which is something that none of the other past or future shows have. Unless you count Dunk and Egg, I guess. But, yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah, sorry, that isn't complete either. It's just 3 short stories. Thanks for the donation from Luke4, who says, wins 2022? Probably not. Because George Martin said that he has made less progress in 2021 than he did in 2020.
But you forget, less is not none.
Less is not none. I honestly, in all my years of being a fan of A Song of Ice and Fire, when George said those words, less is not none,
it hurts.
I have never felt more hurt by George R. R. Martin or this fandom. Thanks for the super chat from Tsuyu, who says, "Will you do a face reveal if this channel reaches 100k?" Yes.
Face.
It won't be my face. Yeah.
You want to reveal my face?
I will reveal Glidus's face. And it will still be attached to Glidus. Like face reveal sounds like you're like I want to specify that the face is still attached. Otherwise, it sounds like revealing a face just sounds ominous to me.
Like in the Arya Stark kind of way.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking. Thanks for the super chat from Adam, who says, "This is important to me," and another George be stupid. But that's not tempering. Tempering is after the quench to soften the steel without losing too much hardness. Still got nothing on Rob's hammer. Yeah, okay, I think we've got a weapons forging correction here, that tempering is not the bit where you put it in the water. That's quenching. Thanks for the super chat from Jack, who says, what books would you recommend for people who loved A Song of Ice and Fire? Any genre? Whew.
Self-help in general.
Can I recommend the Bible? Because your motherfuckers need Jesus.
There's a lot of biblical references in A Song of Ice and Fire.
Are there?
Nah.
I can't think of any.
The ones that are there are kind of surface level, like Euron and Theon being hung up like Christ in their dungeons at the start of the Winds of Winter.
Yeah,
that's basically the level we're talking about. It's not like deep shit related to the Bible. If anything, the mythology George draws more from is, the Norse shit.
Yeah, a lot of Norse, with like Bloodraven and the knowledge and some of the names and stuff.
No, do you have any other books series that you would recommend to
I don't know, like
enthusiasts?
I mean, something that comes up is The Expanse, because The Expanse, I mean, people compare The Expanse and A Song of Ice and Fire, and there are similarities in terms of like epic scope and like the POV character structure. But I mean, the authors of The Expanse will tell you that The Expanse is very, very different to A Song of Ice and Fire. Like The Expanse, to me, I would describe The Expanse as being more like an action movie. It doesn't have like, it's focused more on like event, action. And, it totally does have, a lot of interesting thematic concerns and some really great characters.
There's still focus on the human heart in conflict with itself.
Yeah. But it does not have the same kind of world building and mysteries and stuff. So, like, it might scratch the itch in some ways, but not others. Have you read The Expanse, Glidus?
No, I've not. The whole series.
Yeah, it is a cool series, and I think that the other connection is that the authors of The Expanse have both worked with George R. R. Martin, which I think is part of why they often come up together in conversation. I don't know. I don't really know other like fantasy stories that are comparable to A Song of Ice and Fire. I mean, I know there's stuff like the Stormlight Archive, and there's like God, what's that story? It's called
Sanderson is so different to Martin. Like they're just worlds apart.
Yeah, I haven't really read Sandor, but he's on my list. What's that story like? The Sorrow and the Rose, or something? The Sword and the Thing that is apparently a big influence on
the Owl and the Pussycat. You've lost me.
Something like that. I'm terrible for not remembering the name, but there is a fantasy series that a lot of people say, like a medieval fantasy series, that a lot of people say is similar to A Song of Ice and Fire, and people say that George Martin was influeed by it heavily, but I don't remember the name of it.
I would recommend the first Law, not just because it kind of does have structural similarities to Ice and Fire. You know, a lot of POVs, big sprawling world with interconnecting narratives. But also it's just good. Just read good books. I would recommend for Ice and Fire fans, play Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. Sure. If you like this shit, then D&D and role-playing in general is probably the sort of thing you will enjoy.
Yeah.
Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn. Yeah, thank you, live chat. That is what I was thinking of. I haven't read Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people who have read it, like the 5 people who have read it, say that this is like identical to A Song of Ice and Fire. I should definitely read that. So yeah, Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn is apparently similar. Thanks for the super chat from Caden, who says, I'm at school now, right now. Thank you. Keep learning, Caden. Stay in school, Caden. Thanks for the super chat from Luke, who says, thoughts on House of the Dragon. We just did that. Thanks, Pain Causing Samurai, who says, I'd rather a tough voyaging series over any other Song of Ice and Fire.
Yeah.
Like America's cynical version of Doctor Who. I have not read Tough Voyaging. Have you read Tough Voyaging, Glidus?
No, that'd be really interesting. Like an anthology. Yeah. That'd be good.
It'd be expensive, wouldn't it? Because there's a lot of like high sci-fi shenanigans, aren't there? Yes.
Yeah.
So someone's really gonna have to drop a lot of dollars on that. But hey, if they're funding like 5 Game of Thrones spin-offs, why not fund one George Martin sci-fi thing?
Yeah. Wasn't there another project of his that was being adapted that I can't remember?
There's a bunch. There's like
Like there was
Night
a Night Flyers
Flyers.
movie. Yeah.
Yeah. But of course, what we're really excited for is Night of the Cooters. Thanks for the super chat from Is Tyrion an early stage Littlefinger? If we could watch Baelish from the start of his story of pain, wouldn't we root for him? What a great idea. What do you think, Glidus?
That's fascinating.
Because they are similar. Like they're
Um,
both people who like had sort of disadvantages. Like Littlefinger, came from a poor family and he was small in stature, and Tyrion's a dwarf, and they've both used plots and schemes and politics to try and not only gain power, but I think to gratify themselves and gratify their
and they
egos.
both have huge chips on their shoulders about the way
Ooh,
they've
yeah.
been treated.
Yeah.
They're both in love with Sansa.
Yeah. Yeah, they've both got a very uncomfortable attraction to a child.
Gross.
And I think that we would feel sorry for Littlefinger, like if we read his origin story from his point of view.
Oh, I do feel bad for him. Like even as of now,
Yeah.
knowing his story.
Yeah.
I don't want him to win, obviously.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he is easily one of the worst people in Westeros because he caused a war deliberately by lying about the knife and all of that. But, he tried to stand up to win the love of Catelyn Stark by fighting Brandon, and he believed in the stories. I mean, Littlefinger was like Sansa, He,
Yep.
he believed the mythology and the values that his society taught him, and that got him wounded and shamed and exiled. So of course he's pissed off, and of course he wants to, get
Take
revenge.
down the system that ruined his life.
Yeah, and it's almost like, it's almost heroic to want to disrupt the unequal aristocratic feudal system, but
he goes about it in the worst way.
Yeah, and I think he's motivated more by his selfish emotions than by concern for other people. Like, when has Littlefinger ever shown any concern for another human being?
Even the woman he professes to love, he does nothing to help her.
Yeah. And what he does to people like Jane Poole, really tips him over the edge into being a monster.
Yeah.
Thanks for the super chat
Funny
from
stuff.
King Dance Killer, who says, wholeheartedly recommend The Expanse. Book 8 slaps as hard as the first one. Tiamat's Wrath is so good. Haven't started Leviathan Falls. I think one of the problems with The Expanse is that it's a 9-book series, and it really starts getting good around book 5. I think my favorite is book 5, and then book 8 and book 9 are also great. But you've got to get through hundreds of pages before you get to the best bits, which is tough. Another super Glidus, I'll send you half of the super chats, by the way, because
you don't have to do that.
You're sitting through this, so thanks for the super chat from Mariana, who says, please put Rhaegar warging Lyanna and giving birth to Jon on your list. R squared equals J. This is better than the traveling fetus. Oh my god.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that on right now. Okay, while I do that...
R squared equals J.
R squared equals J. That's fantastic. What do you want to discuss next? Which theory?
Aren't there a few more super chats?
That's good for now.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Jaime kills Stoneheart?
Oh, yeah. So what's going on with Jaime? He's
Well, when last we left him, he was hanging out in the Riverlands, and then fucking Brienne shows up. And he's like, "What? What the fuck are you doing here?" And she's like, "Yeah, I found." Who does she say? Does she say Sansa or Arya?
Sansa, I think.
Doesn't really matter. And he's like, "Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that." I forgot I was doing that, and then he goes off to follow Brienne, and then the implication there being that Brienne has traded her life and Podrick's for Jaime's, like in a deal with Stoneheart, right?
Yeah, Stoneheart told Brienne to go and get Jaime, And I'm so sad that we didn't get this moment in the show because it could have looked so fucking funny. Like, Jaime's just walking down the street, and out of the bushes, this giant woman bursts out of the foliage and says, and half her face is missing, by the way, because it's been chewed up by butter. And she's like, Jaime,
ate it.
Jaime, bro, I know it's been a while. Long time no see.
No. We actually kind of did get this scene in the Bells when Euron Greyjoy just like wanders out of the sea and walks towards Jaime and he's like, Kingslayer! And then they fight to the death. It's like, what are you doing here?
I can't believe that the highest paid writers in the world in that moment, I presume, put pen to paper and they're like, how are we going to start this scene? How are we going to block this scene? Like, what brings these characters together? Oh, he walks out of the ocean and he just sees the guy he was looking for. Can you imagine looking for a dude and finding him by walking out of the ocean? Like
yeah, that's how I find my mates.
You go to the beach and you just sit in the shallows. You just sort of like hunch down on your knees with a little snorkel. You have a little snorkel so you could, and a little periscope. You got a snorkel and a periscope.
You wait 5 minutes.
When your mate goes by, you just camp out all week. And when your mate goes by, you burst out and the water goes everywhere.
And they're like, fuck, Harold Holt's come to get me.
Harold Holt has returned. It's fucking, who did we say? It's James Cook. It's Captain James Cook. Returned from the deeps.
Yeah, so we did get that scene.
That is the exact energy. I want Brienne to like fall out of a tree and like Jaime is there. And she's just like, Jaime.
Stop what you're doing.
Drop everything. You need to come with me to get Sansa Stark, who of course is she's in the fucking Vale. Brienne has no idea. She's just making this up to lure Jaime. And what do Brienne and Jaime talk about while they're it's days of traveling, right? To get back to Stoneheart. So like, do you really think Brienne is going to be able to keep up the lie?
Follow me back up the tree.
Back into the tree.
She dives into the shrubbery that she came out of.
Follow me to the sea. We will swim with Gendry. We'll row. Now that I'm actually using my brain, like Brienne's not a good liar, is she?
Oh, no, she's too honest.
Like, do you really think she's gonna be able to keep up the lie that like Sansa is really there and like?
Yeah, Jaime's gonna ask too many questions because he's interested, he's curious, he wants to know what's happened to Sansa.
And they have like more of a trusting relationship now, so like, Brienne's gonna hate leading him to his death.
Yeah, no, I don't know if Jaime makes it to the Brotherhood's hideout without figuring out what's going on.
And Lady Stoneheart, by the way, just like in case you're not inducted into the book lore, is the resurrected Catelyn Stark. Catelyn Stark gets killed at the Red Wedding, and in the book she then gets resurrected by Beric Dondarrion. And she's now become this murderous, monstrous, scary murderer. She's a murderous murderer, and she's been killing Freys and Lannisters and anyone who was responsible for the Red Wedding. She's this
the worst
terrible
kind of murderer.
One of, and she's a stone cold killer, and she wants to kill Jaime for like failing to uphold his oath to like save Sansa and Arya.
She also wanted to kill Brienne.
Yeah, because she thinks that Brienne is working for the Lannisters because she has a Lannister sword and so on.
Yep.
So how's that going to go down?
Well, so the leverage Stoneheart has here is that Gendry and Podrick are still there.
Yeah.
If Jaime like, it wouldn't be hard to crack Brienne.
Yeah.
If Jaime's like, well, you're clearly lying to me about the Sansa thing. What the fuck's going on here? She could just say, well, Podrick's gonna die, and that might be a test of how much Jaime cares about other people now, right?
Yeah, which is how much. Like another theory that we were sort of thinking of talking about was Jaime killing Hoster Blackwood, Host the hostage. Like there's there's a whole idea that Jaime is on this redemption arc. He's becoming a good person, but like it's not simple, and like Jaime like is still talking about like, I will catapult a baby at Riverrun if you guys don't surrender. But also he wanted them to surrender peacefully so that he could keep his oath to Catelyn Stark.
Yeah.
So like there's a lot of like complicated, contradictory things going on in Jaime, and like I would not be surprised to see him do some more brutal things.
Truly an anti-hero, only threatening to catapult a baby over the wall.
Yeah, what a hero. And like,
I mean, he's definitely the most morally get behindable of the Lannisters. At this point.
Well, he has. Yeah, I mean, Tyrion is not a good person in Book 5, and Cersei's always been a monster. So Jaime's the best the Lannisters have morality-wise. Except maybe for Jenna. Jenna Lannister's cool.
Tyget.
Ticket.
Oh,
I mean, he's dead. It's easy to be moral when you're dead. Wait, so what's the theory? Do we think Jaime will kill Stoneheart? I mean, like, Stoneheart is significant because she represents oaths that Jaime failed to keep. And it's kind of weird because, like, Catelyn forced Jaime to swear to save Sansa and Arya and never fight against Riverrun or Winterfell again. But, like, I think that, so much of what Jaime's story is about in Book 4 is, like, him grappling with his oaths, his promises, like, whether he's a good person. And I think Stoneheart is a really good embodiment of that conflict, because she is accusing Jaime of being a horrible person. So, like, I think that this encounter should be really significant for Jaime. But, yeah, like, I don't know, like, how specifically it might play out.
Yep.
I think that...
Sorry if you wanted more from me.
That's cool. I think that Stoneheart dying is something that kind of needs to happen because, like, she's not really a person anymore. She's not Catelyn anymore. Yeah. She is a murderous monster. So, like, I think Stoneheart does have to die one way or another. I mean, one way that she could die is by giving up her life force to someone else. Like, Beric gave up.
We talked about this last time.
Did we?
That she's gonna somehow haul ass up north and resurrect Jon Snow. Right.
In a very awkward road trip with Jaime.
Yeah, you're worried about what Jaime and Brienne are going to talk about. Jesus Christ, what about Catelyn Stark, whose fucking throat doesn't work anymore?
The one thing we can say for certain about the Winds of Winter is that it's going to be very awkward. There's going to be a lot of weird scenes with characters who just, like, zombies and priests and monsters just, like, hanging out with normal people going, it's weird.
What if that story was told from Catelyn's POV and the whole chapter was just brains?
Man, I'd sure love to murder someone. When can I hang someone next? When's lunchtime? Oh wait, I can't eat. When can I hang someone?
When's hang time?
Yeah, just hanging, just hanging out.
Clock.
That's something that Lady Stoneheart would tweet. Just hanging out. Hashtag LOL. So yeah, I feel like Jaime and Brienne's confrontation with Catelyn will be an appropriate place for Stoneheart to die, because I think it could, like, be a good climactic dramatic moment where Jaime sort of faces his failures and Stoneheart's anger is resolved. Because, like, Stoneheart wants to sort of demonize everyone as being just evil who wronged her, but, like, we know that Jaime and Brienne are more complicated than that. They're not perfect, but, like, they do have some good intentions, so...
They're certainly not evil anymore, at least for Jaime.
Maybe Podrick will kill Stoneheart.
Why?
Someone has to. I mean, like
But
Brienne.
Jaime's going there. What if Brienne and Jaime get there and Podrick's just taken care of everything? He's the new. He's their savior now. He's in charge of the Brotherhood.
Yeah, he's the leader of the Brotherhood without banners. That would be dope. Well, what after Stoneheart dies, whoever kills Stoneheart, do you think like Brienne and Jaime could become like leaders of the Brotherhood without banners?
That would be cool.
And then they like organize the Red Wedding 2.0, maybe.
I don't see Jaime having a hand in that, especially if the Red Wedding 2.0 is supposed to be at Davin's wedding.
Yeah, he likes Davin. Kind of put
Yeah.
a damper
We all
on his
like
wedding
Davin.
if he murders everyone.
Yeah. Hey, cuz.
Hey, cuz.
I've just shown up with my gate crashing band of rebels,
I'm imagining
and we
like
are going to murder everyone.
imagining Davin just like takes the lid off a silver platter and like Jaime's in there, like his head poking up through the table going, "Hey, cuz," and just like stabs him in the head.
Oh.
All right, he just like shaves his beard, and then they team up and hang out. Okay. Stoneheart.
Yeah, no. So Stoneheart being like an embodiment of vengeance as a concept. And Jaime dealing with her. Yeah. No, I like it. Because there are two directions for Stoneheart, as you said. Either she dies here, or she like goes on and has this weird role in the story, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just really hard to.
Yeah.
It's really hard to imagine her just continuing to exist when she's this weird ghost zombie with a hole in her neck. Like I don't think she would travel well. I don't think that she has much of a future. I think she's going to start smelling off soon, both physically and narratively. So, like, when better for Stoneheart to die than in this confrontation?
Yeah. And it does sound like it could be an epic showdown.
Yeah.
Of, great revelation for Jaime and Brienne.
I guess another argument is that, like, a lot of people have pointed out that it would be pretty crazy if Arya met Stoneheart.
Yeah, and that can only happen if she sticks around in the story a bit more.
Yeah. Or like Sansa meeting Stoneheart. I mean, it would be very interesting if Jon Snow met Stoneheart. And
that would be the most exciting from my point of view. Yeah.
Yeah, because Catelyn always kind of mistreated Jon, or resented Jon at least. And interestingly,
giving her life. Yeah.
Yeah, and Stoneheart has the crown, Robb Stark's crown as King of Winter, which he wanted to go to Jon. So will Stoneheart be the one to crown Jon Snow the King of Winter? The zombie Catelyn crowning the zombie Jon? That'd be fucking cool.
That would fucking zombie king making. Thematically, I think Arya meeting her would be the most interesting because, on a path of vengeance and murder, wouldn't it be something for Arya to encounter her mother now consumed with those concepts and have to face that?
Yeah,
but I
totally
don't see
agree.
logistically how it would work out, nor her getting to Castle Black to resurrect Jon.
Yeah, because Arya is consumed by vengeance in much the way that Stoneheart is. And I think that Arya's storyline has to involve a rejection of obsessing over violence and killing and vengeance above all else. And what better way to do that than to see what that obsession does to her mother?
There could be equally satisfying ways.
Maybe
because what if Jon goes on to embody vengeance and murder, and then Arya encounters that?
Ooh, if we get like a full-on dark Jon, and he just goes ham on the Bolton's ass, and then becomes wolf-spirited, and what if Arya kills Jon?
I would be fine with that.
Because Jon, I could very much imagine Jon. Jon is someone who does his duty. He'll save the world. He'll do the sacrifices, but he might not have a happy future. In the show, he just sort of walks off to the, to vacation in the Hamptons beyond the wall.
He becomes a lumberjack in the Northeast.
He just walks out of the story. Song of Ice and Fire might kill him.
I hope so.
Like, I mean, Arya gives. Go on.
A lot of people think that Jon's gonna, Nissa someone, right? That he's gonna Azor Ahai some shit up, and that he'll kill Daenerys or Val or someone. But I always thought that it would be Arya, because who does Jon think about the most? Who's Jon's closest connection? It's Arya.
Yeah.
So or maybe George could turn it around and Arya kills Jon. Doesn't really matter to me. I just think that connection needs to be revisited before stories end.
Yeah, I totally agree. And all the stuff about, different roads can lead to the same castle. And I mean, the whole plotline in Book 5 about, Jon thinking that the girl on the grey horse is Arya, and Melisandre said Arya's coming here, but then she doesn't. And there'll be huge significance to an Arya-Jon meeting, but both of them have become such different, more violent people.
God, that is such an underwhelming moment in the show. Oh my god.
Yeah. There's no dialogue, is there? They kept fucking doing that in season 8. They just had scenes with no dialogue because they couldn't think of things.
They talked a little bit.
Did they?
Yeah, it was really nothing. And then they cut away before anything interesting happens.
My god.
The live chat's right. No, Jon cares about Saturn more than Arya.
Well, Saturn is Arya as a faceless man.
Oh, right.
Did you guys
Sorry, I forgot.
It's kind of subtextual, but I thought everyone, Jaime kills Stoneheart. I'd give it a B tier. What do you think?
I was leaning more to A.
Yeah.
I'm happy, but maybe that's because I don't want B to just jump ahead of the line,
I admire your commitment to equality across the tiers, but I feel like it's B because I do really like the idea of Jaime killing Stoneheart, but I feel like there are also a bunch of other really interesting
There's so many options,
possibilities with crowning Jon and facing Arya and Sansa and passing her life force on to someone else. What if Stoneheart gives up her life force to resurrect Brienne if Brienne gets killed by
I was thinking it could be Jaime that she brings back.
Oh, that would be better. Yeah.
I think that's better because overall he's certainly more antagonistic to the Starks across the show, the series. Good lord, what have I become?
That would be way more meaningful if Stoneheart decided to give her life to the person who she saw as a villain, and it would be a recognition that people are more morally complicated than she is currently believing. And it would be an inspiration to Jaime to not waste this new life and to be better, I would think.
Yeah.
All right. We can leave that at B.
I'm very excited to see where that goes. If it does go.
If it does go. We're currently looking at a parked car going, man, that'll be such a fast car.
We've been looking at it for 11 years.
We've been staring at
the ignition works.
We've been staring at a parked car for 11 years, making vroom vroom sounds with our mouths.
I wonder what radio station it's going to be tuned to.
We've been peering
What's the mileage on this thing? Everyone's been talking about the composition of the upholstery. Just we're waiting for this old man to show up with the key.
Oh, we don't even know if the thing can start.
But man, it looks like it's gonna run really well.
We're tapping on the boot to hear if it's hollow or if there's something in the trunk.
There's something in there.
I heard a sound. Thanks for the donation from Zach. Thanks for the super chat from King
gonna
Dance.
go have another pee break if that's right.
Cool. All right, cool. All right, this will be a pee break super chat round.
I'll be back in. Time me. It'll be a minute. That's not true. It'll be longer than that.
All right, time him in the live chat, people. King Dance Killer says, lastly, both of you, I went through a breakup earlier this year of an 11-year relationship, and both of your channels kept me sane throughout it all. Cheers, and keep it up. Thanks, King Dance Killer. I'm glad to have helped. Hope you're doing good. The Real YT says the Bible is a good recommendation. Shift reviews a lot of shows that have biblical references. This is one of my favorite channels. Well, not Shift, but I reviewed Raised by Wolves a bit, and that has a lot of Bible stuff, yeah. And Alt Shift X and I have reviewed Westworld, which also has a lot of Bible stuff, and Watchmen 2019 has a lot of Bible stuff. So yeah, I mean, look, Americans love making shows with Bible symbolism because it makes stuff seem deep, and sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, thanks, Real YT. Thank you for the donation from Mickey Bamf, who says, "Hey Swifty, please finish a cock. I don't like reading, and I like your voice. There is only one way to resolve this." Yeah, well, I mean, so I do the Game of Thrones Abridged podcast on this channel, and I discuss and summarize each chapter of A Song of Ice and Fire. Haven't done an episode in a while, gonna get back to it at some future point. And my goal with this podcast is to prevent people from having to read. I think that books are evil, and so I talk about the books so that you don't have to read them.
The problem with books is that they take trees to make, and trees are good, and we don't want to kill trees.
I think the problem with books is that they're so hard to chew and digest, right, Glidus?
Yeah, and the glue they use to stick the pages together at the spine, toxic as fuck.
I love the paper, but not the staples. The staples are tough going in, and even worse coming out.
I feel like maybe I shouldn't commit to eating a book.
Oh, you've done it. They've got the receipts, Glidus. It's on the internet now.
But it'll get so many views. Think of the clout.
We would hope. The most upsetting thing would be eating a 5,000 word book for the internet and getting 5 views. You know someone's done that.
Ooh. Yeah, that's rough.
The one saving grace of self-destructive YouTube content creation is the number go up. Very disappointing if it didn't have that.
Not worth the bowel obstruction.
Thanks for the super chat from Jack, who says, "Could George have asked D&D to intentionally not follow the beats he will in the books so that the books retain mystery, like Arya killing the Night King?" Can you imagine how that pitch meeting goes, Glidus, when George sits down with D&D and says, "Guys, I have a really good idea for the story, and I want you to not do it."
Oh, man. Oh, he could have just been fucking with them, though. Wouldn't that be great?
You think, like, he gave them made-up shitty plot points as a prank?
That'd be so good.
Did you ever see that movie Kung Pao? We trained him wrong as a joke.
Yeah. That's what he did with them.
George trained D&D wrong as a joke.
So I think that he gave them, the big bits, and they played with them as they would.
Yeah, I think that D&D, all D&D are ever going to do is like try and make the best show they can with the limited amount of fucks that they had left to give.
Ah, there we go.
I didn't want to say anything outlandish. I think D&D obviously like got a bit sick of things and wanted to just fucking finish it. Like they could have done lots more seasons, and they chose to do a minimal number of episodes. They were done. You'd think they could have given it over to someone who did want to whatever. I don't think.
Oh well.
I don't think, and I think George wanted Game of Thrones to be as good as it could be. Like he didn't have control over it, but
he definitely wouldn't be feeding them bullshit plot points just to like make his story better. No, that's dumb.
Yeah, no one wanted Game of Thrones to be bad, and that's why it's so sad that it was.
Yeah.
Thanks for the super chat from Puffin, who says Ashford equals Fagon, Littlefinger, and Varys ruling via proxies plus Fagon abandoning Martell Princess for Stark like F Daddy Rhaegar, Sansa plus Aegon stories parallels.
Okay, I hang on.
I've seen quadratic equations more intelligible than that theory.
Littlefinger and Varys ruling via proxies, abandoning Martell Prince. If you wanted to send that much information, you have to pay more money on the super chat. I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah, look.
The English language is limited in the amount of information you can encode in that amount of characters.
If you gave me a week and a protractor, I might be able to figure this out. But for brevity's sake, we might have to roll on. I feel like we roasted Puffin real hard there, but
yeah,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Puffin. Thanks for the super chat from Matt, who says The Wheel of Time is a great series. Thanks for the super chat from Matt again, who says that The Wheel of Time is great because George and Robert Jordan were close friends, and George R. R. Martin was slated to finish Wheel of Time. Is that true? I do know that House Jourdain is named after Robert Jordan.
Yeah.
Super chat from LOL, who says, Abora High, yay or nay? Is that the idea that the boar that killed Robert is Azor Ahai?
It must be.
I think there is some like surprisingly convincing evidence for that one, if I remember correctly. I don't remember what it was though.
All I know about the boar is that Bloodraven walked it.
Yeah, well, of course. Do you think Bloodraven was still warging it when Robert killed the boar and then the boar was eaten?
Yes.
I mean, since he's so into cannibalism.
What happens when you're in the body of an animal who dies? If you're warging something that dies?
That happens to Varamir, doesn't it? In the prologue of A Dance with Dragons? Doesn't he like walk into one of his wolves, then the wolf dies, and then he goes into the trees of the old gods or something?
Right, he just finds another place to go.
Or
Does he experience the pain of that death as well? Probably.
We could look at the risk of...
no, we won't though.
At the risk of like knowing something about what we're talking about. Okay, here we are. So So he tried to take over Thistle, the wildling, didn't he?
Yeah, but that didn't work out.
But that didn't work out. She like resisted it. And he becomes like a spirit. And then his true death comes. And there's the wolves. Okay, yeah, fuck it. We're not going to read it right now. I can't read and talk at the same time.
It's a long fucking chapter.
These are long fucking books.
Yeah.
Thanks for the super chat from Pizzo, and So says that Hal Mollen is an alpaca. Do you think that Hallis Mollen is an alpaca, Glidus?
I haven't heard this theory before. That's interesting.
Hallis Mollen is known for stating the obvious.
Like an alpaca.
Alpacas are straightforward thinkers, I would say.
That's really all we know about either of those things.
It really is, isn't it?
Not really anything else we know about alpacas.
Do
Hal
alpacas...
Mollen.
Yeah.
What? He just doesn't show up again. Catelyn sends him north with Ned's bones.
Yeah.
Hey, take these to the crypt at Winterfell, and then he doesn't show up again. I have this theory that because the Ironborn had occupied Moat Cailin by the time he got there, that Victarion captured him, and Ned's bones are on the Iron Victory.
Oh, dude, that's a great theory. I haven't heard that before.
And, of course, the Iron Victory goes to the Iron Islands, they go to the Shield Islands, and then on to Slaver's Bay. Ned's bones are in Marine.
And what will that accomplish? Will Daenerys bring Jon
wait.
bones?
You know how Jorah he shows up to Daenerys with Tyrion. He's like, he's an enemy of yours. Am I now in your good graces? That's what it's going to be. Victarion will be like, I have Ned Stark's bones.
Do you think that Victarion will claim to have killed Ned Stark to ingratiate himself with Daenerys?
Oh, he's really dumb.
He might try it. He might roll those dice. Because he's gonna be like, because he's like trying to be more like Euron, right? Like Victarion is trying to be
Yeah,
all.
he's trying to emulate Euron's ambition.
I think claiming to have killed Ned Stark is like the Victarion version of a Euron lie.
Yes, absolutely.
I think that
Now this is canon.
the other thing about alpacas, so like so like Hallis Mullen transported Ned Stark's bones. What do alpacas have in them?
Gumption.
Bones.
Oh.
So so I think there's no other conclusion we could reach but that Hallis Mullen is an alpaca. So we're gonna put that up at the S+ tier over here.
Of course.
What theory do you want to do next?
Blackfish is gay.
All right. I thought so. Like, so what do we know about the Blackfish?
He's into musical theater. We know that he's not married, and he's an old feudal lord's brother, which is very strange.
He's
to not be married.
Extremely eligible bachelor. But
he's one fetch motherfucker.
He sure is. And yet he hasn't married anyone, and he just guards the gate of the Mountains of the Moon, doesn't he?
Yep.
And Hostatully, his brother, complains about how the Blackfish never married anyone, and that seems to have been a bitter issue that divided the two. So a lot of people speculate.
According to the show, we don't even remember why we're angry at each other.
Yeah, that was another one of the more disappointing lines.
Yeah.
Do you think he ever had a lover, like a secret lover? Because there are gay characters in A Song of Ice and Fire who like had like secret gay relationships. I mean, like Loras and Renly.
I think that George doesn't write characters who've never been in love. Love is just such a central part of the way he writes characters that, you know, if you're more than Rennefer Longwaters, if you appear in more than 2 scenes, George is probably he knows who you've loved.
That is such a beautiful point. George does not write characters who have not loved. Because A Song of Ice and Fire is so much about heartbreak, you know?
Absolutely.
It's about romance in every sense of the word. It's about, like, just the feeling of just being filled with overwhelmed with, like, the ideal and the beauty and the desire of something or someone or an idea, whether a person or knighthood or, you know, making things, you know, the fantastical world or whatever. And, like, and it's about disillusionment and loss and the pain that comes from that. Like, you read George Martin's other works, like, so much of it is about longing and loss.
Yep.
and love and so it's not like the Blackfish was just asexual. I don't think George Martin would write an asexual, except for Varys.
Oh, that's an interesting idea. Some people think that Stannis is asexual.
Yeah, well, he was not so asexual as to not have sex with Melisandre, though.
Well, that's kind of his obligations as a... Oh, wait, Melisandre. Yeah, no, fair enough.
Selyse was his obligation.
But that was a means to an end.
Yeah, but I mean, how do we think this went? Like, did Melisandre come up to Stannis and say, "Hey, hon,
look, man,
I need some semen for a demon. So I'm gonna need you to get over here onto the painted table, because if there's one thing required for magic, it's that." So you know, that's not how I imagine it happening. Like
Stannis, he grits his teeth and he's like, "Well, it's a king's duty."
All right, but I won't enjoy it. All right, but I'm keeping my clothes on.
You better not make any noise.
We're doing it through a sheet. and I'm looking at a military strategy handbook while we do it. I'm just gonna think about the siege. I'm gonna grit my teeth. Melisandre is described in terms of her sexuality and her attractiveness and her seductiveness a lot. And I can't help but think that she would have applied that to Stannis. And like Stannis, like, I think it's wrong to think that Stannis, doesn't feel and doesn't want things just because he's bad at expressing himself and he's bad at relating to people.
A lot of people are.
Yeah, lots of people are. There are lots of people who want things and have feelings, but are just not very good at expressing them. And I think Stannis is one of those people.
Yeah.
So I imagine that he would want sex. And like maybe he just wasn't. I mean, like I think it's like the reasons why he didn't have a sexual relationship with Selyse, I think, are more interpersonal, and also Melisandre was a lot more hot. So,
oh yeah, she's super hot.
So yeah, I feel like Stannis is probably not asexual.
Yeah.
But we were talking about Blackfish, weren't we?
Yeah. So he never married, even though Hoster was like, I presented you with a number of suitable ladies you could have married. So it's pretty straightforward to conclude that, well, he's just not into the bits that those people had. But then there are other feudal lords, people who participate in this system, who do get married and just do it because that's what you do. Renly, for example, although he never did the hanky-panky with the sexy teenager, he got married because it was needed for an alliance. Hoster Tully, as Lord of the Riverlands, definitely would like alliances. That's why he married Catelyn, to Brandon Stark, and Lysa to Jon Arryn.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
In fact, the animosity between himself and Walder Frey in part stems from there not being alliance between the two of them.
Yeah, that could have been fixed if Brynden just got married. And Brynden cares about House Tully. Like, he wants House Tully to be strong and safe. So it's like,
if you're a gay man, you'd probably just marry a woman for the alliance, right?
Yeah, you'd think so.
What's going on there?
Maybe what's going on is that he had a secret partner, and that bond was so strong and important to him that it would feel like a betrayal to marry someone else. Or, maybe that other person, maybe it was their issue.
Yeah, but you say that, but Robert loved Lyanna, and he still married Cersei.
Well, Lyanna was dead.
Ygritte's dead.
Well,
I don't like. Does the connection die when the person dies? I think the whole point of George's story is that it doesn't.
Yeah, that's true on an emotional level. But I mean, it's still a lot easier to, make that compromise when the person's dead. I don't know. I think that there certainly are emotional reasons why the Blackfish might not want to get married because he feels a connection to someone else. Or maybe he's just like intensely physically repulsed by women.
I feel like we would have picked up on that. Like in a Catelyn chapter, she's talking to her uncle and he's just like, oh, sorry, I looked at you.
Yeah, I feel like Randall Tarley is the sort of guy who would consider it improper to be in the same room as a woman who isn't his wife or his mother.
Yeah. Well, so there is this theory that the suitresses, the women folk that Hoster proposed for Brynden to marry, all had Blackfire connections going back.
What?
And he was like, no, I'm not doing that. Because he's named after Bloodraven. He's like, as far from, like, no, we don't deal with Blackfire connections. He's gay, okay? That's what's happening here. But this is just another idea.
Wait, so there are people who argue that
person.
there is at least one human who argues that Blackfish is not only a red-blooded heterosexual, sorry. He is not only a heterosexual, but he's a Targaryen loyalist, anti-Blackfire, Bloodraven idolizer who would be perfectly happy to marry a woman as long as she didn't have any connection to any Blackfire, no matter how tangential.
Well, yeah, and Hoster just never gave him a non-Blackfire woman.
And the Blackfish never suggested anyone who wasn't a Blackfire.
Nah. Well, okay, so here's the actual counter theory to him being gay, is that he was in love with Manisa Went.
Oh, what's the evidence for that?
None.
So couldn't you have just named any woman?
Well, it's who Hoster married.
Right, yeah, okay. Do you think Blackfish and Manisa were secretly fucking?
Kind of like how Ned was in love with Ashara. But Ashara, and Brendan.
Oh.
That Brandon. Fuck, there's too many brus going around. Bruh.
It's like a Jewish birth ceremony
Feast for
over
bros.
here. Bris. What do you think that the Blackfish is secretly Catelyn's father?
Oh my god. I hadn't even gotten there yet. Oh fuck.
Why not go whole hog with it?
Shit. Why not?
What if the Blackfish is the secret father of Edmure and Catelyn and Lysa?
Not Lysa.
Not Lysa. Yeah.
Not Lysa for some reason.
Well, because
no. Well, he becomes the Knight of the Bloody Gate. Why did he do that?
To look after his daughter Lysa.
Exactly.
Oh my god, it's all coming together.
And then Sweet Robin is also his son by his... No. Oh no, I've done the George thing. I've made more incest where there needed to be none.
God damn it, Glidus. We don't need another S-tier theory. Someone in the live chat says that Johannes in a super chat says that Blackfish dreamed of joining the Kingsguard. So
not being married, yeah, keep your options open for that. But like at a certain point, you're too old. Like they don't admit 50-year-olds to the Kingsguard, do they?
Do you think characters have gotten divorced in order to join the Kingsguard? There must have been some.
I'm sure.
There must have been some.
Yeah.
Do you think there's ever been a Westerosi knight who has murdered his wife in order to join the Kingsguard?
I don't think that story has been written, but it sounds exactly like the kind of thing that would happen.
Right. It sounds exactly like something that George would write.
Yeah.
Adam in the super chat says, the reason Brynden Blackfish didn't marry is the same as the reason why Ned's mother was just named Lady Stark. Lazy, open-ended plot convenience. Yeah, maybe the reason why he didn't marry is because George didn't want to have to write another character, and he'd already used the his wife died in childbirth excuse too many times.
Well, then leave out the childbirth. Just say the wife died.
On the way home to her home planet. Or
do the Davos Seaworth thing where it's like, no, he actually is married, but his wife's elsewhere.
Yeah. He really loves his wife and he really wants to get back to her, but he's going to spend 5 books doing everything other than going home to his wife.
Barely ever thinking about her and their children.
That honestly might be... I think I've said this about 5 times already. That is honestly one of the most outrageous things about the Game of Thrones TV show to me, is that Stannis died at Davos, who was... His entire purpose, his entire reason why he was out in the world was to serve Stannis. Stannis died, and Davos decided not to go home to the wife he loves, but instead to hang out with Jon Snow's corpse.
Yeah.
And risk his life to defend Jon Snow's corpse instead of going home to his wife. What does that say about his relationship with his wife?
That he's forgotten about it.
He kind of forgot about the wife. What's her name again? She has a name like Maria or something.
Maria, yeah.
Maria. I feel like George also does the thing of like, oh yeah, I totally have gay characters in my book. It's these 3 characters who I never show having relationships. It's them.
Well, Loras has his speech about how much he loves Renly.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I just feel like if I've just got these graphic sex scenes with all of, well, actually no, we do get sex scenes with like Cersei and Taina.
Yeah, she's gonna drown in the Mirish swamp.
I guess what we don't have is a gay sex scene in A Song of Ice and Fire between two people who like each other. I think that's the one thing that's
because it's always Cersei and Taina, and then Daenerys and Irri.
Yeah,
like that's kind of a slave interaction there, which is weird.
Yeah, not
anyway,
great.
Fireball convinced his wife to join the Silent Sisters so he could be a Kingsguard.
Ah, there you go.
There's Johannes in the super chat, and I think Adam also said it.
Yeah, that's right. Good points. H in the live chat says that he must have forgot about her because all of the amnesia water in the north. Yeah, that amnesia water gets all over the place.
It's a me reference.
Oh, it's always so cool seeing something you've said like floating back out from the fandom, like a message in a bottle and it comes back. It's pretty cool.
Hey, we have Ertach Eltanos in the chat. Hell yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hey, welcome Ertach Eltanos. Ertach Eltanos does a bunch of great fan art, which at this point is not even fan art because it's being included in the official coffee table version of Fire and Blood that's coming out. So the official Song of Ice and Fire artist, Ertach Eltanos, in the chat.
Fuck yeah. What a legend.
What do you think for the ranking of this theory? I feel like A tier. Like, I feel like it's just true. What do you think?
Yeah. I you can put it in A tier, but I'm just like, unmarried character equals gay character. It's a little...
Yeah, you're right.
A little silly.
Yeah. I mean, is there no more evidence than that? Like, I sort of got the impression that George R. R. Martin may have confirmed it or sort of confirmed it at some point.
Someone in the chat seemed to think that he'd said no.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't see a source on that, though.
I got the impression that, like, the fandom consensus was that he was definitely gay, but, like, as we said earlier, the fandom consensus is often completely wrong or just not based on anything. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not true. I mean, to me, it still feels like the most likely explanation, and I feel like it sort of fits a pattern of, like, other gay characters in A Song of Ice and Fire who sort of quietly... Yeah. Like, wasn't there one of the sons of Dunk, like, was gay and, like, had, like, a male companion and, like, refused to ever marry? Like, the Blackfish seems like a very similar situation. I think it was Duncan Targaryen.
I like how George bucks the trend of gay fellas always being sprightly twinks.
Take a drink every time we say sprightly twink in this live stream.
It's just such a fun phrase.
It's a great phrase. No, that's true. I like how there are gay guys in A Song of Ice and Fire who are, like, not fitting certain stereotypes, like Renly or whatever. I don't know, maybe it's a C tier if there's no evidence. If there's zero evidence, then it can't be more than C, I guess.
But remember what you said on the game show. If there's no evidence, well, you can't disprove it, so it's true.
So you're saying that the Blackfish is a horse?
Well,
there's no point in the books that say that the Blackfish does not have hooves.
What if the Winds of Winter opens with, like, a glossary? No, like an appendix. Hang on. No, an appendix at the back that just lets you know who is and isn't a horse.
The following characters are not horses. An incomplete list. No, not every character.
You're scouring it. You're looking all the way through it, and you can't find Tyrek Lannister.
It says Walder Frey is not a horse, but which Walder Frey?
All of them. The Walder Frey.
Thanks for the super chat from Random Donkey, who says the best pork is cooked with salt and smoke. Yeah, that's the reason for the Abora High thing, right? Boars are cooked with salt and smoke. And
Not bad.
and the boar that killed Robert got a king's blood by killing King Robert, and king's blood is associated with like the magic and Azor Ahai. So
Okay, and the comet was elsewhere.
was elsewhere.
The comet, the bleeding star.
Oh, the comet. Well, the comet was the sheen in the pig's eye from the sun reflected looked kind of like a comet.
That he was born under.
Oh, it's metaphorical, Glidus. You know,
Oh,
it's symbolism, and you know, it's a little. No, I do remember that from like ages ago. Abora High. That's a pretty fun theory. Thanks to the super chat from So and Ironborn and Breeze Shooter. Breeze Shooter came up with Abora High, apparently. Congratulations, Breeze Shooter. Thanks for the super chat from So, who says, I think Stannis is hinted to have Asperger's. That's definitely my favorite Stannis theory as someone with Asperger's. Glidus, do you enjoy diagnosing fictional characters with real psychological conditions?
It happens to be one of my favorite pastimes.
Do you want to do a game show where we get like a big roulette wheel and every slice is labeled with something out of the DSM, and we have to like stick a fictional character. We get like a dart with a fictional character, and we have to say this character has this and that character has that.
I feel like you could really easily incorporate this into the Alt-Swift Dex's totally legit random theory generator.
That's true. Yeah. No, there is a I did make a random Song of Ice and Fire theory generator. And I'll add the link to the video description, but I put a bit of time into it and it spits out some fun theories. It's surprisingly good.
Sometimes you get things that are just like true.
Yeah, I think George Martin has been using it to write The Winds of Winter.
So you've created this little thing to help him, you know, speed it along a little bit.
I think it may have hurt more than it helped. He's rewriting everything to include
now that he knows that Rorge, Biter, and Hizdar are the three heads of the dragon.
Now that he knows that the Blackfish is a horse, he's starting over.
You have to add is a horse to the conditions.
Thanks for the super chat from Pizzo, who says, how do you rate Fire and Blood compared to the rest of the series? And Glidus, give us another song. You have a great voice.
Probably more songs soon.
When's the
Right now.
When's the next piss take coming out?
Oh, you just delayed it another day. Damn, it was actually damn, I can't believe you've done this.
You were just about to upload it, I know, but you got to reschedule that. What do you think of Fire and Blood? Do you like Fire and Blood?
I don't mind it. I'd rather he didn't write it and worked on other things, but it seems like the kind of thing that he just had the notes for anyway.
Yeah, I feel that way about every George Martin project that is not Winds. I just feel like, well, that's cool, but it makes me feel like Winds of Winter is further away.
Yeah.
I don't like Fire and Blood as much as I like the A Song of Ice and Fire main series, because I like the characters and the dialogue and the description and the feeling in the moment. And...
it's definitely nowhere near a mainline book. I would rank it. I think Dunk and Egg is actually quite close to the satisfaction I get from a mainline book.
Yeah.
But Fire and Blood is far, far away. It's probably still a step above the World of Ice and Fire, which I still enjoy. I think it's a fun read.
Yeah. I think that in some ways Dunk and Egg is better than the main A Song of Ice and Fire books, because like it has like in a lot of ways the same level of like complex plots, mysteries, characters, lots of kooky shit going on.
It's so fun and kind of simple to read through, and it's digestible.
Yeah. It's a lot easier to eat as well, Glidus.
Yeah. Oh, that's the plan. That's the play.
Maybe you'll just eat the She-Wolves of Winterfell instead of the Winds of Winter. Or one is dessert and one is the main meal. I don't like Fire and Blood as much as the main series, but I think that it could potentially be the basis for a TV show that is as good or better than Game of Thrones. So,
Ooh.
I am hopeful about House of the Dragon. I don't know if House of the Dragon will be good, but I think Fire and Blood could be the basis for a good show.
I agree. I think you could make a good show out of that book.
Thanks for the super chat from Samurai, who says Stannis very clearly feels empathy. He's just been raised to see it as a weakness, but his relationships with Davos and Jon make him more well-rounded. I mean, yeah, that's a good point. Like, I mean, Stannis, you can see Stannis as like a good to decent person who has been shaped into a hard ass by the values of his society. Like, do you think Stannis would be a better guy if he wasn't a lord?
That is so interesting. Well, if he wasn't a lord, he wouldn't have been raised by Maester Cresson.
True. And
he would be so different.
And he wouldn't have the same relationship with Davos.
Yeah. Or with anyone. Do you think this guy would be really different if everything about him was different?
If Stannis wasn't a lord, would he have any friends? Because he wouldn't have anyone who's paid to hang out with him.
Oh.
That's really mean, but like the reason why like all these people like Crescent and Davos like put up with him and offer him all this advice is partly because of Stannis's like social role.
That he was born as Robert Baratheon's brother.
Yeah, like Stannis has advantages. I don't know. But yeah, I certainly agree that Stannis does feel empathy and stuff. Thanks for the super chats from Pizza Priest and Johannes, who pointed out.
I'll be back in a minute, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. And Chatwin, who said the Amnesia Water. Thanks for the donation from Mickey Bamf, who says, screw that Alt Shift X guy. When was the last time he went on a tangent and burped through an explication? No king of mine, Swifty the king in the north. Yeah, fuck Alt Shift X. Alt Shift X's best fighters in Westeros ranking video, absolute trash. Oberyn would beat Brienne every time. Thanks for the super chat from Hubert, who says Jon will join White Walkers, becoming disillusioned with humanity. Whoa, joining the White Walkers because humans suck. I like that idea. I do think that Jon might become a White Walker in some sense, become like a Night's King, marry a Night's Queen, make a sacrifice, transform himself. He'll be different when he's undead, something along those lines. But I think that A Song of Ice and Fire will end with like an affirmation of the value of humanity. Like, I don't think it'll end with humans suck, we might as well all die. I think it'll be humans are complicated, but it's worth trying to value the light over the darkness. And I think the defeat of the White Walkers will affirm that. But it will certainly be complicated.
Who's the horse?
Well, I think Jon is a horse, but like
a horse with white hair when he gets resurrected.
Oh, like a wondrous white mane. That'd be great.
He grows a horn
with Valyrian steel horseshoes.
Dude, that is such a waste.
It would probably be terrible because the steel would just like damage whatever surface you ride your horse on.
That poor horse.
Thanks for the donation from Vichy Schwass, who says, you better move up gay Blackfish. It fits quite well. Can you blame him for never explicitly saying, hey, by the way, in this extremely homophobic society, I'm extremely homophobic? Yeah, I think it does fit well, but yeah, there is no direct evidence that we're aware of right now. So it's kind of hard when there's no evidence directly.
Yeah. We all like it. It's just that we can't place it any higher than that, right?
Yeah, that's my feeling. What do you think about the theory, Glidus, that Euron has a glass candle shard in his eye hole?
That
is exactly the sound that I made in my head when I read that. I was like, nah, no?
I don't hate that.
Right?
That's cool. That's really cool.
That reminds me of who's the Umber? The Umber with the dragon glass. Doesn't he have a dragon glass in his eye? Crowfoot Umber, like a crow ate his eye, so he put dragon glass in his eye socket. Isn't that a thing?
Yeah, and doesn't Theon look at his eye and think, "Ah, fuck," and he's like scared because it reminds him of Euron?
Oh, yeah, I think he might. And he does describe Euron's eye,
Wait,
like
no.
he's got.
Yeah, that happens in the Winds of Winter, in the fucking the preview chapter.
Yeah, he thinks of like Euron's like black eye, like he's got the smiling eye, the blue eye, then he's got the black eye. Maybe it's black because it's a glass candle, and glass candles are black. And for those who don't know, like glass candles are magical artifacts from Valyria that seem to allow people to like project their consciousness across vast distances. They can see distant things. They can possibly enter people's dreams, give people dreams. So a lot of people think that Quaithe might have a glass candle. Marwan the Mage has a glass candle. A lot of people think Euron might have a glass candle and that he might be using that to manipulate people, like that one dream that Daenerys has of a ice-cold phallus. And I think the reason I love this like glass candle shard in the eye socket thing is that would give Euron like a potentially like a permanent connection to the spirit world, you know? Like he's always got one eye on like the magical world, which like that seems like how he behaves, you know? Like
like he's never entirely present in the material world where everyone else is, and he's always like kind of half elsewhere, up in the like magical realms that we mere mortals can't perceive.
Totally, he has that like this duality that the eyes already totally represent, and like like when Aeron Greyjoy has all of those nightmarish visions, when Euron drugs him, Euron seems to be able to appear in those dreams and like be aware of those dreams, like entering dreams. I mean, Urathon Dreamwalker, is that a thing? Urathon
Nightwalker.
Urathon Nightwalker. I know that David Lightbringer has a theory that Urathon Nightwalker is Euron. Using glass candles and stuff. But yeah, I like that theory, Brolair.
That's cool, yeah.
Yeah, there's no proof, but I think it would explain a lot of Euron's like dream connections, and like it fits Euron's just general collection of like magical artifacts. And I mean, of course, we have no evidence that like sticking a piece of glass in your eye would actually like, give you anything other than a staph infection. Like, I don't know if it would actually give you magical insight of any kind. But
there's only one way to find out.
There's only one way to find out, and you better believe that Euron Greyjoy would be the dude to find out. Like, Victarion fucks around, Euron finds out. Do you want to put in A tier?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was not expecting this one. I have not heard that one before, but it's pretty great.
Pretty cool.
Thanks for the super chat from Ben, who says, was falling asleep as you were starting, saved it to my watch later. When I woke up, you were still going. How long have we been going, Glidus?
Not long enough to have been considered a healthy amount of sleep.
Yeah, I think you should go back to sleep, Ben.
Yeah, go back to sleep, Ben.
It has been almost 5 hours, so I think we should wrap up soon. But do you want to do a few more theories? What do you think?
We can try to go fast. We failed miserably at that, but
yeah. Do you want to try and do like a lightning round sort of a situation?
Yeah. Happy ending for Theon. Let's go.
He could be king of the Iron Islands because of the Torgon the Latecomer precedent.
Yes.
And he could represent a new way or rejection of the old way.
But so could Asher.
So could Asher. I mean, Asher... It would feel wrong if Theon was king and Asher was just like his advisor or whatever.
Because for we've never had a queen. That's the most new way you can get for the Iron Islands, is being ruled by a progressive woman.
Yeah, but it's also pretty progressive for the Iron Islands to be ruled by a man with no dick and no like martial skill and like a physical disabilities.
Toes.
And no toes. Like that also would be pretty radical for the Ironborn. But yeah, like I agree. Like Asha is the one who's done the political work, and she would feel kind of cheated if Theon became king instead of her, I think.
Where do you see Theon going? Oh, this is not going to be quick.
It's hard. Like the Iron Islands was never really his home.
Yeah, no, he's a very Winterfell-centric character.
And yet he burned Winterfell and fucked over Winterfell. Can he ever live in Winterfell?
Well, that's what I mean, is that his story is centered in Winterfell.
Oh, yeah,
so I feel like reconciliation with the Starks is like the end game for his story.
I think yeah. So what do you think about like a heroic sacrifice like in the TV show?
If you remove the words "like in the TV show," yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of great Song of Ice and Fire theories that go, what if like in the show, but not like the show did it at all? Yeah. So I think it sounds like we both feel like we would both love
Has Theon suffered enough? Is it all uphill from here?
What I really want is a few more extended torture sequences with Theon.
Me too.
But
this time it'll be Stannis.
Exactly. I mean, isn't there the thing? Because Theon in the books is currently chained to Stannis' wall in Stannis' camp outside of Winterfell. Yeah. Do you think that Asha will kill Theon at the tree on the island outside Stannis' camp?
No, I don't think that.
No?
No, I think they'll sacrifice Arnulf Karstark.
Ooh, why Arnulf Karstark
because
specifically?
Stannis has done the fake out death before. Like, oh, who did they kill when they said they were killing someone? Mance. They said they were killing Mance, but it wasn't Mance.
Yeah.
And Theon looks like a dying old man. Arnulf Karstark is a dying old man.
Oh.
The Queensmen just want someone to burn. The Ironborn want Theon alive. The Kingsmen don't care. Asher wants Theon alive. So, because Theon invalidates the Kingsmoot. So Asher wants the new Kingsmoot with Theon there so that she can win it.
That's great.
So, I think, yeah. Is this a Stannis Festa? What's the Cantus?
Cantus, yeah.
The Stannis Festa, whatever the fuck it's called.
The Stannis Manifesto thing, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I think that's where this idea comes from. But yeah, I don't think Theon will be dying anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, the pacing is fucked. Like, I don't know what soon means. The pacing is fucked. Well, one of the things that made that stand out to me is like, like Bran's visions when he first is having his flying dream and he's falling and he sees like all across the world and he sees his family and he sees Sansa crying and he sees Arya and there are shadows all around them. One shadow is dark with the face of a hound. One is armored like the sun, golden and beautiful. Above another is a giant in armor made of stone, but when he opened his visor there was nothing inside but darkness and thick black blood. So the mountain with nothing inside the visor except black blood, that's Robert Strong, right?
Yeah.
Along with the Hound and either Oberyn or Jaime. Probably Jaime. Yep. And that was foreshadowed near the start of book 1. Robert Strong has only turned up at the end of book 5 and hasn't even done anything yet. He won't even do anything till book 6. When George Martin wrote this foreshadowing, he still thought Song of Ice and Fire was a trilogy, I think. So the pacing is fucked. Like, a lot of the foreshadowing is set up, but then, like, forgotten about for entire books while George gets distracted by other stuff. So, like, when we say that this won't happen anytime soon or this will, it's tough to judge by pacing because the pacing's fucked. That's all I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah. The Winds of Winter, it feels like for some characters it's going to take place over the course of a couple of days, and for other characters it's going to take, like, it'll be over a year. That's, like, just how it feels.
Yeah, right?
Oh, man. I have no idea what this book's going to look like, which is probably why it'll never come out.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, and just to illustrate, like what you said, that like, Daenerys needs to get from the Dothraki Sea to Vase Dothrak to Marine to Volantis
maybe
to
Volantis,
Pentos
probably
to
the Pentos, and then Westeros
Dragonstone
by the end of the book.
Yeah, in one book. And then meanwhile, you've got characters who like don't really need to go anywhere or do anything in that time period necessarily.
Yeah, Cersei's just gonna be in King's Landing.
Yeah. And George Martin has said, like he's said in interviews and stuff, I mean, specifically, at least with Book 5 of Dance of the Dragons, he said that like a lot of what he was doing, a lot of what he was struggling with was getting all the characters to arrive at the right place at the right time. Specifically Marine, the Myronese knot. He talked about it was really hard. And the Winds of Winter,
it's got to have like 4 Marines.
Yeah. Yeah. All of, like, that's the thing. Like, a lot of people were like, yay, now that he's done with the Dance of the Dragons, it's going to be really easy to finish the rest of the books. Nope. Nope. It's only getting more complicated. And so, like, my feeling when George keeps saying, oh, I can't finish these books because I can't get, like, the timing of the characters arriving quite right. Like, for me, I worry that it's like, can we fudge it a little bit?
Yeah, what are we gaining from worrying about it that much?
Yeah. Like, I get that, like, the order of the characters and revelations needs to happen for story reasons, but I really hope George isn't worrying about, like, timelines or, like, how long ships take to make trips or, like, months. Like, no one...
Because the number of fans who care about that is so insignificant in comparison to the rest of us who are just waiting for a crumb of book.
Yeah. Yeah. If the only Winds of Winter we can get is a Winds of Winter with some logistical fudging and numbers that don't add up, like, I'm fine with that. Like, please, George. Like, I'm not that fussed. And I know that those few dedicated, wonderful fans who have spent sleepless nights compiling that... Have you seen that ultra-accurate timeline spreadsheet where someone has gone like, the moon was full in that chapter and then it was a half moon in that chapter, therefore it took this many weeks to go from, like...
I think George did think about that stuff in previous books, and that's kind of a shot in the foot.
Yeah. He may have overthought the wrong things.
Yeah.
But a happy ending for Theon.
I'd love a happy ending for Theon.
Yeah, did you want to put it in, like... I feel like C, because if I'm honest, I feel like it's unlikely to happen.
I think C is a good spot for this.
Yeah, because I want it to happen, but, like, I think that Theon's heroic sacrifice and death in the show probably was based on something in the upcoming books. Which one next, Glidus?
Ned was warg.
Ned was warg.
By the way, you've got a clone of Jaime kills Stoneheart there.
Oh, well, what if he does it twice? I mean, she's undead, so, like, what if she gets back up and he has to do it again?
Had to kill Beric 7 times.
Yeah. Yeah, I love the bit where, like, Beric says, man, I've been killed by Cleganes 3 times.
Family tradition.
Family tradition. Every Thanksgiving. Was Ned a warg? I mean, Ned was the father of 5 wargs.
That doesn't mean shit.
Genetics don't exist in
fantasy. Was Aegon the Fourth a warg? Bloodraven's a green seer.
Well, he was the kid of a Blackwood. That's why Bloodraven's a green seer.
Mother was a Blackwood.
Well, it's not an X-dominant gene, Glidus.
Who says? Why not? I simply I don't know. Was Ned a warg? I mean, there is the wonderful theory that Ned warged into a pigeon and got killed by Arya Stark, but I think that only works in the show, and also if you reverse the flow of time. I was gonna say the pigeons. She's done with pigeons when she goes to the steps of Baelor.
Yeah, I think I've done like solid 20-minute rants about how great that theory is before realizing, oh wait, that's the wrong order of events. Arya kills the pigeon and then Ned dies, but whatever. And it's only in the show, so who cares?
Time traveling pigeon.
Here's my question. Do you think that if Ned had a direwolf, or even just a doggo friend, he would have developed skin-changing powers?
There seems to be something latent about the Stark children. It's unclear if it's like those individual people or it's the nurture of being around. Like, if any Stark had been exposed to a direwolf or to green seer fuckery, that they would have developed these abilities. Right?
Yeah.
Like, sure, only certain Targaryens ride dragons, but they happen to be the ones that are exposed to dragons.
What a coincidence. Yeah,
But maybe Ned could have been a warg. I don't think Ned was a warg.
I guess like a counter argument to this is that there is the idea that magic is rising in the world. Like Quaithe says, that, this guy can climb the fiery ladder. That didn't used to be possible. Dragons are born into the world. That's why there's more magic than there was before.
Glass candles have turned on.
Yeah, they've switched on. So like maybe in Ned's time, like there just didn't exist the cosmic background magic radiation to enable warging powers.
Yep.
So yeah, he might have had the gene, but not the power.
Yeah.
What do you think of the theory that Lyanna Stark warged her horse, and that's why she's so good at horse riding?
I don't like it. First of all, it's not warging, that's skin changing. Like, warging is specifically for wolves.
Yeah, but skin changing has more syllables.
True. That's a good point. I look, I am in favor of as many characters as possible being horses, so I can't, like, in all good principle, disagree with the theory.
Yeah, this is a pro-horse stream.
Forget about anything else. I don't care if it's sci-fi. I don't care if it's post-apocalyptic. I just want as many people being horses as possible.
I'm suddenly having a vision of, like, Westworld if they put those, like, robot brains just inside a horse body instead of a human body. Why don't they ever do that in Westworld? Can
you believe that they put Drogon's corpse in Westworld?
That upset me more deeply than I can say.
Oh, like, what the fuck?
They specifically were cutting him up with chainsaws, which it just felt like a metaphor for what D&D were doing to A Song of Ice and Fire, you know?
So, it hurt. It hurt so much.
I always think of that bit from the Lindsay Ellis Hobbit video essays where the elf goes, "Why does it hurt so much?" That's how I felt when I saw that scene in Westworld.
Yeah.
So do you think that the White Walkers want all of Westeros or all of the world or just the North?
Want is an interesting word here. This is presupposing that the White Walkers are after territory.
What would White Walkers even do with territory?
Live on it?
What does that involve? Do they raise their little White Walker children and build little White Walker villages like a Smurf village?
Well, hang on. If they reproduce naturally, then why are they buying children from Craster?
Exactly, right? Like, they don't eat, presumably. It's not like they need to farm. They don't use money, as far as we're aware. They don't want to trade with the free cities.
The only reason I could see for them being pushed south is that there's another threat that's pushing them, like, from even further north, that they're pushing them south.
It's the Dornish. It's the Dawn
no, it's
connects...
It's the Velociraptors in Sothorios.
It's the Sothori Velociraptors endangering the White Walkers in the north. So the only option is for the humans to move to Sothorios and push the Velociraptors out of Sothorios. That was a great Velociraptor sound, Glidus.
Of life. Yeah, and so on.
That was a great Velociraptor screech. I like questioning whether White Walkers want anything, because, like, are they people that want things, or are they a force of nature that acts according to natural laws? Like, there is this rising tide of magic, and so they flow down Westeros. And, maybe the place where the water stops, the place where the White Walkers stop marching, is, like, the Neck. you know? Maybe they don't like marshes. Maybe they don't like crannigs. Maybe the lizard lions would nibble at their icy little toes. Maybe the White Walkers would just stop there.
Maybe Howland Reed smells so bad that they just can't make it past.
Yeah, I mean, the mud, the frogs, I don't imagine the Crannogmen do smell very good. I think there's a lot of... Yeah?
No, you.
I think there's a lot of, like, comedic value in the apocalyptic army of the White Walkers marching, and then all of the Westerosi houses putting aside their differences, marching, getting together, like the Free Peoples at the Black Gate and Lord of the Rings, and they face off the bad guys, and the bad guys are and then they just stop, and then they just, like, sit down and just, like, have a nap, and all the humans are like, what? Like, we didn't need to fight them, we just needed to concede, like, the gift. Like, they just stop at, like, Brandon's gift. And it's like, it was all just
they only want Carhold.
They just want last half.
Yeah.
They just had a disagreement with the Umbers.
Skagos.
Skagos. Yeah, do you think they'll walk, like, an ice bridge? Do you think that, like, the Starks and all the North people should just move to Skagos?
Oh, that'd be crowded.
Well, that's where the cannibalism comes in.
Ah, it'd sort itself out. Huh.
I mean, cannibalism is the ultimate solution because it not only feeds one person, it removes one person who needed to be
thus
fed. So.
Lowering the amount of food needed for the society to function.
Yeah, it's very, very efficient. Because there's no way the White Walkers are, like, getting to Skagos.
I don't know. Dead things in the water.
Yeah, dead things in the water, but, like, those are the whites, not the White Walkers.
Yeah. Well, aren't the whites being there basically the same as the white... Like, you know.
I think they're pretty different.
They are different, but who's controlling who?
Oh my god, are you saying that the whites are controlling the White Walkers?
No, I'm saying that, like, if the whites can make it to Skagos and kill everyone, then what's the difference of the others making it there and killing everyone?
Well, yeah. But I mean, like, do you think a human body could walk along a seabed for hundreds of miles without... I think they'd just get eaten by fish.
Not with that attitude.
Should we do a Mythbusters episode on this? Look, I think there's a lot of good reasons to think that the White Walkers are attacking because of some, like, pact or magical bond that was broken, something in the crypt, something with the Starks. The White Walkers are connected to the Starks. But I mean, I guess the thing is that, like, in the historical accounts of the Long Night affected, like, the whole world, including, like, Essos, and, like, there were, like, demons attacking the five forts, and there was, like, a shadow over places. So, like, I mean, the climate, at least, affects everywhere, even if the White Walkers only attack one specific geographical area.
There's no Long Night legend that we hear of from Valyria. Yeah.
And I am partial to that idea that Valyria is like a center of fire and, you know, there's some sort of imbalance. Maybe if the White Walkers reached Valyria, they'd just melt and everything would cancel itself out.
True, and the seasons would go back to normal.
Maybe, like, the original sin is, like, Valyrian blood magic, dragon, 14 flames, fire magic stuff. And, like, that is, like, the original sin that needs to be addressed. It needs to be cancelled. It needs to be made up for.
Yeah, but, like, according to the proposed, you know, the timeline we presented, Valyria didn't arise for thousands of years after the Long Night.
Yeah, it's true. But
that could be bollocks, though.
But the Great Empire of the Dawn, Glidus, they precede the Long Night.
True.
I know how much you love the Great Empire.
The mainline novels.
Yes.
You have too much fun with the Great Empire of the Dawn.
A lot of hay has been made out of those 4 sentences. Yes.
It's fun. It's fun. I can't rob you of that.
I do like the idea that the White Walkers just want, like, Gilly's baby.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I don't think that they want the North. I think they might want to do something at Winterfell.
Yeah.
Or the Night Fort, or something like that.
I think they just want to go to Winterfell and just, like, marry a eligible bachelor like Jon. Like Jon Snow.
Yeah.
And then just take him back to the Night Fort or to the Heart of Winter. Do you think we're going to see the Heart of Winter in the books?
Maybe through Bran?
Yeah.
But I don't think there'll be like a heroic expedition led by Jon Snow into the Heart of Winter. I don't see that.
Jon Snow and his 8 best mates who we just met at Eastwick. I'm sorry for bringing it up.
Just on a little expedition to pick up a white.
Sometimes I forget that that's why that whole plot happened.
Tyrion was like, I know. We'll bring Cersei a zombie. That'll convince her.
All those people in season 7, episode 6 risked their life and limb on the assumption that Cersei would be convinced to do something benevolent on the basis of rational evidence of a zombie. Like, really?
Also assuming that the white would make it to King's Landing. Like, in A Dance with Dragons, Jon does tests on, like, what happens to whites when we just leave them out.
Yeah, which is great.
So that's so frustrating.
I feel like White Walkers only want the North is like a B tier sort of a thing. Because like you say, like, it's not like they want to like conquer territory necessarily, but I think that the idea that they want something other than conquest of the world, they want something more limited, they want something more connected to the North. I think that's a good theory.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. I don't think they have interests. They could have something to do with the Isle of Faces, but that seems a lot more children-y, although those ideas are connected. I don't think they have any business in King's Landing or Dawn.
I like the idea that the Children of the Forest created the White Walkers at the Isle of Faces.
Yeah. Or the Fist of the First Men. But probably the Isle of Faces is better, I think.
Are there weirwoods on the Fist of the First Men?
Oh, there probably were. You'd think.
Yeah. I feel like they would have been mentioned if there were.
Yeah, like the Watch would have mentioned it when they were stationed there. Or Sam would have sat on a stump.
Yeah, they had a lot of opportunities to show us that. Can I tell you why I think that Howland is Arthur Dayne?
Please do.
Well, Ned says that he wouldn't have survived Arthur Dayne if it weren't for Howland. I think that's because Arthur just decided to become Howland. Like, Ned just sat down and calmly explained to Arthur, I don't want to kill anyone, I just want to save my sister, but I know that, honor requires that you die defending the Targaryens. So, how's this? Bad pitch. Come to my kingdom, live in my swamp. Become a swamp man. And never leave, because if you leave, someone might realize that you are Arthur Dayne and you have purple eyes. So never leave. And the reason why we never get to see Howland Reed, and the reason why George has teased us with Howland Reed for so long, and the reason why Howland Reed is such a mystery is because he would instantly be recognized as Arthur Dayne, and because he'd be able to tell everyone that Jon Snow is the son of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen.
Okay. In this theory, has Ned already killed Oswell Went and Gerald Hightower when he sits Arthur down to calmly explain this idea?
Yeah, well the thing is that Oswell
has Arthur
Went...
already killed Ned's 5 mates?
No, because Jaina Reed is Oswell Went, and Jojen is actually Gerald Hightower. He's actually smaller than
Jojen Reed.
Yeah,
a 14-year-old boy.
Well, he looks like a 14-year-old boy. He's got a thyroid condition. He just wears armor that makes him look very large when he was Gerald Hightower.
Ah.
He's actually like a 50-year-old man. He's got Benjamin Button syndrome.
Why have you mentioned this theory?
I put this theory here because I wanted to say, come live in my swamp.
I did like that. Thank you for saying that.
That's the only reason I put that there.
Come, live in my swamp.
It could be like I imagine the neck is like a Shrek situation.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay. Do you want to do? All right, shit. All right, we'll catch up on the super chats really quickly, and then we'll do one more theory. Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
All right, super chats, then one more theory, then we're going to finish this.
Yep.
Thank you for the super chat from ProSquatch, who says resurrected Dark Jon Snow will kill Stannis. I don't know how Stannis will die.
He won't.
What? Well, maybe
He's
Jon.
immortal.
He's a horse. Maybe Jon Snow will kill Stannis for the crime of killing Shireen. That might make sense.
Killing Shireen to... I don't like any of this.
Thanks for the super chat from Eugenio, who says Daemon Blackfire was the brother that Bloodraven loved. Yeah, I like that.
I like that too.
Yeah. Thanks for the super chat from Dingus Khan, awesome name, who says, I've always liked the idea of cannibals. Dingus...
Stop right there.
I'm going to stop you right
You
there.
violated the law.
I've always liked the idea of cannibals who only eat their relatives and friends so that they can live forever through them and their descendants. Do you have a confession to make, Dingus? Should you turn yourself in? It's not too late to turn yourself in, Dingus. Well, I think
it's cute.
That's kind of what the old gods are, isn't it? Aren't they kind of like, consuming into a hive mind, living on, something like that?
So it has the ideas of cannibalism and ancestors living on through descendants, but I don't think they're paired exactly that closely. It's like, hey, let's eat granddad so that he lives on forever.
I've got reservations. Bouncy Ouncy Woo says, have you ever heard the theory that Tywin Lannister was a warg and is now in the body of the Dusky Woman getting pounded by Victarion? What do you think of that one, Glidus?
I'm intimately familiar with this theory, and honestly, I don't understand it. It's not that funny to me. Like, it's just random.
To me, it's much more plausible and much more funny for Euron to be in the body of the Dusky Woman getting rooted by Victarion, because that actually fits the logic. I
legitimately think that there's a chance that that's happening.
Yeah, I think that is highly likely. Because Euron, well, we won't get into why because this is a lightning round. But it's the sort of shit Euron would do when he does have those magical inclinations. ProSquatch says the White Walkers only want Roose, who is a vampire. Grant says the pact that was broken was that there must always be a Stark in Winterfell. Yeah, I think that's a decent... Well, except that happened...
Because that happened around Robert's Rebellion, that Ned, Brandon, and Rickard all were not in Winterfell.
Was that really the first time in... thousands of years, though?
Wasn't Benjen still there?
I mean, we don't know which exact location all of those characters were at all times. There must have been multiple times when like all of the Starks were somewhere else.
Yeah, like
surely.
when Cregan Stark came down to King's Landing in the Hour of the Wolf.
Yeah, I do like the idea that there must always be a Stark in Winterfell is like sort of related, some sort of duty, some kind of pact. But like I don't think the White Walkers are really angry about 5 particular people not being in the right building. Like
how dare they?
And thanks for the super chat from another person who says Howland and Ashara are the parents of Mira and Jojen.
I think that's just the word flowers in Greek.
Is it? Cool. Can you read Greek?
Nope. I can open Google Translate.
Nice. It's the same thing.
My greatest skill.
I think that theory is basically that Diana Reed is Ashara Dane, which I actually don't even hate as much as I used to. What do you think?
I really came around on this one. I don't think it's entirely likely, but I would not mind.
Yeah, I kind of would not mind. I think Arthur Dane has kind of got to be dead, but Ashara, yeah.
The mysterious suicide is just like so.
Yeah.
It's like let's have something a bit more interesting. She runs off to become the Swamp Queen.
Swamp Queen, Lady Shrek. It would be nice for female character to come back alive and okay. How many times has that happened?
George doesn't really do that.
No. I'm personally going to put Euron in Dusky Woman A tier. Is that okay?
A tier, yeah. No, that's fine.
And I think that Howland plus Ashara equals Jurgen and Mira. I'm going to put that. What do you think? Like C or D?
I'd say C because there's like nothing for, nothing against, really.
Yeah, I think that it is. Yeah, I don't love that theory, but like I don't hate it. Okay, one more theory. We're going to finish up this live stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for participating. One more theory to discuss.
Oh, it's been a blast.
It has been a blast. Glidus, which one would you like to discuss?
Oh, you're leaving it up to me.
I would like to leave it up to you.
I feel like some of these are best left for another time.
Yeah.
So let's rattle off something real fast. It'd be remiss of me to not dive into. Now let's have a quick one. Rhaegar is the Night King.
Please enlighten me.
So, you may know something about the Night King, and that's that he rides a dragon.
We're talking about the Dragon Show character.
Yes. The only thing that matters. The most important character in the Dragon Show, the Night King.
Some of the best dialogue in the show. That guy.
Yeah. His motivations are so thoroughly expanded upon, and like it's just so fascinating watching this such a well-developed villain finally meet such a satisfying ending.
So many memorable
I just wanted
moments.
to have this, like, it's kind of like the grand unifying theory that I'm very proud of this one, actually, that ties together all of the loose ends of the show. Okay.
I can't wait.
Targaryens are fireproof. Everyone knows this. It's established fact. Every time a Targaryen comes in contact with fire, nothing happens.
George Martin has never refuted this.
No, it's just canon. Targaryens are fireproof. All Valyrians, actually. You may have heard tell of a civil war where a bunch of Targaryens burnt to death. A different thing, don't worry about it.
You may have noticed that Jon Snow burned his hand when he threw fire at the White.
Well, he
Different
didn't know that
situation.
he was a Targaryen at the time.
Of course.
So of course he wouldn't be fireproof.
Of course.
So, the Night King is also fireproof, as demonstrated in that piece of art you have right there. Okay? So, isn't it obvious? The Night King has to be Valyrian because he rides a dragon, and, you know, Valyrians aren't relevant outside of the Targaryen, so he has to be a Targaryen. Well, which Targaryen is he? Well, which Targaryen have we lost track of? Rhaegar. Now, Rhaegar died at the Trident. Lies. Don't fall for that propaganda.
Historical revisionism.
That's Robert coping.
Yeah.
No, Rhaegar faked his death and went beyond the wall, put on the blue makeup and found some Darth Maul horns. Because he knew that he wasn't Azor Ahai. He figured that bit out. And he was like, well, I still have a role to play. So he became the villain. I assume this is all adding up. Oh, and I didn't even get into the Welsh thing. How the guy who plays Rhaegar in the show is Welsh, and the guy who plays the Night King is Welsh.
That proves it. I mean, just to add some supportive textual analysis to this bulletproof theory, I mean, Tyrion says, if I cannot be the hero, then let me be the villain. And it sounds like...
Exactly.
And, you know, since Tyrion is a Targaryen, he would have a similar outlook to his half-brother Rhaegar. Half-uncle
Absolutely.
Rhaegar. Yeah. I'm convinced.
Now, half-uncle? Oh, right, because he's Daenerys' son. Yeah.
Because of the D plus D equals T theory.
Yeah, exactly. Have I missed any important points?
I think you've convinced me.
Yeah, good. Also, Crass is a Targaryen.
Crastarian?
Yeah. Which means that Gilly's baby that the White Walkers are hunting, that they're going after, is also an incest product Targaryen.
It's the Song of Ice and Fire. Guys, we're going to wrap it up there. Thank you so much for listening to this gargantuan mammoth live stream. I hope you've enjoyed
Mastodonic.
it. Mastodonic live stream. Glidus, thank you so much for doing this with me.
No, Wackers, mate.
Absolute pleasure. I feel like I talked over you sometime. I'm sorry. It's hard with the Discord.
I felt that I talked over you sometimes, so it all balances out.
Ah, that's good. No, that was a lot of fun. And everyone go and subscribe to Glidus's channel. Glidus has lots of piss take videos analyzing the Game of Thrones show episodes. I really love the editing style that Glidus does. Also a lot of like Song of Ice and Fire theories, a lot of like original music in his Song of Ice and Fire video essays. Who does that? That's awesome. What a weirdo. So thank you so much, Glidus. And thank you to everyone who participated in the live stream. Thank you for all the super chats and the comments and the theories. It was fun talking about your stuff live.
It's been a blast.
It's been a blast. Is there stuff we should shout out, Glidus? Have we crossed all our T's?
Shout out to Renee Zellweger. I feel like she goes under the radar these days.
Yeah.
That's it.
And we'll have to do a part 2 sometime for the rest of these theories.
Oh yeah. Well, this kind of is a part 2.
Yeah, we did a similar other live stream on your channol a while ago, so y'all can go check that out too. Oh, I'll remember to put the Alt Shift X random Song of Ice and Fire theory generator. I'll add that to the video description. And yeah, please subscribe and like and comment and all of those things. And see you next time.
Have a lovely day, everyone.
Bye-bye. Cheers.
Bye.